Alright, good morning everybody, or afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at, welcome in. And in today's video, or in today's live stream, we will be doing, or VOD if you're actually watching it after the fact, we will be working on our neural net. As you can see, I have that up in the background already. I meant to actually have the usual background up, but kind of forgot about it for a moment. Alright, after that, we'll be working on the game engine tutorial, which, again, the description has links to the GitHubs for each and has a link to the tutorial that we'll be following for the game engine. Now, there is one thing I actually forgot to do, and I very quickly need to take care of that before we actually get started. I forgot to get the video up on my side. So let me go ahead and do that, or at least get the playlist up, because I don't have YouTube. No, I think I have YouTube muted. That is also not the button I meant to press. And no, I don't have YouTube muted like I thought I did. No, I do. So, I think the number on this is actually wrong. Do I have... Hey there, Endrick, how you doing? How's your day been so far? I actually think I have the wrong number on this video. I'm just double checking. Oh, I have it as 6. For some reason, I thought I had it listed as 5. Alright, I got that video up, so I'm ready to continue. And as I said, we'll be doing the neural network first, and then we'll be moving on to the game engine tutorial series. So, without further ado, as I just mute the music, let's make a start. Alrighty, welcome back. Let me get the music back on. And the first thing we're going to do is in our neural net, we're going to find an error that I have located while just reviewing this. And it's going to be in parse, I think. Nope. It's going to be, it's in 2 spots. Pretty sure one is lines. Nope, that one was correct. I did it right here. Am I, like, testing the things? I did this incorrectly. Read line is, yep, and read line is this one. So, this is wrong. And what's wrong about this is... No, that's right. Why do I have this right here? And yet, in my notes, I marked that I did get the getC file twice. If you do that, then this won't work correctly, because this function actually moves the pointer along. So if you did ch equals getC file is not equal to new line, and then ch equals getC file is not equal to end of file, what you're doing is you're actually skipping 2 points, so it's parsing over. It's skipping over the numbers you want, and you get weirdness. Just gonna make sure I haven't done that anywhere else in here. So I'm just going to search for getC. Okay, I have not. I wrote in my notes that I did, so clearly I was mistaken. All right, the other thing we want to do, and this is just to help the network learn differently, is we want to actually shuffle the data that we're bringing in. Like, we want to randomize that data. So we're going to create a function to randomize the sequence in which it deals with the data. Now, to be clear, we're not randomizing the individual data points. We're randomizing the sets of data. So if you remember, we looked at the simian code, or the simian data set, which let me get up on screen right now. Sorry, I didn't think to actually have this open. It'd also be helpful if I went into the right folder to open it. So the simian data, or semian data, however you say this, is this massive file that we've looked at before. And again, this is without word wrap. It's just so long that a single line takes up 2 lines. So every 2 lines is one set of data. If we put a break there for a moment, and let me put a break on the second set as well, just so we can talk about this. All right, so what we're going to do is that we're not going to randomize these values, because these values together actually equal one thing. These values up until the last 10 digits, so up until here, wow, thank you for going the wrong way, up until there, represent one image, one drawing of a number, in particular the number 0 in this case. And again, I know that because this one says that it's 0. So if we think about it, you know, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wherever this 1 is located is saying which number is represented by the pixel references by the preceding 256 values. So as we move down, you'll see, like here, this represents the number 0, 1, 2. So this is the number 2. And what we're going to shuffle is not the individual data points, but these entire sets. Now, let me close this without saving it, because I don't want to actually mess with that data set in any way. Hey, Sam, welcome in, man. How are you doing today? And to do that, we're going to create a new function, and I'm just going to bring it down here, and it's going to be called randomize data set. Well, I might name it something else, but this function is going to randomize the data set, or randomize the order in which the data is passed to the network. And this is going to be void, so it's going to return nothing, and we're going to call it, I don't have a good name for this, and I can't think of the convention for it. It actually might be shuffle. Actually, I'm going to just do randomize set. And in terms of arguments that we need to pass in, sorry, I'm trying to get the chat back up because I accidentally minimized it after I said hi to Sam. Really? You're gonna give me that much of an issue? Cool, thanks. Sorry, it's still not letting me get the chat back up. There we go. All right, so we need to pass in the data set itself. So remember, we've created the data set up here. Oh, sorry, I'm up here. And we have the structure for it here. So we're gonna name, or not gonna name, we're gonna pass in a const of type data, and I'm gonna call it data in. I'm good, thanks a lot. I hope you're doing good too. I'm alive and kicking, I think. And I'm gonna put a semicolon in to get rid of that error. God, I always forget my semicolons. And let's just quickly define this. Sorry, I like doing it that way and then coming in here. And I'm just double checking that this is an error. Okay, I didn't error out up here either. That's fine. So for this, what we're gonna do is we need to loop through the data. So we need to start with a for loop. So it's gonna be for size t, I equals 0, I is less than, and then we're gonna do data in, and it's gonna be number of rows. And then we will increment after every loop body, as usual, and we're gonna get a rand. So what we'll do is, this is why I didn't do it before, I just realized. Cool. Give me 1 second. Include, and we want to include our math utilities. Okay. Did I literally just, oh, I hit pin, I thought I hit close. I was about to kick myself for that mistake. Sorry, let me get my bottle of water. All right, so with that, what we need to do is get a random number. And we're gonna actually write this function twice, because I have a short way of writing it, and I actually don't know if it's gonna work the short way, but I have a longer way that I know will work. And I'm just thinking if they start the same way or not, and they do. So we get the random number, and we're gonna do const, and I need to check something that we did in this. Oh, dang. Okay. That's fine. I like all the other tests I was making up here. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Right. We'll call it const int k, and we'll set it equal to umath random very fast, and we're gonna pass in the defaults here, but we're gonna keep it as false because we don't actually want to set the C. What we want to do is set the max, and so we're gonna do data in, and this will be the number of rows. All right, what error are you giving me? All right, uint 32. Have I not overloaded this correctly? Uint 64 is what I'm going to use, sorry. Okay. We probably should create overloads for regular ints and other options as well, but Okay. So with that value, that's the index we're gonna we are going to change. And the way we're going to do this is the short version is, and again, I'm going to write both of them out as if they're implemented, but I'm going to comment out one of them. I'm going to comment out the long version. We're going to call the swap function. And the fact that I'm getting that is kind of concerning. I don't know if is swap in a particular API or a particular library. Oh, we need to include algorithm. Okay. So we'll go here. There we go. And it's std swap. And oh, let's see if this actually accepts it in a moment. Yeah, I know it's an invalid argument. I just want to see if they're saying it didn't have access to it. We're going to do data in. We're going to do our target first at index I. And we are going to swap it with data in target at index K. Well, I guess we can't use swap. That's fine. I wasn't sure if swap was going to work. So instead what we'll do is we'll create our own swap function within this. And to do that, we're going to create a float pointer called original target, OT. And OT will be data in at target of index I. Sorry, type double. And we're going to do double. What do I name this? That's original target. Actually, I'm going to count that as out target and then call it in target. And it'll be data in. And it will be input at index I as well. So we're just storing the information. So all this is doing, storing the original input and target data. We then will swap it. We'll do data in target at index I is equal to data in at target index K. So So that random value we get here is our index. So we're gonna take that index and put whatever's at that index and put it in what is at target I. We are then going to move what was at I for the target, which remember now is being stored here temporarily, into data in at target, or target at index K. So we just moved from there to I, and we're gonna store what we passed out earlier back into where we moved the thing from. All right, the English on that was pretty piss poor. I apologize, but hopefully that makes sense. So I'm just gonna comment this as store input. Sorry, that's not input. Store target output. And then this one is store input. This is move target K to target I. And this one is moved stored target into target K. Welcome in, 3D artist Indy. Not sure if you're saying you're having buffering issues. I recognize the YouTube icon of the heart emoji. From there, we're gonna go. How are you doing today, by the way? We're gonna do the same with our input. We're gonna take it the index we're at in this loop up here, and we are going to change it out for the data in input at index K. So again, what we're doing is move input. Sorry, I'm gonna keep my capitalization the same. Move input at K into input I. And again, we're gonna take what we stored here and move it into K. So we'll do data, however you wanna say it, in K is now gonna be equal to IT. And so we're moving, or move stored input into input. Sorry, I saw my typo next to target there, so I started to type target. Input K. All right, that is our swap function. So all we're doing is swapping the indexes around. Hey, Flo, long time no see, man. How have you been? I'm assuming you're the Flo that I've known, like, from ages ago. If you're not, welcome in either way. How are you doing today? All right, that actually takes care of all of our stream utilities. Right, I'm just trying to think what we... do that. We haven't finished this out, and we're gonna come back to that later, I know. We don't care about that. We don't need to think about the neural layer right now. We're done with that, I believe. We believe we're done with the neuron. I'm gonna close up the stream utilities for now. I know delta rule learning algorithm we're still working on, so let's just move our way over to those. You're good, just been lurking. Well, welcome in and enjoy your look. Feel free to lurk as much as you want. Fine, just curious. Stop about your work away. Where are you in terms of percentage in your dev diary? So this one is, so this entire project that we're currently doing. So just to give people context, my Saturday streams are split into two parts. Part one is typically the neural network. Part two is the game engine. Now, with part one, for those of you who don't know, I'm actually writing a course on Udemy on neural nets. And, sorry, I'm trying to find the course to show you the preview of it. As instructor, thank you. So, as it loads, this is the course that I'm designing. As you can see, I'm still working on section 6. I've actually coded out the hot field network I'll be using in section 6. but I haven't finished it. And if you actually want to see what the instructor view really looks like, this is the actual thing. There's going to be a lot more after the Hot Field Network. So this, for anyone who's curious, is actually, if you've seen the design test file I have, where I've been sometimes pulling things from, that's from that. That's the test version. So in terms of where I'm at in my progress with this, let me just get everything back over to the other window. In terms of the actual dev diary for this one, I'm not keeping records. So what I'm doing is I'm just testing out different ideas to see what I want to do. So this is more of the journey about how am I going to design this course, how am I going to cover the content in it, that kind of thing. As for the game engine, we are about... Give me 1 second. I actually have a number for that one to tell you how far into it we are. Kind of cheating with that number, to be fair, but you know, I actually have a number for that one. We are a little bit less than 10% of our way through that one. We should be about 10% of the way through what I want to do with that one by the end of today, actually. But I can't guarantee that we'll get that far. To be clear, anyone who knows I had COVID last week and a little bit before that, that cough is my smoker's cough. Don't smoke. It's bad for you. All right. And just to give people a heads up on where we're at with this, we have our basic network set up. I need to scroll down to remember what order things go in. So, you know, we're going to do 2 inputs for this example. We'll have 3 hidden layers, each with 2 neurons. I think it was sigmoid that's what I was doing for this one. And again, just to show that our case, it doesn't need to be, it's not case sensitive. 2 here, and to show what happens if you get it wrong. See, it's not valid, but I can type it any way I want so long as it's spelled correctly. Yeah, COVID isn't fun, especially Omicron. Like, the worst symptom for me was like the 2 hours where I lost my vision for anything that wasn't moving. I felt like a T-Rex from Jurassic Park. If it wasn't moving, it was just a blur of color. If it moved, it was like that, you know, when you watch films and they do that psychedelic effect where they're like the hand wave and you have the image flicker. That's what it was like. We are going to have 1 prediction, and it is type linear for that one. And again, I'm just using random capitalizations to show how that works. This part we haven't set up yet, so I can put any number in. I'm just going to put in 1 for now. And we have our 2 tests come out, along with our weights. And remember, the reason why we're building this sort of like test system here on changing out the settings is so that when we create our C# wrapper for this in a .NET framework, we can actually have a GUI, and you're just filling this in. We're just testing out, does the code actually parse correctly? Yeah, my eyes were messed up. I couldn't look anywhere but straight forward. Yep, and the brain fog. Oh my god, the brain fog. Like, if you watch, I think the 3rd live stream I did, which was on a Wednesday, the brain fog, I literally had to stop the stream partway in because I could not remember what I was doing. And at one point, like, it was actually this particular project that I did in the reverse order. I did the game dev and then, or engine dev, then this. But at one point I went, I don't remember what I'm doing. I don't remember how to do this. And here's the really, really scary part about that. I think that's actually in network. So let me get network open really quickly. Oh, I guess it wasn't in network. Where did I do this? Output? No, it would have been output. Neuron. It had to be in the neuron itself. Yeah. So, it was this bit here is where I pause that video because I couldn't remember how to do this. I want to point something out. Look at what this is. It takes the activation method, and we just then switch over to a different function. So we have derivative step, derivative linear, derivative sigmoid, derivative hyperten, and then our default's derivative sigmoid. Okay. Fair enough, right? I had literally copied this, pasted it here, and went, I don't know what I'm doing next. I can't remember how to do this. That's how bad the brain fog was. And if you don't get why that's bad, yeah, and look what the switch function is. It was literally the next line from what I copied. I couldn't remember how to do something that was on the screen at the time. That is how bad I was. I ended the stream, looked at it, and went, oh, my COVID is much worse than I thought it was. My COVID brain was horrible. Me, it was a huge fever, only one night, nothing special after. That's how I had, so I had COVID twice. I got exposed by a student just before the national lockdown in the UK. Literally, when I say just before, I left isolation to enter the national lockdown. Literally the day my isolation ended is the day the national lockdown started. It wasn't that bad. I had a fever for one day, and I was fine after that. Round 2, after being vaccinated, and I'm not entirely sure how I got exposed. I do now have a theory, because somebody else I know said they tested positive the same day, but I thought I got exposed after that. But after vaccine, Omicron, oh my god. It was not a fun trip. Like, that first round, that was nothing. Like, I'm in my 30s, but I'm young enough to take that kind of stuff. Round 2, I'm like, and I get why this is bad. Like, I get how this can really mess with things. And I have a lot of friends who have had it and now have lingering symptoms. Brain fog about COVID, very strange, man, horrific. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my friends actually who had got Omicron have had that sort of brain fog thing too, where they're like, and we're not talking about like people who are, I'm gonna be very bummed. We're not talking about people of average intelligence here. We're talking about people who are extremely gifted in their fields, who are extremely gifted in general. Like, and some of them like are people who, I mean, they can't code, but you know, in terms of other things, would outpace almost anybody. And they're struggling in their fields of expertise, and I'm like, huh, right, so it isn't just me. Right, so I remember previously saying, you know what, I haven't decided how we're gonna tackle, yeah, I know vaccines don't make you immune, but the thing is, apparently Omicron, if you are vaccinated, is different in how the symptoms manifest, at least according to a news article I was reading. Like, I had the symptoms the day before I tested. I'm like, oh, these symptoms definitely aren't COVID symptoms. I don't need to test. And then a news article popped up while I was actually out at a job, and I was waiting for a meeting, so I quickly took a test. By the way, this was a remote job. It was online. I was sitting in this chair during that job. Did a quick COVID test because the news article said if you're vaccinated, these are the different symptoms you might get on with Omicron that you won't get otherwise. And it was literally everything I was going through. I'm like, oh, test. And like, I didn't even need to wait like 30 minutes for the lateral flow to go through. It instantly said, yeah, you have it. I'm French, by the way, and yeah, Sam M only it prevents it doesn't make you immune. But it does vaccines don't make any, you don't technically, you know, viruses mutate. You know, that's why we have a different flu vaccine every year. We vaccinate against the most common types. Just like COVID, there are variants. Omicron, I can't remember the names of the other ones now that we had, you know, a few months ago. But, you know, because viruses mutate, you can't have 100%, you know, coverage. But hey, some coverage is better than none. I'm in the wrong thing. This is everything we're overwriting. That's why I was like, why is there nothing in here? This is just our settings. So it was delta rule, the actual learning algorithm we're using, which derives from our learning algorithm class that I was just sitting in. So if you remember last time we did this, I said I wasn't sure how we're storing the data. I was completely wrong. What I meant to say is I'm not sure how we're going to parse the data for this. We have already stored the data. That's actually what we do in the stream utilities. So if we open that stream utilities back up, we are storing the data right here when we build our data structure. And we're parsing the information into it as part of it. That's what all of this, read the information in, parse the data, remove the stuff, close the file. That's why we were rewinding when we do the line, because remember, this moves that pointer. So if we were to keep reading it afterwards, we would be reading the end of the file. So we have to rewind it back to the start. So we are storing the data. I didn't mean to say haven't made a decision about how we're storing the data. What I meant to say was we haven't made a decision. That reminds me of something else. We haven't made a decision, or I haven't made a decision about how we're going to parse the data. Now, for anyone going, but you have a parse function, this is parsing the data file that we're reading in. So that Simian file that I was showing people a little bit ago at the start of the stream, that is the parse is for the raw data coming in. What we need to do is parse the data within the network. And that's the part I haven't decided on. And honestly, I thought I was going to be spending most of the day fixing up the chget.c file bugs, and I didn't actually prep out doing this. I should have probably opened this file to see and not relied on my COVID notes. So yeah, that makes life fun. Oh yeah, the other thing I meant to say, and I said this in yesterday's live stream, Chica, one of my moderators, one of the people who helps manage my community, came in a couple of streams ago, technically 2 streams ago, literally a couple, and asked me for the game dev tutorial thing if I'm following the Cherno's approach. Now, if you don't know the Cherno, he is the best C++ tutorial and general C++ content creator on YouTube, I think. I will use his stuff, and sometimes I'll just watch his stuff because I enjoy his stuff. And I said, oh, he doesn't have one for it. He has one for Java. We kind of mocked Java for a bit, or Python, one of the two. And but I had remembered seeing one, and so had Chica, and I couldn't find it for some reason. And then randomly in my recommended things, like shortly after the stream, Sparky popped up. Sparky is the name of the Cherno's C++ game engine. So yes, he has done a tutorial on the topic. We will eventually look at that and do it together. And again, the idea behind doing the tutorials is I've never built a game engine. I have never built a renderer. I have built many neural networks. I can do neural networks. And I built games, as you've seen. I've done VR work, as you guys have seen. But I've not built a game engine. I've not built my own custom renderer. I am a fish out of water there, and so I'm doing a tutorial, and the community has said they want to see me do tutorials so they can see how I debug and learn how my debugging process works. So what we're going to be doing for that, again, I know this is in almost every live stream, but I'm saying it for people who are new, is that, yes, Chica, I am toxic AF. Trying not to swear because if I swear, I have to time things correctly to start or end streams, by the way, or from the start to the end. We are going to be following 3 or 4 other tutorials just to get our heads around some of the concepts around rendering, which also means we're covering a lot of content that isn't as useful for me in terms of my education, like following this guy's building of the engine we're currently doing. He's doing all the GUI stuff, and like, yes, I can build my own GUI, but I'm intentionally following exactly as he does it, just so that I'm taking that learning experience. Oh yeah, no, Sparky is old, and I don't mind it being old. The idea for me is learning how to work with the renderer, but once we've done 3 or 4 of them, and once you guys can see me do another person's tutorial that many times and learn how to debug the stuff, honestly, probably will only do 1 or 2 publicly, and I'll do the rest in private or on Discord. Speaking of which, if you're not yet part of the community, we have a community Discord, link in the description below. And what we'll do once I've done all those tutorials is we'll actually build our own game engine. Now, I was thinking about this last night. Because I made a joke, well, I didn't make a joke, I made a comment last night when we were doing the community hangout that I don't like the name for one of the games that I'm doing a tutorial of. I call it Marble Void. And the reason I don't like the name is that they aren't marbles, they're made of metal, so they're ball bearings. And ball bearing void doesn't sound right. Ball void definitely sounds wrong. So the community was suggesting names. So what I was going to do for that is actually put a community poll out for what should we name this thing. Now, for the game engine, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put out a Trello community thing. And I'm probably going to need help setting that up because I've never set up a vote on Trello. I've just seen it done before, where community members are going to help select the design and the look of the game engine, and I will then live stream building that part of it. Chica is not a legend. Chica, I'm doing well. How are you doing, man? Oh yeah, as a tutorial. Yeah, so like again, the idea is I've never done a renderer. Like I have, I think, about 7 different text-based. When I say text, I don't mean like. Let me just get the thumbs out. I have 7 documents, guides, tutorials, written text tutorials for how to do a renderer. And I'm also tempted to do that on live stream. All right, that's enough of what we're like doing. Let's actually do the thing. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm just gonna take some ibuprofen. My head is still feeling funky from yesterday. For anyone who doesn't know, I was when I live stream, I wear contacts, and I hadn't worn contacts since the other live stream. And for some reason, they just made my head feel very weird. Hey, my foot was hurting during COVID for some random reason. And in a really weird spot, like the dead center of one of the metatarsal, not metatarsals, one of the cutiform bones. Ibuprofen, I love you. Why does your foot hurt, Chica? For anyone who doesn't know, I used to I still do, mispronounce his name, you know, Bao Chica Wow Wow. I would say Chica for some reason. I still do every so often, but it is Chica. Here's the scary part. I was talking yesterday about how the chat I have, like the version I have, which is from OBS, is really small on my 4K monitor. So 2K monitor, 4K monitor, 4K monitor. The emoji Chica used is massive for some reason. Also, so was the heart emoji that 3D artists use, but the other two are tiny in comparison. Alright, so we were working on our Delta rules. Alright, we've implemented it. It's how we are parsing the data that matters. For anyone watching this in theater mode or in full screen mode as a VOD, the reason I paused mid-sentence there is Chica just posted something, and I think 3D Artist has summed up the best response. Instead of bow Chica Wow Wow, boom Chica Wow Wow. Is there a character in there named Chica? Sorry, so Expeditionary Force, everyone doesn't know, on my server, on the Discord community server, if you type in exclamation mark Skippy, S-K-I-P-P-Y, you'll get an insult typically. And it's an insult from a book where this character named Skippy, an advanced artificial intelligence, just loves to insult one of the main characters named Bishop. I have some select quotes from like the first 2 or 3 books. I can't remember how many I got before I ran out of room. My personal favorite for the server is actually the one where he talks about Windows Vista. I mean, he's completely wrong about it, but, you know, it represents what people felt at the time. And yes, anyone who has issues with Windows Vista before they post, Windows Vista is actually a really good OS. There is just one major problem with it. It came out before its time. Most systems couldn't handle Vista. If you had a system that was, you know, capable of handling Vista, it worked great. Like, I bought a new computer when Vista came out. Not because Vista came out, but because I needed a new computer. And I had no issues. Like, all the complaints people had, never had a single problem. Hey, FFA, how are you doing, man? Welcome in. Okay, we're gonna Google this. I know this isn't related to the topic, but I need to know. Wow. We'll ignore the fact that I can't spell. We'll also ignore the fact that, I was Googling, something from NASA and my research stuff there. Expeditionary Force, Chika. Oh, a ski. It's the, yeah, I know who you're thinking about. That dude. I was watching one of his vids and I see he's live. It's my first time. Oh, welcome in, man. You know, today is a bit different than usual. Mostly because I had thought I'm going to need to do some more work in the stream utilities code I wrote, and apparently I actually had not made the same mistake I did in my notes. So I'm kind of sitting here going, I actually don't know what I want to do with the neural network today, because I haven't still made this decision around my to-do. I'm just gonna take a look at my notes for what I have left to do in this thing. So we still need a third constructor. We still need the fourth constructor. You know what we do? We're gonna actually try to figure out how we're gonna parse it. We need that function, so that's what we're gonna do next. By the way, again, if you're not aware, in the description, not only is there a link to the Discord for the community, and please feel free to join us. It is on all my videos. I think some of the links might be dead on some of the videos. If they are, please comment to let me know, and I'll fix the link up. But there's also links to the GitHubs for both the projects we do during this live stream, and a link to the tutorial we're following for the second part of the live stream. So we need a new function to actually parse the data. Now, I just want to check if I was going to do that in here or not. What? Oh, I know what these are. Okay. Why have I named things test? So that's actually what it's doing. It's testing the data. Oh my god. I gave myself a heart attack of why have I named things test and not deleted them? Hang on. I'm just gonna move this off to the side for a moment. I'm losing the chat while I do this, so just give me a moment. I need to see which ones we've actually overwritten. Train, forward, the second forward, calc new weight, version 1. We haven't done version 2 yet. That is unique to this one. That actually should be override. Apply new weights is different. Oh, there is a typo, and I noticed this earlier, and I was hopeful I hadn't made that mistake here in the parent file. So let's fix the parent file so that it has the correct information. And that should be that train is capitalized. And let's go back to delta rule for a moment. We don't need the neuron open. Delta rule. Forward is lowercase in both, so that's fine. You know what? Actually, I should keep to the correct conventions. And we'll fix this up here. And then we'll go over to here, fix that up there, and fix that up there. All right. Sorry, I'm just going back and read the chat now. Welcome FA. I'm watching. I already read that part. Already responded to that. Welcome into the pre-matrix. I mean, we've already made a matrix technically, a 2D matrix. I hate 2D matrices. Sorry, I just knocked over an unopened USB stick box onto my foot, and it confused me. Ow! My encrypted USB sticks. Yes, I use encrypted USB sticks for work, for obvious reasons. For everyone who knows my work background. Welcome in for some everything. I'm on mobile and cannot copy the link. That is all. Oh, okay. I can post the link up. It should be in the description. Let me just go over to the channel itself, or the live stream itself, and copy over the link. There you go. And don't worry about banning him, by the way. Sorry, for anyone who's here who's talking, we're not talking about you. There was an incident yesterday. You can watch the live stream. I go out. See you later. Good afternoon. See you later, man. See you later, 3D artist. Have a good afternoon and, a wonderful day overall. I mean, the guy from yesterday was toxic AF. It's done. It's dusted. It was hilarious to see his reaction to things. And then to see him panic delete everything off Twitter and YouTube. But yeah, don't worry about him. If he's here, he's here. If he wants to chat and be, polite and drop topics when he's told to stop talking about something, he is more than welcome in. I only timed him out. Like, he claims I banned him. I timed him out for 300 seconds. That was all. Mostly because my tools on OBS actually don't let me ban somebody. I had to switch over to YouTube to do that. So yeah. If he's here, he's here. It's not a big deal. People make mistakes. People become toxic and salty, and it happens. We're going to move past it. 3D artist left is at Discord. I posted the link. All right. So what we're going to do, as I said, is we're going to try to parse this data, or parse the data structure. So what we're going to do is create a new method. And we're actually going to have this fairly early on. We're going to have this about here-ish. That will take in the data set, and we're going to just get the information we need from it. So, fair enough. We're going to return nothing off of this. We are going to call this set testing. And again, that's why I was like, what the heck is test here? Set testing data set. And now before I continue, there are going to be arguments we're passing in, or parameters we're passing in. We need to include the stream utility. So include, and then this should go up just one full. Oh no, more than one folder apparently. That's why I did it here. I thought it was literally the folder up. Utilities, and then we want the stream utilities. Again, remember, stream is like IO stream. That's why I'm calling it stream utilities. Right. So what we need to get from that is data. And here's the interesting part. I'm not entirely sure if we need to use the namespace. So we're going to find out together. If it doesn't recognize data, we need a namespace. And we'll call this data in. And yes, it looks like we need to use the Ustream. What is the namespace I gave this thing? You would imagine I remember my own code, but nope. Ustream. Okay, that's what I thought. That is my usual naming convention. Okay, there we go. So, let's go ahead and define... Oh, hang on. Let's give this thing a comment. Parses the data set for the learning algorithm. I don't care if there's typos. If there's typos in comments, meh. If there's... There are days I hate you, IntelliSense. Like, deeply, deeply hate you. If there's typos in comments, it's not a huge deal to me. If there's typos in the actual code, a little bit more important to me. So we're doing that after we set our general errors. And this is in, of course, delta rule. All right. So I skipped a step. We need to do one more thing in here. And we're gonna start it as private. We might move it to public. It might. We'll figure that out in a moment. That is going to be Ustream data, and this will be testing data set. So this is what we're going to fill. So this is actually a really easy fill for that one. It's going to be testing data set is equal to data in. And yes, I keep switching saying data and data. I know. The joys of living in a country where people pronounce things slightly differently than how I grew up. Tinnitus versus tinnitus. Omega instead of omega. Speaking of which, Omega. Yes, I actually have an Omega watch because I'm a space nerd, and it's a Speedmaster, not a James Bond nerd, because that'd be a Seamaster. Yeah, beta instead of beta, vitamin instead of vitamin. Vitamin kind of reminds me of the I Love Lucy show, Vita Vita Benjamin, which is really hard to say. So now we've done that, we actually need to parse this, and what we need to parse for this is our error measurements and how the error is going to work with it. And I'm just having a moment where I just want to take a look at this function, not this function, let's do these two. And there is our 2D vector. So we need to do, I think we need to do all 4 of these. Sorry, I am just thinking. And I can't actually explain what I'm thinking, because what it is in my head right now is I'm just kind of making sure that I'm reading this right and remembering what my plans were. So we set our data set. We need to set our testing general error. We need to set our testing error. We need to set our overall testing error. I don't think we actually need to set the testing. Yeah, no, this is the output. We don't need to test that. That's the individual outputs that we're passing out now. We set that elsewhere. We set that, I think somewhere during calc new weights or apply new weights or during train. I can't remember which. But it's these first 3 that we need to take care of. And we need to resize them. We need to clear any junk data. And then we need to add in the information that we need. Now, I have done something a bit stupid, I think, when I've switched up my naming conventions. Sorry, I am just thinking. I think it's features we want, which is going to be rows. And not the other one, which I'm now blanking on the name of the other one. Oh, god damn it. I have to look this up because I'm just blanking on it. Neural network features versus, what is the term I'm looking for? Hey, Noxy, how you doing, man? Welcome in. You're a bit late. Sorry, that's a joke because I was talking to Noxy before the live stream on voice chat. I am honestly blanking on the term I'm looking for. Also, I did not mean to click that. I meant to click this. And to stare at this for a moment while I'm thinking about what term I'm trying to remember. It's not features. What is the other term? Sorry, now I'm trying to get Google back up. Records. That is not helpful. I'm not entirely sure. Alright, we're gonna just do it as rows, and if I'm wrong, if it's not features I want, then I will change it up down the road, because we will very quickly, when we pass in the simian data, when we get to that stage, see, oh dear god, it doesn't work. So, hey, if I mess it up here, I mess it up, and that's fine. I'm sorry, I lost track of time. I watched that movie, and the ending hit like a sledgehammer. I told you. Chica, I want you to ask about that on Discord, just because the content of that movie, while very important and while very meaningful, especially with what's going on in modern society, it is a very sensitive topic. So it just, that conversation in terms of what movie, if we could do that in Discord, please. But yeah, no, that's why I didn't tell you the ending of that film. When you realize everything you've been laughing at, yeah. It really does. That ending, holy crap. Like, you sit there in shock. I mean, yeah. Also, feel free to pass him the link to it in private as well if you want. Good film. That's all I'm going to say on that film, and move on to talk about the coding again. So, we're going to do number of rows. Okay. That's fine. Hit like a pallet on the foot. Sorry, Chica. You're not going to live that one down for a while. I think I've even mentioned it to you before, Chica. Just, yeah. How am I going to resize these arrays, actually? All right, so we're going to need 2 loops to do this. So we're going to need a for size t, I is 0, I is less than something, I plus plus. That was not the right key. I plus plus. I'm a bit concerned that, I hadn't deleted the accidental bracket I put in. Yes, I know that the question marks are because I'm not sure what I'm going to do there. Then we need a second for loop because this is a 2D array that will do... Sorry, I'm just thinking about the order in which it goes. Is this I or is this J? It's I. It's IJ this time. Okay. Size t, j is equal to 0 as long as j is less than... I'll determine that in just a second as well. increase J. Okay, so J is outputs. So this is going to be testing. Wait. Yeah, we have number of outputs stored there. Okay. So it's testing data set dot number of outputs. Okay, that one was easy. I then is going to be the rows. I think that I'm right on this. I don't think I've messed up features. So that's testing data set dot rows. Okay. And let me just grab these three really quickly. Testing error, testing general error, and testing overall error. So testing error, testing general error, yep, and overall. I can't remember my name, sorry. Sorry, it's testing error, not test error. All right, so that's our testing error, testing, testing general error, and testing overall error are the three that we need to work with, okay? So, for this, sorry, I actually, like, in my head what I'm imagining is an Excel spreadsheet, and I'm just moving data around in it to see if I'm thinking about things correctly, because I have a tendency to reverse my columns and rows in my head, and so by moving my hands, it lets me just think about moving the data to get it back where it belongs. It's such a weird habit, I know. I'm so sorry for it. Like, to be fair, if I were doing this off stream, I'd actually be sitting here with a notebook also writing, but, you know, me hunched over away from the mic and not on camera doesn't work well for a live stream. Or I'd be using the whiteboard sitting here, but that whiteboard is still has old RTS stuff on there, actually. Right, so we're resizing the 2D across both of them, and we're nulling out the data. Actually, we're not nulling it. Well, we are nulling it, but we're gonna zero it out. We need to zero out all of them. And I'm just gonna pop back in here. Testing error is my 2D one. So just gonna make that as a note, it's 2D. Again, I know that code up there does this, these three lines do nothing. It's just my reference to remember which ones I want. So, actually, I'm gonna put this above the loop just so I have the reference there. And in fact, we're gonna just put it in a block comment so I don't have to think about it too long. Actually, you will be indented for this. Right. All right. So we are going to start with the testing general error, and we are going to resize to testing data set number of rows. We are then going to do testing general error dot at index I is equal to 0. We are then going to do testing error at I dot reset. No, that's the next one. Resize, and again we're gonna resize to testing data set rows. Okay. And then... Sorry, I'm just thinking of the structure of a 2D array in my head. We're not zeroing out this element. We're going to zero out the element within that, of course. Okay, that part's done. And then in here, what we need to do is we need to take the testing overall error, and we need to, at index j, set that to 0. We then need to take the testing error at I and resize it to testing data set number of outputs. Okay. Now that we've done that, we need to go back into the first loop, and then we need to no, we don't. We're doing that in the second loop. And we're going to do testing error at I at j is equal to 0. All right, I think that we now have set up those bits that I was talking about previously. God knows that I've done my 2D vector math wrong here, probably. But hopefully, we now have got that one done. All right, which means that we can go back to doing the other constructors. Sorry, if you're seeing me make a face, my notes talk about the 2D vector both here and in the thing, and I'm like, why don't I just say, call this function up? You know what? Let's just create the other constructors and see what happens. So we're going to have delta rule, and this one is going to take our network. They're all going to take our network in, by the way. We have to. It's going to take in our... It's going to take in our Ustream data type. And this, again, what did I name it down here so I can keep the names the same? Data in. And that's that one done. Our next one will be delta rule. And again, we're going to take the network in. It'll be network in. And it will be Ustream. Data in. And let me add the missing colon. And then we will take in... Sorry, I'm looking for the name of the thing. Am I just blind? I swear I declare this thing in here. Maybe I declare it in the parent. Alright, let's go to the parent. I do declare it in the parent. It's learning mode. So we want learning mode. And this will be called learning mode in. All right, so those are our two new constructors that we need to build. All right, let's see if IntelliSense actually decides to work with me today. Hey, there we go. I'm not gonna actually define it in there. And then we're gonna just quickly do the same thing for this one. There we go. Shift S or Shift Control, Shift S. And I'm gonna leave that open for now because I might actually call this up in this one. We'll start with the easier of the two. Yes, this is the easier of the two because in this one, we're actually expecting things to already be set and we're just passing the variables over. So for this, what we're going to do is, because I haven't looked at this in a while, this one is, as I said, the easiest one. It's neural net is equal to network in. Nope. Testing data set is equal to data in. And learning mode is actually the name of the variable, is set to learning mode in. All right, that one was fairly simple. So this one that is going to be a bit complicated. Now, I am really tempted to ignore my notes about this and to literally just call this function up. Sorry, let me just delete something out of my notes. As I do the functions in my notes, I delete my notes for that function. At least I have two copies of the same note file. One is all my notes and one is my progress notes. And I delete for my progress note files where I'm at or what I've done so that I know, hey, how far into this I actually am. All right, that one is done. So, actually, I'm gonna pop this back open for a moment because part of this remains the same. That part is pretty simple. So, we're gonna take that. That one doesn't change. As I said, that's why I opened this up. If you notice, all of them work the same way in terms of that. Okay. So, do I need to do anything different for the parsing in this one? Just looking at my notes and comparing to the actual code I wrote. We go through the first loop. The number of records is what I have there. We resize, we clear the data. We go through the number of outputs, we resize, we... Sorry, I am just double checking I haven't done something really wrong here. I have. I skipped a step in this code. So that actually should be if I is 0 in this case. Then, like I said, we need to step out of this loop. And I didn't mean to say step out of the loop, we need to step out of that if statement. That is what I skipped. Okay. So if this index is 0, then we're doing this. If it isn't, then it's testing error. And now my notes for the constructor, am I doing the same thing? I'll just walk through this one more time. We do the rows or records. We do the general error. It is different. But, and here's the but for this. We are gonna take this entire bit, because it's almost exactly the same, and we're gonna paste it into here. We have, we're passing in a different 2D vector on this one. We're passing in that vector. So still on features, or rows, records, not features, records, which is our rows. Pretty sure that's not our columns. Famous last words. And then we do... It's the same thing, except for we're doing it for these. So it's error, general error, and overall error. That's the difference. So it is error, general error, overall error. So error, general error, overall error. So here's a great part. We just remove the word testing. Except for in these bits. Those bits remain the same. But I have skipped another really important step. Yoink. We haven't set testing data in this version. All right, there we go. All right, so now that we've done error, we then do overall error in here. Yes, we do. And then we do error down here. And then finally, again, we set that value to 0. All right, that constructor is done. We don't need this one anymore. Okay, again, I'm just gonna save. We have set our testing data set. Okay. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Did I do? Oh, I didn't do that. I honestly, for a moment, thought I deleted all my notes on the forward function. And I was having a little bit of a panic attack, because I can't remember what I was planning at all for that one. Whew. That was not a pleasant feeling. Oh my god. I might have actually just gone, fuck it. Trying not to swear. I might have gone, sod it, and we're gonna move on to something completely different now, ladies and gents, because I don't remember what I was planning. Now, here's the horrible part about this. You've seen me test part of the network, and we're doing a lot of coding that I haven't tested. Unfortunately, okay, let me show you how, like, it's very hard to test the training algorithms until you have done them all. Like, I have not found a good spot to do it. And so this is some code I've been working on. You can see, hey, I've used the same style. Like, and this is where I've tested some things out. You know, testing this, and this is actually reading the simian data in. Did my rate just change randomly there? It's not learning well, by the way. If you're noticing the error, it doesn't consistently go down. We're getting a significant amount of error. Why is my learning rate really low? What the heck? That also explains the error. Hopefully that'll be done soon, but it's reading in like a couple thousand of these things. Eventually it will come to a stop, but I swear I saw the learning rate change at one point. Running this system, like, let me find where we actually do this at. That bit there. You know what? Sorry, I know this is completely different code, and this is from the Udemy course. I'm just curious about something. Actually, this isn't from the Udemy course. This is my prep file for the Udemy course. One of them. It did change. Sorry, I just needed to... Yep, there we go. Oh, that's concerning. Oh, that is very, very, very concerning, actually. What the heck? Have I designed a network in reverse for how it's supposed to work? So I just want to watch the rest of this. That is okay. So what was concerning me was as my learning rate was going down, my error was going up. Which actually makes sense. Like, it would make sense if that's how it... How do I explain this? It makes sense that it's doing that. Learning rate going down and error going up. When it's still learning makes sense, but it actually should be lowering the learning rate as the error is lowering. So it shouldn't be... If the error... What's happening is it's... The learning rate is lowering and the error is increasing. What it should be is as the error rate decreases, the learning rate also decreases. I'm changing them in the wrong order, so by changing the learning rate before the error has adjusted, I'm getting more error because I'm doing less of the learning across each epoch. I'm just gonna change out I'm just gonna remove the shuffle for a minute, because it's gonna make it a little bit easier for me to understand what's going on. No, it didn't. Okay. Huh. Right. I don't know why it's doing that, and I will take care of that one later, because that isn't for this stream. Right, so we've done our error. For this one, what we need to do is a for loop, and it's for size t. I always use size t if you haven't caught on. I is 0. I is less than testing data set rows. I plus plus. Sorry, I want the to do to be in there, just in case I decide to pause. We're forwarding this on to the network. So we're taking the input from the data set and forwarding it to the network. So we need the network, we need the data set. We have both declared in the constructors and all the constructors. Okay, so what I need to do really quickly is pop open the network header. I need to see if something's in there. Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure I declared it in the network and not in the layer itself, because that would have been really kind of messy to declare in the layer itself. So, why is there a question mark in that comment? So we're gonna do what do I call it? Neural net. Yeah. Neural net set inputs. For it's a pointer. And then we are going to take the testing data set, and we are going to take the inputs, which is IN. N inputs is a number of inputs. And we want to do this individually. We don't want to do this lumps. Did I double? Double. Oh. Yeah. Okay, that's why we want to do this individually. I had a note that said individually for some reason. So it's that one in particular. Why isn't that working? Okay. Sorry, I'm not sure what just happened to my screen there. Okay, this is really simple. What am I not thinking about? This is really, really simple. Oh, welcome back, FFA. How are you doing? I'm just having a brain fart where I can't remember how to get a particular vector out of a particular array out of a 2D vector. Yeah, I also just realized why. Oh, okay, I was wrong. Oh my god, why am I blanking on something really simple? It's gonna drive me up the wall. Why am I, like, yeah. Okay, so get from testing data set 2D vector the interior vector at index I of the outer. I know the wording isn't right here. This is just so I can get what's in my head out, at least. Run network calc. And then set I mean, technically, actually, be training, not testing, but whatever. Set testing data output, not actual target, but use target variable to network output. So we want to get the input. We want to pass that input to the network. We want it to calculate the result based on what we like, the working code that we have, what that does. We want that to go off. We want to then take the output and store it in our training stroke testing data structure. So the one we pass in initially is the true structure, like the actual correct answers. The inputs stay the same, but the outputs, the targets change. So the target in the one we bring in is the correct answers. The targets in this one, which is what we're talking about here, are the actual observed answers from our network. And we want to store that in the testing data's target. From there, what we want to do with this data is we want to, and I just want to make sure I have the right one. We're training it, so it's general error. Okay, so we're gonna then set general error at index I of the above loop to and that is ETG, comma, OTG. Just remember what these stand for. Okay, from there, we are going to do loop through. So it's records and then features. So we then loop through J. And as we loop through J, we are going to set error at I at j sorry, I don't have actually what we're setting it to in my notes. Oh. Okay, that's why I don't have it in my notes. Okay, so I need to make a decision for that. Absolute. Hang on. Okay. So we set it at ij, simple error. That's literally all we're doing within that loop. Okay, and then we why? No, we're not done this loop. I'm wrong. And then we do overall, set overall error at I at j to what am I setting it to, actually? Okay, my notes are very unclear on that one, so I'm gonna have to go back and double check what I meant, because I wrote set overall error at I at j to overall error. I don't know what I meant by that. Set overall error to overall error? You don't say! Sorry about that. That does not help us get through this. Then we need to do... so we have error, overall error. Oh! I'm an idiot. Because I literally have set error to error, and I had to sit there and think about it. It's that. I'm just an idiot. I don't know why it didn't catch on to my brain that It's the algorithm I'm talking about. Okay, so once we've done that, we set overall general error to be equal to I love my notes because it's literally the same 3 lines over and over again. Overall general hang on, I'm actually parse this one out so I don't get confused again. Overall general error algorithm, which I don't know sure if that actually matches what's above or not. I think it is its own thing. And then actually no, I have a note for this one. Use simple. Yeah, that's the end of that function. Okay. So that's how we're forwarding the data on. We're forwarding it in this step. We are getting the calculation, then we're forwarding on the error. Alright, so we haven't written these 3 functions out that I'm referencing here. That's why I got confused. I am currently struggling to do this bit. This one we've already done previously. That is not that hard. Technically, we've done that already. We just never stored the data. Now we're going to do that. That's going to be the inverse problem of what's up here. That is fairly easy. That's a for loop. So, you know what we could do is actually just write that for loop. So that for loop is for size t j equals 0. J is less than the neural net dot get why am I using the neural net testing data set number of outputs. I think that's what I wrote earlier. It was based on the number out. Yeah, it was. Increment j. Oh, really? All right. Oh. Sorry, I was thinking of calling the network still and calling that function out of the network. Okay. Sorry for yawning. I'm gonna kill the camera really quickly. And for people new to the stream, that means I'm engaging in my nasty habit of smoking still. But I will still be here. You should still be able to hear me. You're gonna hear some weirdness because I moved to the windowsill, bring the keyboard over. My neighbor's dog has decided to bark at my window when I opened it, apparently. Alright. I am just not 100% certain how I want to tackle that. I am open to suggestions if everyone has any ideas they want to offer up on that one. That being line 339 with my failed attempt at 340. Sweet Jesus, my lighter is dead. No, it isn't. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what I messed up there. Again, it should be something really, really... Excuse me, sorry about that. It should be something really simple, but I don't know what I'm just not thinking about. Oh. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. I know what I need to do. That was, thankfully, that little break away from it. And just, I was looking at Discord, like I was looking at the picture from No Man's Sky, which actually was a really good picture that person took for their game. I worked out what I need to do, and that's, I'm trying to store information where I actually, in a float and not in a vector. That was dumb of me, or a double. In a single double, I am trying to store an array. I need a vector or another array. I kind of want to kick myself for that mistake. That was not smart of me. By the way, FFA, if you're still here, I saw you're on the Discord server. Welcome in. So, to do that, once I finish the cigarette, what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a temporary variable to a local variable that will be a vector. I will resize said vector based on the size of the data set in as interior array of that 2D vector. I will then store the information there in said vector. I will then pass said vector's information over to the network and then do the calculation. So, hang on, I have to move my keyboard to the window. Give me a second. So we're going to do, to do this, what we do is create local variable. Yeah, that was, like, I can't believe I didn't notice it. Like, I knew it was something simple. Like, I knew it was something simple. Actually, I'm going to do brackets so I know that it's, yeah. Okay, so that is what we're actually doing. And just so I don't get confused, this is local. Alright. I honestly don't know how I missed that one. Like, I legitimately don't know how I cocked that up so badly that I didn't see that I'm trying to store a vector. Or an array, technically. Well, it's actually a... This is why I hate C++ sometimes, because arrays and vectors are actually misnamed. I'm trying to pass an array, which is a vector, into a single variable, which I need to make a C++ vector. Of course, it wasn't going to work when I was trying to pass it into the single. That was just dumb of me. That's what that error was about. No, what gets me is that this one didn't work. Because that actually should. That's already a vector. But you know what? I think I cocked that up in a different way. And I'm not going to worry about my failed attempt because, yeah. Okay. What I am now going to do, however, before I forget, is just indent all these so I know that that these parts of the pseudocode, the indented bits, are the explanation for that bit. And also, this is not how I normally pseudocode. I'm literally pseudocoding this way so that I... Sorry, I was just moving from the windowsill back to the chair. So that I have the information. Right. So to do that... what we're gonna do is do std vector of doubles. Yes, I used a full stop instead of a semicolon there for a second. We're going to take input local dot resize, and what we want to resize it to is testing dataset dot in I. Really? Oh, sorry, I skipped something. Right, and now is where I just pause to grab, just quickly and Google something. You know, I'm gonna do this in a very sloppy way, and then I'll clean it up later. So this is gonna be int size local is equal to data dot in I plus 1 minus what were we subtracting from it? Testing data set in I. Okay. And then size local goes in there. Okay, there we go. So we have done that bit. Right. So now we need to pass. Wait, no, hang on. I skipped a step in my pseudocode. So next what we need to do is set input local equal to, oh no, I have that. Oh no, I don't. Okay. So now we should be large enough to store the information that we need to pass. And, okay. So input local is equal to testing data set in I. What error are you giving me now? No operator equal matches the operand's operand type, standard vector, double pointer to standard allocator. You know what? We're just cheating on that one. So I'm just looking at C++.com for a similar error. So let's just look at what this person's done, see where their error is. Oh, that is not what I'm dealing with. Okay. Okay, not useful. I'm just gonna go back here, make sure that I'm thinking about this correctly. Sorry, wrong one. Where do I set in? Where do I actually set this? Oh, it's not gonna be down there. That's where we randomize it. Rows in I. Okay, we set it there. Hey, other Zach, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Finally could catch one of your streams. Your name seems really familiar. I don't mean just the fact we share the same first name, but like your entire name, Zach Manifold, seems really familiar to me. Do you do content on YouTube? I swear I've seen your name somewhere, and it's driving me up the wall. Driving me up the wall, like literally you've just come in. Ow, sorry, my leg is really like being restless with me right now. Okay, we're trying to get... Alright, I'm just gonna pop open the simian data for a moment just to think about what I'm doing. Give me a second. Alright, so there's the simian data again. And I'm just gonna parse out one bit of the data. Okay, and what we're doing with that is we've parsed this into two parts. Okay, so this is TG. This is IN. I'm actually going to take a second one just so I can, again, think about it. Okay, we're going to do that. And then bring that down here. This is TG. Oh, no, we're just going to put index 1 equals. And this is index 0. And this is IN1. And this is 0. I have commented on one of your previous streams, so maybe lol. My upload schedule has been pretty terrible lately. Yeah, I know how that goes. Oh god, I know how that goes. Maybe it was from one of your comments. I'm gonna after the stream, I'm gonna have to look that up because I honestly feel like I've either seen one of your videos before or it's a comment I'm remembering. Yeah. How are you doing today, by the way? So, what we're trying to do is get the INs, which we have separated out in the parse. So, first off, I already see a problem on what I'm trying to do that's unrelated to the error we're experiencing. No. No, it isn't. I lied. Sorry. INTG. It's separated out. We parsed it. So it's not going to be the problem. Well, sorry. It's not going to be the unrelated problem I thought it was going to be. So, that's fine. Right. Let's just pop back over to Delta rule. Let's get that notepad back open. Okay, so we want to get I just have the weirdest feeling. No. This is something really, really simple, which is why it's pissing me off so much, because I should be able to figure this out without any thought, and yet it is just causing me so many issues. You know what? I don't... I don't mind doing this in a very drawn-out way. We're going to do it that way. So what we're going to do is for size... God damn that error. I'm going to use K so I don't get confused with the I's and J's. We'll do for size K0, and then what we'll do is if K is less than size local, K gets incremented. Okay. Let's comment this bit out because that definitely isn't working. And what we're gonna do then, again, I'm gonna do this in a really long form. I know it can be reduced, but I am just blanking how to get the stuff so I can clean it up down the road. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to get a double I'm just gonna call this test for now. Actually, I'm gonna call this val test, just so I know what I'm grabbing. And I want to get our data testing data set in at I, and that will give me an error at K. Okay. And then I'm going to do input local at I is equal to val test. You know what? Just give me a moment. I am making up new words today. Give me a moment. If it was something really that simple, I'm going to kick myself. Nope, okay. That's fine. Okay, I will clean that up later. I just need that information, okay? Alright, so now we've done that bit. Now, to finish out the rest of this, we need to, well, okay, we've already got rid of that. We need to do this last little bit. Actually, hang on, I want to delete that line. So, neural net, which is a pointer, set inputs, and we're gonna pass in our input local. Okay, there we go. Now we're back on track. Sorry for that very long deviation of me trying to figure out what I have done wrong, and for the very long way of doing something very simple. Again, I will clean that up later. Sorry, I am laughing at my own stupidity right now. And then we need to run our network calculation. So, sorry, I'm also gonna just close that out because we don't need it anymore. Not save it because yikes. Sorry, I was getting the chat back up by closing all those windows. For some reason, the chat minimized again on me. Don't know why OBS does that, but hey, it is what it is, I guess. All right, so done that bit. Run the network calc. Right, I'm just gonna cheat because I can't remember how I called this up earlier. Network calc is the name. Okay, so we then do neural net network calc. Okay, and that bit's done. Okay, and next we are going to go back into the testing data, and we're going to set the observed output to our targets. So we want testing dataset dot target. Oh god. Now we're doing that in reverse. I is equal to, if I remember right, you've implemented neural networks a few times, right? What were some of the use cases you were building them for, or was it for learning experiences? So I have done a couple to attempt to replicate some previous research. So, oh my god, I'm blanking on what they did. Or, like, blanking on the field. Material sciences. That's the field. So there was a neural network. So one of the ones I've written was, so actually really short answer. Short answer first. Some of them have had use cases. Some of them are for learning experiences. My overall goal I've not achieved yet. And that is because it's going to take not just writing the networks, and I've written networks for it, but I have particular things I want to do with them. I just haven't had a chance to actually do them. And that's because I have to go through ethics committees and things like that, and I just haven't had a chance to actually get all the prelim stuff done to go through ethics. But some of the ones I've done is I've tried to replicate what they did in material sciences, where this was like in 2019, 2018. I can't quite remember when the paper came out. They fed a neural network, an unsupervised neural network, data from papers from like between, I think it was 2000 and 2010. And then, no, it was like 2005 and 2010. It was 5 years. And then had it predict what would be in papers between 2010 and 2015. Now, mind you, they did this in 2018, 2019, so they knew what was coming out, but the network didn't. And the network successfully predicted things that, you know, researchers hadn't even thought of. So I've tried to design one network to do unsupervised learning around that. Yeah, my algorithms were way off. It did not work well. I have done neural networks for facial recognition, for object recognition, for color recognition. I've used them for research purposes. I've designed a neural network that has done eye tracking, which did not work as well as just using the eye tracking software I had. And then again, I was working in someone else's like code, so I was probably not doing a good job with it. But those are the sort of main cases I've done, is trying to build one to see if it could predict future papers. Did not work well. Facial recognition, which worked well. Color recognition, which worked well, and image recognition, which worked well for what we were doing for that research. I want to, on YouTube at some point, do a series on designing a small robotic self-driving car that can recognize, say, stop signs, road lines, things like that, just to show how you can use neural networks. I'll be using a neural fuzzy network for that, though, because a fuzzy brake system, acceleration system, works a little bit better than a crisp network design. So it is a mix of both learning experiences and actual use experiences. I would like to actually just work in neural networks as a career at this point, because I really enjoy working with them. So I enjoy writing them and doing these kinds of things. But I don't see that happening anytime soon, unfortunately. Hey, K-Beard, welcome in. Is that do it at the car thing? I actually plan to, but unfortunately, I'm delayed due to the chip shortage. To give you an idea, I was going to do it with a Raspberry Pi and an Adreno. While I can find Adrenos, I can't find a Raspberry Pi. I can find them on Amazon. I can find them in Germany. But the price, I need 3 Raspberry Pis for like the series I was gonna do. And the price for a single Raspberry Pi off of Amazon is the MSPR cost for, the MSPR cost for one, let me try that sentence again. The cost off of Amazon for a single Raspberry Pi is the cost at MSPR for 3. So I haven't bought them, because I'm not going to buy one thing at the price of 3. And if I try to buy it from Germany, I can get Adrenos really easily. Those are real easy for me to find for some reason. That, and I have like a supply somewhere. Like 3 supply sources for Adrenos. Make friends with technicians, by the way. But I can't get the Raspberry Pis. So once I get the Raspberry Pis, I'll actually do that series. which will be hilarious because I haven't done soldering or any sort of like engineering work like that in 7 years, 6 years, 6 years, 6 years. It will be 7 years in September, so nearly 7 years. Sorry, my head is still feeling a bit wonky. Not due to COVID, just due to lack of sleep and stuff. So, right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I am setting the targets. So, I might have to do this in another loop. Give me 1 second. I need to just pop over to the network to see my my outputs. Get outputs. I just went into the wrong thing. I'm like, what am I looking at? Neural net. Get outputs. Wait, what are my issues here? Oh, screw this. I'm just doing this the long way. I'll work out the short way later on. My brain is like fried still, dudes. Can you set up a neural net over Kubernetes clusters on a Raspberry Pi? You know, I've actually seen a paper on that, like a theory paper. I'm not sure if they actually did it. I mean, you can set up a neural network over anything. Like, you can run a neural network on a cell phone. Is it going to be an efficient neural network? Maybe not. Maybe, depending on what you're doing with it. Sorry, I'm just clearing out some notifications I have that are just random Twitch people going live. It depends on what you're doing. Like, for example, with this network, I don't need to use my RTX. Yeah, my computer has a 3070 in it, and the reason I have a 3070 isn't for gaming. It's because I run some of my neural nets over CUDA. And in fact, actually what I'm going to do with this tutorial at some point, this live stream at some point, is actually show you how to code in a network to run on the CUDA cores. I mean, it depends on what you're doing. So yes, you could write a neural network to run on Raspberry Pi really easily. Like, that's what my thing's going to be. What you're trying to do with the network, what you want it to do overall, okay, that might be limited by the hardware you're working with. But in theory, yes. I recently started moving into embedded development like 2 months ago. I've started using STM32 chips mostly. My soldering skills are not very great. I've never done embedded development on my own, which is why I kind of want to do it as like a tutorial. Like, the coding part would be a tutorial, and then the actual, like, we're gonna now, put this onto the chip and set up the board to do exactly only what's on this chip. I have never done that on my own. I have only ever done that supervised during training while in my PhD. I am terrified at trying to do that alone, because I know I am going to, all puns intended with this next statement, solve something up. Sorry, I thought that was funny. I am very easily amused, clearly. I need to stop moving my head as much. Like, turning my head to look at the chat and then turning to look at the camera is causing all sorts of weirdness with my brain. Just so I have that above it. We're going to do another for size T. We'll use K again. K is less than size local. That is going to be a very useful variable. All right. So I hear pterodactyls every time I hear the song. Get output. That is the singular version. Okay, that's what I wanted. All right, and then this will be double Also, I'm going to change this from val test to val local now that we know this works. And we're just going to reverse that entire process. And instead, we're going to get the neural net. We're going to get output singular. Son of a... I don't expect that to work. Okay. I was just curious for half a second. It's been pretty fun, honestly. My current project is trying to build my own physical calculator with a keypad and LCD. I finished writing a simple... See, I've seen a lot of tutorials on that. A lot. Actually, the very first thing I did was that one during my PhD. The technician and the person who taught me... MATLAB, so I learned neural networks first in MATLAB. Anyone who's ever worked in MATLAB, you know the pain of doing that. If you've never worked in MATLAB, if you decide you want to learn MATLAB, never admit to people you know how to do MATLAB. I'm just gonna say that right now, because the second you work in an industry where you know how to use MATLAB, yeah. Still waiting on the parts to get here. And there's a massive part shortage in the UK. Like, the cost for the last edition of the Raspberry Pi is above the MSPR of the new edition of the Raspberry Pi. So not only can't I get a single Raspberry Pi for less than the cost of 3 Raspberry Pis, I can't get an older Raspberry Pi for less than the cost of a new Raspberry Pi. And that's a used one even. Much pain, yeah. To be fair, like what I used MATLAB for was SPM, and I know a lot of people who know MATLAB don't touch the SPM side of it, because unless you are doing biomedical and neuroscience research, you have no reason to ever touch the SPM. For those of you who don't know, SPM is the tool that is used in fMRI research to calculate out the data. And then MATLAB is actually, I think, one of the only ones that didn't get called up as being potentially a major problem. So for anyone who doesn't know, dead salmon have brainwaves. I am not going to continue that story until someone reacts to that statement in chat, by the way. But I'm just going to let that sit there. Dead salmon have brainwaves. All right, so we're gonna store the value there. Also, don't Google it, by the way. Let me Google it for you and show you on screen. Just I want to respond to that before I continue that story. All right. It's like your friend knowing your own truck. And then we're gonna do testing. Data set target. Okay, I got my WTF. So, this paper won a prize. Also, if you can actually find the original paper, it is hilarious to read, because they know, like, this paper, by the way, so for anyone who doesn't know, in research, there are 2 journals. So, just really quickly, what is a journal? A journal is a publication of research. A good journal is a peer-reviewed journal. I'm a peer reviewer, so I'm published. Being published, one of my responsibilities, because I don't get paid for my publications, but they publish it anyway, one of my responsibilities for not having to pay to get my stuff published and not getting any royalties off my publications is that I have to volunteer my time to review other people's publications. If you don't get what I'm saying it's a effed up system, a very effed up system. Like, screw the publish or perish system of academia. Screw it so hard. Also, Elsevier. Elsevier is the largest publisher of journals, and despite having lowered their running costs significantly, they have annually increased their prices at a rate double or more than double what their the decrease in their running costs. So they're spending less money but charging more money and don't give us royalties for our publications. Like all my publications outside of a couple are with Elsevier in different Elsevier journals. I have one in Sage. No, I have two in a Sage journal, and I think one in a Cambridge Press journal. But yeah, I have to review them. So the two big ones, the two sort of gold standard ones, are Nature and Science, and one is from the U.S., one is from the U.K. I can't remember which one the dead salmon study got into. So when I say these are the gold standard journals, if you get published in one of those journals as a named author, your career is set. Like, people are just going to hire you because you are in that journal. That is how good of a journal it is. Now, good in quotes. We'll ignore the replication crisis across all of research as I talk about this. So the dead salmon study is actually in there. And so we're just going to Google this. So, this is the dead salmon study. That is a dead, frozen salmon. That is brain activity in said dead, frozen salmon. Here is the poster they did about it. Like, so I'm just going to read this out loud since it's really small. Subject: one mature Atlantic salmon, Salmon salar, participated in the fMRI study. The salmon was approximately 18 inches long, weighed 3.8 pounds, and was not alive at the time of scanning. I'm going to say that again. And not alive at the time of scanning. Task: the task administered to the salmon involved completing an open-ended mentalizing task. Sorry, this always makes me giggle. The salmon was shown a series of photographs depicting human individuals in social situations with specific emotional valence. The salmon was asked to determine what emotion the individual in the photo must have been experiencing. By the way, if you don't get this, it's very tongue-in-cheek. They're making a joke. They're making a very serious joke. Like, the actual implications of what they are saying are so important. This paper is one of the most important papers in fMRI studies, but they wrote it as a joke to illustrate what the problem is. Design: stimuli were presented in a block design with each photo presented for 10 seconds followed by 12 seconds of rest. It was frozen. A total of 15 actually, it was somebody's lunch, if I remember correctly. They picked it up to bring home. A total of 15 photographs were displayed. The total scan time was 5.5 minutes. Now, the full paper, because that's from the poster presentation of it, like the full paper they talk about. So we had to calibrate our fMRI machine, and we got really bored of using the standard things to calculate it. So we decided to see what we can put into the machine. And the dead salmon is the last one they put in. So what this paper is actually about is because they talk about the paper the entire time as if the salmon actually did all these things, and had brain activity. But like the end of the paper is, clearly it's a dead salmon. It didn't have brain activity. What we're demonstrating with this paper is the type 2 error, a type 1 error, a false positive. If you don't remember type 1 versus type 2 error, it's a story of the boy who cried wolf. At the start of the story of the boy who cried wolf, the villagers think that there is a wolf, but there isn't. False positive, type 1. At the end of the story, when the boy cries wolf and there is a wolf, the villagers don't believe him. False negative, type 2. So this was a paper about type 1 errors in research, and they wrote it as if they didn't realize that there was a type 1 error, and clearly this is a type 1 error. We're demonstrating the limitations of fMRI research and what you need to be mindful of. And as a result, because it is, that argument is such an important argument in research, and they demonstrated in the most brilliant way how that happens. They didn't go out to, by the way, when they did this, they didn't set out to do that. They literally were being serious. We were bored. We wanted to see what we could use to calibrate the machine. We found something weird. We wrote a paper about that weird thing. They won the Ig Nobel Prize, and it's one of the few Ig Nobel Prizes ever awarded for a paper that actually this is why I went back, that actually had significant scientific impact. Because most of them are about bad studies. This study, while bad, is intentionally bad to illustrate why this is a problem. Yeah, so like that's why it was so important. Now, why I brought up SPMs and this issue is back in 2017, 2018, somewhere around there, a paper came out that was talking about, so there's 3 major SPM packages out there, by the way. MATLAB is one of the 3, or has one of the 3. This paper came out saying there might be an error in the algorithm used in the image recognition to resize fMRI data, which called into question a vast majority of fMRI research. By the way, most people who talk about fMRI research in terms of like commercial industry are bullshitting you. Like when I did my fMRI training, we had to go through and look at particular companies offering MRI packages saying, oh, we can use fMRI for lie detection. I mean, that was the one I had. It was so easy to find. Like, yeah, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That's bullshit. And you're just making crap up here and charging people a lot of money. But because this thing came out saying these SPM packages, not this paper, it was a different paper that pointed this out, that called into question that we might have a whole bunch of type 1 errors. And why do we have type 1 errors and not type 2 errors, you might be asking? And that's because of something known as the file drawer effect. And this is something that really pisses me off about statistics. So first off, when we talk about statistics, I've ranted here before about how math is actually the correct abbreviation of the word mathematics, and the British abbreviation maths with an S at the end is actually wrong because mathematics isn't a plural. However, statistics is a plural because there are 2 types of statistics. There is only one type of mathematics. And what I mean by that is calculus was invented because algebra took too long. But everything you can do in calculus, you can do in algebra. Everything you can do in algebra, you can do with basic arithmetic. There is only one language. There is just different dialects within that. But they translate directly over to each other. Statistics has 2 languages. When we traditionally think about statistics, we think about something called inferential statistics. The other one is Bayesian statistics. Now, until very recently, we couldn't actually use Bayesian statistics. And Bayesian statistics have been around since, I think, Bayes was alive in the 1700s? When did Bayes die? I want the information on Bayes. Not actually on... We're just going to search Bayes. 1700s. So this was invented in the 1700s, but we didn't have the calculating power to actually handle how the probabilities work until very recently. We also didn't have the means to collect the data to get the a priori information. So as a result of using inferential statistics, and something you need to understand with inferential statistics is that you can't prove anything with inferential statistics. The word proof is an invalid word when it comes to inferential statistics. Now, you might have just noticed I said inferential in a very weird way. I emphasize the inferential, or I emphasize the fact that it's an inference. Inferential statistics means you are making an inference. You have a population you care about, say all university students. You get a sample of university students across the nation. So all university students in the UK. You get a sample of university students across the UK. That sample you run your test on, your statistical test. From those results, you make an inference about the population. Because you are making an inference, you are finding support for a hypothesis. Actually, that technically is wrong. You're finding support for or against a null hypothesis. And the reason why it's for or against a null hypothesis is the foundational principle of science is the principle of fallibility. The principle is that I can be wrong. Which is why when you look at something like Freud violated that principle so much that all his research is bullshit. So, when you have inferential statistics, In truth, you actually can't tell if you have a type 1 or type 2 error. We have means to test this and look at it. For example, a couple of years ago, I had a research student running a study, literally 2 academic years ago, running a study on conspiracy theory beliefs, COVID beliefs, so beliefs that COVID is a threat, and health anxiety. Now, he was replicating previous research, and I told him very early on when he came to me with his a priori power analysis, you are not going to find anything. Because you're going to find all these papers publish type 1 errors. Because we can actually see with some of the extra steps if it's a type 1 error. All these papers said, oh yeah, there's significant results. So when it's significant, we found support for the alternative hypothesis found no support for the null hypothesis in favor of the alternative hypothesis. The alternative hypothesis is the hypothesis we are testing. And the reason I knew this was, well, despite finding a significant result, once you did the effect size calculation, what is the magnitude of that difference between people who believe in COVID and don't, it was trivial. It was so small that it's actually known as a trivial effect size. And then the other thing you can look at in that paper is the fact they had like 13,000 participants. You get enough people into a study, you will find a significant result regardless. There's diminishing returns on sample sizes with inferential statistics. But what happens, and now I'm talking about things getting published, what happens is as a result of this, people avoid publishing non-significant results, which I have so many issues with that it is unbelievable. The unpublished research, because they get non-significant results, are known as file drawer. It's called the file drawer effect. People put the paper in a file drawer and forget it exists. Of course, the problem with that is, with inferential statistics, it's actually even harder to determine if the non-significant result is due to a type 2 error, so a false negative, or if it's actually due to a truly non-significant association or differences between two groups. Now, you can actually use Bayesian statistics to determine which one it is. But because people treat non-significant results as, oh, my hypothesis is right, we just don't have the right information, they don't publish it, when it could legitimately actually be non-significant. So having all these papers published that are significant, when you have an error in the calculation, in the software that you are using, means that those non-significant papers actually might be accurate. A lot more than the ones that were published. So it called into question a lot of this, and MATLAB was one of the only ones that did not get called in on this. Now, I still have a major issue with how SPMs work, because when you go to the hospital and get an MRI or an fMRI, they don't resize the image. They just take the image as is and look at the Zeeman splitting or Z splitting, whatever term you want to use for the change in the polarity to see the blood flow and see the ionization, all that other fun stuff going on in the head. By the way, if you ever do fMRI training, you learn nuclear physics, like just one formula of nuclear physics. It's kind of a creepy, it's really long. Actually, I might have it saved on this computer somewhere. Anyway, but when you do a fMRI study, you can't just take the raw image. And the reason you can't take the raw image is I'm 6'1". I am not a short person, and I am a bit heavy set, let's be fair, right? Let's say you compare me to somebody who's 5'1", a foot shorter than me, and only weighs, say, about 45 kilograms, 100 pounds. If you want that in stone, Google it. They're going to be much smaller than me. And, I agree with that one. They're going to be much smaller than me. Their head is going to be smaller than my head. So our images aren't going to be the same size. The slice images. So when we talk about slices, be it angle, I'm not even going to talk about angle or depth or width of the slice. We're talking about just the Hang on. Let's go back, actually, because the dead salmon, that is a slice. That is a slice. That is a slice. These are multiple slices on the side there. It's just, imagine you're literally slicing a brain up. Each slice is going to be a different size than the last one, of course, yes. But the same slice of my brain is going to be a different size than a person who is much smaller than me. So you can't directly compare them. What you have to do, and this is actually machine learning algorithms are involved in this, is resize the voxels of the image to be the same size. And we use a standardized image to do so. And that's where my issue comes in, is the standardized image we only use one. All three of the SBM packages I know of that are the big ones use a French woman's brain from like the 1980s or 1990s to standardize their image. And there's been questions about actually using her brain because she had brain abnormalities, and the software is looking for certain features in each brain, and it's not matching on correctly. Sorry for the very long rant around the use of neural networks and fMRI stuff, and just some tangential crap. So no, the slice is actually the image. It's literally imagine like a brain on a chopping block, like a cutting board. I mean, not a chopping block, on a cutting board, and you're cutting the brain like a piece of bread. Which, by the way, I've done before. Sorry, for anyone who doesn't know, I used to teach neuroanatomy and neurodissection during my PhD. I really enjoyed it, by the way. So if you were to literally slice a brain up like a piece of bread, and then take a picture of it, that picture of each part of each bread slice is the slice. What you're thinking about when you're talking about the pass of the electron is the timing, which can be very complicated. I'm not even going to try to explain timing, because while I've done MRI research before and fMRI research before, or have been involved in it as not a participant, as a lab coordinator, I barely understand how to figure out the timings of things. It is I'd rather explain how the Zeeman splitting works with relation to the amount of iron in somebody's blood. That makes more sense to me. The funny part is, timing of a slice is technically, theoretically easier to understand, but applying it is much harder. Which I do think is hilarious. Let me see if I have my the formula on the computer. I mean, I can Google if I don't, but I'm just curious if I have it. Where would I have saved it to? Oh god, my computer just froze trying to open that file, that folder. I'm waiting for my external hard drive just to die, because I've tried to open up a folder from ages ago. That is teaching work. PhD. That is research for my PhD. That was published. That is my doctoral dissertation. That is me preparing to sue my first estate agent in the UK for keeping my deposit when they actually said my place was fine. That is a set of publications. Okay, so it's not there. VR publication resources. Email, meta-analysis, reading, tools. Would I put it in tools? Nope, that is my publication that I sent to somebody. Paper, conference, research ideas. That is a copy of the other folder for some reason in there. Random information sheets. Oh. I shouldn't laugh at that. Okay, so it's not in there. Will it be in here? Ooh, my Witcher 2 game. I was looking for that earlier. Oh yeah, I did have that installed on that computer. Let's go to there. Documents. School. There we go. DDP. Nope, that is just my DDP record. So DDP is the developmental, professional development record, or doctoral development process, or something like that. Every university has a different name for it. Studies by stuff by others. I am really afraid to open this. This is when I was working in Python. What is this? Facial recognition. Okay. Or sorry, emotional recognition. I'm not going to open that up because that's definitely student work and not my other thing. That is SPSS data. That is when I changed computers. Wow. I am actually really curious what... No, not that. That is not what I was curious about. What is this? Oh, that's me doing peer review work, and it's not finished. Okay. There is more Python code. That isn't right. There is that thing, lectures. Why do I have a lecture called Why Cosmetics? Why cosmetics work? What? That's a lecture on how to do cold water diving. Yeah, I tried to do cold water diving. I don't like it because you can't see stuff, and because I'm nearly blind without my contacts, that just doesn't set well with me. Like, I don't mind scuba diving, but I don't like cold water scuba diving. No. I'll do warm water scuba diving any day. And I get that cold water means you're more trained, but those are my lectures on neuroscience. Okay. That is my lecture on modeling statistics. I don't have the stuff, but we can look it up, you know. Let me just get a quick copy of this open. And fMRI calculation. I don't want the power calculation, yo. Okay, this is a power calculator. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the actual blood ionization calculation. That is actually really cool. I honestly did not know that software package existed. I'm going to have to look into that later on. Hey, Cambridge University. It's the bold calculation I'm looking for, by the way. There it is. Wait, is that the bold calculation? No, that's not the bold calculation. That is the other calculation. No. Yeah, that's the other calculation. Bold calculation, fMRI. Okay, I don't care that you're using a 2 Tesla MRI machine. I actually want the try bold formula instead of calculation. Again, that's about the actual there we go. Wikipedia doesn't have the calculation in it. First time Wikipedia has not had one of these calculations. Like, really? I just want the bold calculation. Yeah, okay, we'll come back to that later. I got really off topic. Like, if you can tell, I love research. Like, I will ramble about research all day long. It does go on to random tangents in it if you give me the space to do so. Sadly, I've never been published in fMRI research. Joys of doing lab assistant work. You don't get counted for crap. Alright, where were we in this? Sorry. We are setting the target data set, which is a 2D vector. So we're going to start at I, and then the particular index K will be the val local. Okay. And sorry for anyone who doesn't give a crap about, like, statistics and research and things like that. I honestly, like, I'm really, really tempted to write my own statistics course, either for YouTube or Udemy, just to get people to understand it. Like, I have written and delivered 1, 2, 3... Sorry, I should say I've written. I've also delivered them too, but 4. So, in 6 years of being an academic, I have written and delivered... Sorry, 7 years of being an academic. The number was off there. I have written and delivered... Actually, no. That number is wrong. I've written and delivered 5. Not classes, but entire modules, entire courses for those in the US on statistics at introduction and advanced levels. Now, some of that it wasn't my particular course stroke module I was running, but I was running the second one, so me and the person from the first one worked together. You know, I really like that. It's one of the things I really love teaching. And I like actually teaching it correctly. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but we will phrase things incorrectly to help people understand a lot of the times the statistics. Like, we'll talk about support for the alternative hypothesis, and I will even say that because it's just accepted, and everyone knows what you really mean is you failed to find support for the null hypothesis, so you are favoring the alternative hypothesis, or whatever wording you want to use. And the reason why that wording is so important is all that philosophy stuff. And you don't really have to think about that until you have a PhD. There's a reason why it's a doctorate of philosophy in whatever your field is. So if you're in a science field, it's a doctorate of philosophy of the philosophy of science in whatever field you're studying. So be it neuroscience, be it medicine, be it psychology, it is a doctorate, it is the philosophy of the science that informs neuroscience, the philosophy of the science that informs psychology, the philosophy of the science that informs medicine. And those philosophies, when I have research students, I say, oh, you know, I'm doing this study, what approach should I use? And if they're at the master's degree level or higher, my response is, I don't know what approach you should use. Make a decision. It doesn't have to be one I agree with. Make a decision that makes sense for what you're doing and find support, so other researchers who have done that, and use that as your basis. At the PhD level, it's even worse than that. It's like literally, you tell me. I don't even give them that option. You tell me. You don't ask me that question. It is your job. You are when you're at PhD level, you're making those decisions on what philosophical grounds you stand on. So, for example, when I do a lot of my more pure psych research as compared to the neuroscience stuff of it, I'm known as a purist. I do not engage in data transformation. I do not engage in removing outliers unless I know the outlier is actually an issue. So, like, for example, when you're doing reaction time, you measure reaction time in milliseconds. If you have a reaction time that's a second, the person was blinking, sneezing, looking away. Yeah, you can get rid of it. It doesn't make sense. But I don't mean that when I talk about teaching it properly. Because, God, no, you have to get through the basics. What I mean is, for example, we teach confidence intervals incorrectly. I have seen textbooks that have it incorrectly in there. We teach that confidence intervals when we're looking at the mean, so when we're looking at, say, a 95% confidence interval around a mean, what we tell people is that represents that the population, the true mean, think about the observed versus expected we do when we talk about loss and error in a neural network. That actually is statistical error. It's the same thing in pure stats. All a neural network is pure stats. It's a linear regression. Or, sorry, it's not linear. It's not always linear. It's a regression-based algorithm system, which is why you can do both classification and identification. Classification and pattern matching, because it's both differences and associations. Don't worry if you don't get that bit. But if you understand neural networks, hey, you understand a lot of statistics, actually. I came at it the other way around. I did statistics, then neural networks. So when I came into it, I was just doing the programming side. It made sense to me already. I just had to learn the programming part. So we teach that it represents where the population, the true mean, lies. That isn't correct. That is a dumbed down way of saying what it really is. So when we say we have a 95% confidence interval of this mean, and here's the range, what we're saying isn't, within this range somewhere the population mean falls. What we're saying is if we run 100 other people run the same study we did in the same way we ran it, 95 of those studies will have a mean somewhere in this range. Doesn't mean the population. It means how well controlled is my study. You want a small confidence interval. Wide confidence intervals are bad. It shows an uncontrolled or poorly controlled study. It shows noise. Sorry, I made that face because I wrote an entire thing for that Udemy course called Noise, and it's actually the longest lecture in there because I love talking about noise and handling noise in data. But yeah, I would start with, if I were to teach it online, all right, this is what we say, and this is why we say it. Now, here's what it actually means. But if you understand it as it represents a population mean at this level, that's fine. When you get further on, you do need to understand that actually isn't true and why that matters. And again, because it's inferential. By the way, if anyone wants a really good person to read about Bayesian statistics, which is the better form of statistics in my opinion, Zoltan Danes, I'm not sure if I'm saying his last name right. Weird part is I've met the person, I've had beers with the person. I can never remember how to pronounce his last name. Why did my home city come? What? Okay, I'm not sure why my home city, the city I currently live in, came up. Zoltan Danes, Bayesian. Oh, I spelled his first name wrong, I think. Hang on. Bayesian statistics in support of null hypothesis testing. Let me just get this on the screen. I like my terrain height map. Good. I mean, a terrain height map is... I'm just not going to make that joke. You know where I was going to go with that, I think. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. That's not the one. There it is. Okay, if you want a really good... By the way, this paper, honestly, the introduction of this paper is that long-winded rant I just gave about type 1 and type 2 error. Like, this actually explains it in one of the clearest and best ways I've ever seen it explained. I love this man's writing, and I love his teaching. And he's really, really friendly, too. Like, this is really brilliant. I like that he calls that the dance of p-values. Okay, sorry. But his papers and his textbooks, or chapters in textbooks, yeah, it's textbook. I couldn't remember if it was a textbook or a chapter, sorry. Are well worth the read. I'll put the name in the chat just so people have it. I, again, honestly recommend almost anything by this man in terms of his writing. Also, I think he runs one of the best statistical programs in the UK. Like, I've seen what he does, and I am thoroughly impressed by this man. I'll also post a link directly to this paper in the chat too. I say that like it's something that people should aspire to be impressed by me. No, it isn't. I'm not that much of an ego. I want to gush over how much I like this person's work and how influential it's been on me. Not in terms of the stuff around inferential statistics. I knew that before I read his work, but in terms of the use of Bayesian statistics. He's actually the person that sold me on teaching Bayesian statistics to students. I'm not the best at teaching Bayesian. I honestly struggle teaching it. Okay, sorry, I just was rambling. Alright, so we've done this bit. We're now going to set the general error. And of the above loop to... How do I do that? What do I mean by that? Alright, so it's a 1D vector. So it's an array. So I'm just gonna check the music is still in the correct playlist. It is, okay. I set it so it only will loop through this playlist, so we shouldn't actually ever leave the playlist. Alright, sorry, I'm just looking at my notes again. I accidentally scrolled way off, so I'm like nowhere near this function. I'm back in my notes about the calculations that I'm talking about down here, which we'll have to do before we finish this out. Where are they in my notes? Where in my notes are they? So we're getting the output, we're storing the output. Okay, so we then will do general error at index I. I'm not going to use at for this one. Is equal to, I'm just going to put 0 just to make sure that works. Okay. Actually, I'm going to do something a bit different here. Because I need 2 bits of information, and I just deleted one of them, technically. That is not what I meant to do. Okay. There we go. All right. I'm gonna make sure I haven't used TG anywhere else in here. Okay, I haven't. Right, so what we're doing next. Okay, sorry, I thought my tinnitus has drowned out the music. The music volume just, or the music just changed there. my notes don't make sense. I've written general error is a 1D vector, and then I'm passing in 2 bits of information. I am now wondering if I meant there I have a formula that I want to do. I'm just going to scroll down on my notes to my list of formulas. It's a formula. So, to do, and we're going to do this now, by the way, algae for algorithm. So, I feel like I actually want to put this in private. What we'll do is double. Double. Sorry, I do that every time the E error happens. When I type the word double in. And it's going to be calc. Which one are we doing? General error. Okay. Actually, set general error. And we need to pass in an array of values. I guess the closest letter to the Greek symbol in my head is Y. And then another array of values. There we go. Put our terminator there. Let's just define that really quickly. So we get rid of that error on this one. Let's take this, go back here. All right, we're going to implement it there. And we're going to pass in is and just want to make sure I'm not screwing what up. Am I doing this in the right order? This is forward. We're in the forward function. So we're passing through, yeah, the expected target and the observed target. Do I have the things backwards? You know what? I'm just gonna call this. That's gonna make more sense to me. Value target, value observed. So, also that means I need to change that down. Why did I put it in the wrong spot? That's under. Okay. So we're gonna pass in expected and then observed. Okay. So our expected value. By the way, if you don't know what this really is, it's y hat. Actually, in this case, it's y minus y hat. Yes, you can also do it the other way around. As long as you're consistent, it doesn't matter. And for those of you not familiar with that formula, it's the foundation of all statistics. Jesus. So this is actually for means, I realize, but you can change that for error. So this would be observed minus expected. So if you look at sum of errors, the formula is the same. Except for now it is the, we're calling it the predicted value and the, the predicted value of y. It is Y. I knew it was Y. I don't know why I was like doubting myself that it's V. I was thinking value. It is Y. I'm having a Bethel moment today, it seems. Okay, so with that in place, we have to pass in, as I mentioned, and just am going to do that now. Testing, sorry, I can't remember the name of the variable. Dataset.tg, comma, observed output. Screw it, we're doing this as vectors. std vector double yt std vector double yo. I'll just resize crap. That will make my life so much easier instead of switching between the types. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore that error for a moment. Get rid of that return. We'll put it back later on. Just give me a moment. I'm opening up a new notepad for myself so I can have a copy of both my forward notes on one side and this note for how I'm calculating this out on the other side. Okay. So size t, if you can't tell, we're gonna have a loop if I'm doing this. And we're gonna call this ny is equal to yt dot size. And then we're gonna create a double called result local, which will equal out to 0 at the start. All right, and then we'll do for size t, I is equal to 0, I is less than ny, I plus plus. Right, so then we're going to take result, and we're going to do plus equal. By the way, if you ever see me do this above a loop, then most likely what I'm doing is I'm going to be, using some form like that, where it's adding it to something that already exists, so we're getting a sum. It's also the reason why I brought up the formula a moment ago for error. And again, for those of you who don't know, that little symbol there means sum. So what we're doing is within the loop body, we're doing this bit. Just this bit. Now, if we actually are going to be including the squaring or not is a different option, and that's something I talked about in the previous stream because there's different ways to calculate out error. This is the residual error, so residual sum of squares, it's the residual error. However, there is also mean absolute error instead. I like how Google knows me enough to know that, which works this way. So, which gives you the mean version of it, and there's also mean standard error, which takes the other formula we just looked at. There, see, again, we have observed or expected minus observed squared individually, then take all those individual observations and expectations and add them together, sum it, and then multiply it by 1 over the number of observations. So there are different ways to calculate this out. We're just doing that interior portion with this loop though. We're just doing the y minus y hat portion. All right. See, it's good I ranted about statistics, because now I can bring the statistics back into this. Sorry. I will show myself out. Yeah, no, I actually am forgetting a very simple thing in C++, and I'm kind of afraid to, embarrassed to admit it. Give me a second. I just want to see. I think I've included CMath in one of these. Check the parent. I did not, so we might actually to include CMath. Okay, so what we're gonna do is, hang on. Or just math, apparently. Math, oh, sorry, POW. Actually, POW-F, we're working with doubles. YT at I minus YO, which should just be Y, I realize, but I like the reminder of observe, to the degree overall error. All right, so that's that calculation that I was just had on screen a second ago. Sorry. So calculating the individual error variance and return the standardized error SSE? SCE? Oh, I can never remember that acronym. Jesus Christ. And it was literally on the page I had up a moment ago, so. Right. So. I need to look up what my thing was called in this. It's these two. Okay. So, which one do I want? Oh, hey, I have it right there. SSE. Okay. So I need, I'm doing the, what am I doing? Overall? Am I doing overall? Yeah, I'm doing overall. Okay. So overall error. We need then to get this one. Actually, I'm just going to copy this entire line, because otherwise I'm going to forget the other. Actually, I don't need, yeah, no, I'm going to copy this entire line. Or just this part of the line. All right, so we're gonna do if, and then I know we're gonna have an else statement, so I'm just gonna do an else real quick. And then I'm also gonna make a note here to myself. All right, so, and then, so I have that there in front of me. We're gonna do if overall error measure, or measurement, is equal to, and then we're gonna do E loss measurement, and then we want MSE. Really? There we go. All right, so if that is true, then what we're going to return And again, if you don't know where this is coming from, let me just get this back on screen. MSE. So this is what we're calculating. And in fact, I'm actually going to move this calculation out. I thought I already did move this elsewhere. Okay, I'm going to refactor that at some point. So this loop at line 386 to 389 is that middle bit right there. Also, it's the raising of the power too. That's what the power part is. So in this bit, YTI minus YOI is actually, it's the inverse of this, but because we're squaring, it doesn't really matter. Oh no, it isn't. Sorry, hat. By the way, if you don't know, the hat above a variable in statistics means estimate. So expected or true minus estimate. What we're doing here, if we go back up here, is we're passing in our target, what we expect, and our observed down to this function. So we are taking that bit, we're taking our expected, our y, minus our y hat, and then we are wrapping that with a power float with degree of overall error, which we've set, if you remember when I hit 1, when I was doing that search thing. Where is that actually? We set it here. So we're either raising it. So actually, technically what we're using is the modified version of this algorithm. So let me get open, not my email from work. Let me get open actually the Udemy course I'm preparing. Oh, that's not Udemy. So I think I put it in this section, in section 4. No, I did not. It's gonna be in section 5 then. Okay, yeah, it's this one. So what we're doing with this is, okay, so we've already talked about this bit, right? And also be aware that different people use slightly different terms for this too. Like, this is sometimes called loss, and this is sometimes called loss something else. Sometimes it's like there's some weirdness with the namings. So what we're technically doing is we aren't doing this formula. We aren't doing this formula either. And as you can see, I'm using, by the way, the reason why you can see it over n is because the 1 cancels out based on what you're doing, and you're just really dividing by n. The same goes for this as well. We are doing this, technically. Now, we aren't taking the absolute error like we would here. So we're not taking absolute, but we're modifying loss, or what our loss calculation is, based on a shifting power, which gives us more flexibility in use of the network, but actually makes it harder to train. It takes more time to train. All right. I am so glad I have those slides ready for this sort of stuff. All right, so to do that, then we're going to pass out result here. Oh, sorry, not result. We're going to update result here, and then we're going to return result. So we're going to take result local, and this is part of that process, going to multiply it by 1 over ny. So that is actually true means error. I am thinking what I want to do down the road, which is the non-starter algorithms. I was getting ahead of myself and looking at the wrong part of my notes. What I will do down the road, I don't have that PowerPoint open anymore, is implement that formula I just showed you. So I was mistaken a second ago when I'm just going to get this back open. We actually are doing this one. So if we look at it in terms of what we've done here, let me just get this to be a bit bigger. All right, so our theta, that's what I was thinking. It's not y. So y, or theta, expected minus observed theta, that bit, squared, power, summed, that's what that is, that's that sigma sign there, and then this bit here is 1 over ny. That's why we use a size, that's the number of observations. Now, if we're using something else for now, until we expand this out, we will use a different approach, which is this one is the one that I was talking about where we're going to use the adjustment of power. I am still mistaken because I'm looking at my notes really weirdly here. So it's going to be result local is equal to 1 over, wait, no. Sorry, this is a different calculation, not the one I showed you. Over degree overall error. Now we can use degree overall error as well to do that power trick I was just showing you. Right, so that is that formula actually done. Oh, no it isn't. Return result local. We actually have to return the value, I guess, right? All right, so let's figure out what's going on up here now. Sorry, I've gone silent because I really get annoyed by this particular error. Also, just really quickly. Is there any difference between those two? Just want to make sure I haven't already written something similar. Oh, hang on. Okay, that is slightly unrelated. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna quickly double check something. Power doubles. C++. Thank you, Google. Alright, I might need PowL. Oh. Okay. I thought power was just integer. Okay, that makes my life easier. I'm an idiot. I forgot how the power function worked. And that's why Google exists. You don't need to memorize everything. You just need to know what you're looking at. You need to grok it. You know what? Let's get rid of this private for now. Yeah. Kind of saw that as the potential issue there. All right, now let's resolve this issue. So no way to convert from that to that. So double delta rule set general error as an argument for a vector double and a vector double. Cannot convert argument 1 from double pointer. Okay. Nope, that wasn't right. Again, it's a really simple error, and I'm just overthinking it. So we're going to do what we normally do when I start to overthink things. We're going to engage in a nasty habit. So I just saw someone come in as I said that. So you're aware, my nasty habit means I'm still here, but I'm not going to be doing much typing. I'll still be doing talking. And I won't be on camera because my nasty habit is smoking. And I'm going to sit outside that window, so I'll move the mic. You might hear some weird noises when I do that. And while I am doing that, really quickly, so K-Beard, how's your height map going? Doing anything fun with it? Anything interesting or worthwhile with it? And what is it for? Particular tutorial, data analysis, something else. Also, because I'm looking at Discord, Chica, if you're still here, I think it's No Man's Sky. I legit think it's No Man's Sky. I could be wrong, though, but, you know. You know, I'm also going to have to get sugar dice now for when I run D&D sessions, because that will be hilarious to do. Always? Always what? I asked many questions there, and I'm not entirely sure what order I asked them in anymore. So, yeah. And I don't know what I'm doing wrong with that thing that's currently erroring out. Wait. I'm an idiot. I know exactly what I'm doing wrong. Oh god. It's a really simple fix. I'm just an idiot. Oh my god. See? That's why we take these breaks, because while I sit here talking just randomly about other things, it dawned on me what the issue is. And you want to know what the issue is? I am passing a 2D vector into a 1D vector. I want to pass the index of the interior part of that vector to the function. Oh my god, I'm an idiot for not knowing that off the top. Oh, I can't believe I did that. I actually really want to, like, so neural networks are used in games. Like, I think Sam, was it you that showed me Hello Neighbor 2 using neural networks? And I'm actually really, really interested in, when you said something interesting about NPC answer. I knew what you meant by knock. I assumed it was NPC, actually. I just wanted to double check. I want to do learning. I want to do that as well. That's one of the things I want to do. And actually, when we code out our own game engine, one of the things I'm going to do is actually probably take a, for my AI module, because I will do it modularly, like Unity and Unreal both do. I will probably put a neural network in. Just for the shits and giggles. I didn't mean to swear again. 2 swears, 1 stream. Oh god, the joke that just popped into my head. No one type the joke if you caught what that could be. Now, here's the funny part about that. I know somebody, like one of my old friends from back when I used to run one of the largest WOD websites. If you don't know WOD, World of Darkness, it's a role-playing game. Classic World of Darkness in particular, or old World of Darkness at the time we were running it, before it got revamped. Pun not intended. If you don't get the pun that was potentially there, revamped, the core game that launched World of Darkness was Vampire the Masquerade. I used to run the largest fan sites for it back in the day. After New Bremen closed down, which was the official World of Darkness website for role-playing online, a whole bunch of sites opened up. I was one of the webmasters for Immortal Vigilance. Like, if you noticed, like, the file names that were saved when I was bringing them over, it was actually my old handle from those days, which is, hey, Nox. That's why I said I've even used the name Nox, because my name was Princeps Noctis, Emperor of Night. Really, really cheesy, but, I'm a nerd. Get over it. But yeah, no, one of the people I used to run one of those sites with actually knows those girls. And if you don't get what girls I'm talking about, just be happy you missed the joke. Seriously, be happy you missed the joke. Exactly, D10 games. Yeah, I love the D10 games. Personally, my favorite game is actually Orpheus, just because I love Orpheus. Like, I would love to make an Orpheus game, and unfortunately, the fan license now for making video games is only for Vampire the Masquerade, and Orpheus, and also anything for 5th edition. Orpheus got wiped out when they revamped, again, no pun intended, the series, because they got rid of the 3rd Maelstrom, which got rid of Wraith and introduced Orpheus instead. Okay, so yeah, that was a really weird ramble after me working out the error. I have a layered system already sketched up, and the numbers line up. Now, you can do a layered system in multiple ways. Like, I'm using layers here as objects. If you take a look at the code I showed earlier, where I was running the simian data through it, that is layered, but it's layered, how do I explain that layering? It's layered via the math only. It is, sorry, I need to pause for a minute to check Spotify. Okay, it is actually one of the songs on the playlist. It is layered via the math only, not by object, so technically you only have one neuron, but that one neuron acts as the input, hidden, and deep. I don't like doing my networks that way, but when I'm trying to teach people the concepts and how to do 2D math, so 2D vector math, it is very, very useful not to have to think about all the objects and not having to do it this long-ass way that I'm currently doing it. The long-ass way that I'm currently doing it is actually better, but code-wise, yeah. And if you heard that movement, that is me sitting back down in the chair and grabbing my water now. So yeah, this fix, as I spill water, I know how to drink. I don't have, it's like airplane, I have a drinking problem. I will be fair that, like, as an adult, like, as a kid, I got that joke right away. As an adult, it took me seeing him do it the second time to actually get it. Which is a little bit sad. I can't believe as a kid I got it, because I didn't know, like, I didn't get alcohol addiction. Like, when I first saw that movie, I was like 7. So, yeah. Dude, I remember in 1990, and I got one of these as a birthday gift. You know those old, like, so Game Boy was around when I was born, or came out after I was born. When did the original Game Boy come out? Sorry, we're now Googling Game Boy. When did the original Game Boy come out? So yeah, the Game Boy came out shortly after I was born, a few years after I was born. Yeah, I was born in the 80s, for those of you who don't know. And besides this, there used to be these handheld single games that you could play. Handheld single game console thingies. Like this one. This is like one of them. So it's like games like this, right? Where you only have one game. I don't even know this one, but there was one of them, or there was a set of them that were driving ones. Yep, I remember the Star Trek one really well. I remember playing Worf in it. I'm not sure why I was trying to type delivery. Driver? Driving game. I remember that thing. That thing actually came out before I was born. Oh, these are not... I remember those. Jesus Christ, I forgot those things existed. They don't have it. I'm really annoyed by this. I kind of want to show it to you. Anyway, it's this kind of box-shaped thing. And some of them, there were different ones. Like, one of them had a small steering wheel. Like, it's meant for little kids, so it had to be small. To give you an idea, the box was maybe the size of my keyboard. I know I can't hold it up fully just so you can see the length of it. And one of them was an airplane one. And for some reason, I kept imagining the movie Airplane while playing with that toy. Is it Atari? Atari handheld console. Let's try handheld driving game. It's similar to this, but it had a frame around it and it was a bit bigger. Oh, I remember this. I do remember that. Similar to that, but it had wings on the side to sort of block out light. This is one of them. There we go. That particular screen, that particular image was also on the, yeah, I remember getting this for a birthday. Actually, the one I had was this one, because I remember this was on that side. God, look how small that steering wheel is. But there was a flying one like this, and I just remember every time I played it, I was just thinking of the movie Airplane. I don't know why I had to share that story. Okay, so let's fix this really quickly. All we're doing is actually passing that in. And that. All right. Now for this one. No? Why aren't you accepting that one? Because it's still too... Alright, std vector double. We're just going to do the long way again. Output local, or expected local. Alright, and we will pass expected local. Give me a second, actually. I'm just now doubting myself about something. Okay. Expected local dot resize size local. I didn't mean to hit that button. So what do I want to do? I just realized there's a problem. I've never sized that. All right, so we need to actually size this really quickly. So to do that, let's just go here for a moment, and it's going to be resize testing dataset.rows. And then, what are we resizing this to? Testing dataset num of outputs. Okay, we're going to repeat this with expected local and then expected local I dot resize testing dataset number of outputs. All right. And then we'll do expected local IK is equal to testing dataset dot tg at IK. All right. There we go. And given now we're nearly 4 hours into the stream, it's supposed to be 7 hours, we are going to pause here with this bit and move on to the game engine stuff. So I'm just going to come back here for a moment. Save that out, and I'm going to just save this. Again, it should run, it should be fine. Yep. All right, that's still working. We're not getting any major errors. It compiled successfully. I'm happy with that. And let me just submit this to our GitHub. So this is live stream 6. Updated the delta rule further. Okay, and that is pushed. You now have access to that. Link is in the description. Let me just close this out now. And let's get the primal engine thingy open. And show you where we're left off with that. We can now load various games, create different projects, and we can add scenes in. We can remove the scenes. We can undo what we just did. We can redo what we just did. And if we then change the system, it gets rid of the redo list because, hey, we can't redo something that we can no longer undid. So that's where we left off. In the video, we're going to now add in hotkeys for this and update the saving, because there is an error with the saving system. And we are going to start to look at how to add things into the scenes. All right, let's close that out. And just really quickly, I'm going to find the video. I'm going to find the timestamp in that particular video, and I'm going to post the link in the chat so you guys can see what I am doing. So again, this is from Game Engine Series' channel. You know, as much as I, complain about some of the issues with the style, let's be completely fair. You know, it is a good series still, and there might be some issues, but hey, it does what it's supposed to do. Now, I'm going to mute the sound because I am not sharing his actual audio here. That is his stuff. That is why I share the link, so that you can watch it in your own time. All right, link is in the chat with the timestamp that I am starting at. Right, so I haven't started it yet. I'm just fixing up some stuff because for some reason YouTube decided that I didn't want to watch it in any form of HD. Okay. So he's starting with the hotkeys. Now, during this part of the thing, it is harder for me to actually respond to chat, just so you're aware. And I need to go to our world. Give me 1 second, sorry. Okay, that was taken care of. All right, we need to go to World Editor View. And this is where we're going to be adding our hotkeys in. We're going to do that above the grid. So we're going to do user. Sorry, I'm just going to pause this video. We're going to do user control dot input bindings. Okay, and we're going to do key binding. And I know he's going to change this in a moment, so I'm going to put what he's going to do, and it's binding undo command. We have to rename the things to command now. He wants to add that in, and it is key. He's going to use Z, so Control Z, and then modifier is control. Right, and that is the end of that command. Then we do key binding, command, binding, redo command, and then that is going to be key. Wow, I'm actually ahead of his video. Y, modifiers, and again, control. And then, as I mess that up, and then we're going to use save. Now he's caught up to me, which is command, binding, save, command. And now he's actually doing the rename, which is key S, modifiers. How did he get ahead of me when I was ahead of him? Okay, so I'm just going to add the word command to all of these. In fact, actually, I'm going to copy the word command now so I don't have to retype it and have the potential of a typo. I don't remember where every place this is done, so I'm actually going to follow him. It's in projects. Okay. So, command is undo command, redo command. I just want to see if he is renaming ads. Oh, he does add scene command too. Okay. And he does it for remove scene. And then he's going to do the save one because we don't have that actually built in. So this one is the same of public I command save command get private set. Okay. So now we need to find here, it's add scene command, remove scene command, undo command, redo command, what did he just change? Sorry, he just randomly went back and changed something. REDOCOMMAND. He spelled it right. Oh, he didn't change it. He was just double checking the references. And then he's adding the save command in. So we'll do save command is equal to new, not new relay command, and it is object x equals, there we go. And what do we name this? I've paused his video. I want to see if I can find it before I unpause it. Save. Is that all it is? Is it? Oh, it's this dot save. No, that's not right. Okay, I'm just gonna follow him because I'm clearly brain farting all over today. Is it save bracket this? It's save bracket this. I'm glad I got it before he actually typed it. That makes me so happy. Okay. Now, again, there is an error in the save method. I already know there is. The project full path here is incorrect. He skipped a step. If you remember me calling out, it doesn't actually have the project name. Oh, no, not project name, project folder. It has the directory to the editor, but not the project folder. Sorry, he's now doing something different. I need to actually see what he's doing. So we need a project layout view. And I'm just going to make this wider so I can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, I was trying not to swear. So it's still add scene command. Is that actually what he's doing? Yep, that one. And then there is this binding one down here. Remove scene command. Is there anything else in this one? No. And then world view editor is the next one. Oh wait, no, we already did this one. And so we're going to add keyboard focus here so we can use the hotkey commands. I also know there's an error with this as well off the top of my head that it's going to lose it when we do something else because we changed the focus in, I think we changed the focus with the undo command. I'm pretty sure. Let me just go back to projects and find the undo command. Or the undo thingamajigger. Yeah, that is wrong, by the way. Oh, sorry, I'm looking in the wrong spot. I know we changed the focus somewhere, and I know that's going to cause an issue. I just can't remember where we changed the focus. So I get for, it not being my code. All right, anyway, we're going to continue until we either run into that error or he runs into that error, I guess. So we're going to do a setter for focusable And we're going to set that to true. Okay. All right. So he's not done that. And then we go to world. We go to this one. And he's doing that when it's loaded. So we're going to do loaded. And we're going to add in a new command. On world. Sorry, he's called this. I have to create this function really quickly. On world editor view loaded. How does he do that? Like, I can't get that to work on mine ever. Sorry, I just want to figure out how he gets it to automatically add the function for him. It's not a lambda, whatever. There we go. We'll just do it that way. And so we'll do focus. And we're also going to remove this once it is loaded. So we're going to just take loaded, and we're going to move the on world editor view loaded from the system. So it only does it that one time. And now we're going to test it out. And we're going to look for apparently dotted thingamajiggers over the window. So if we open this up, I don't have that actually. Whoa, my mouse is going weird. Give me 1 second. What the hell is going on with my mouse? Okay, so add scene. Okay, that is working. I'm using the hotkeys. I'm gonna add a bunch of scenes, and then I'm gonna hit Control Z, Control Y, or sorry, Control Z, Control Y. Add some more scenes, and then let's just start undoing things. So you can see I'm not using the mouse. You can see I'm not touching either of the buttons to do it. Control Y. Okay, so that's working. Now I'm going to hit Control S, and now I'm going to show you what's wrong with that. So if we go back to where that saves, which is saving in our documents, Primal Projects, and if I bring that over, that was, and just to show you which one it was, it's going to be at the top of the list now. It was FPP2. Now if I open it, hey, nothing here, right? Okay, give me a second. I'm going to show you that it actually did save. We just can't see it. Okay, so FFP2, and look, all the scenes are there. Now, I did that manually to get it to work correctly. Let me delete what I did to do this, and I'll just show you in a moment. So, come on, change screens. Here is the code, or here's the file, right? When we load, we're loading in this. When we save, we're saving this, right? Now, if I hit play right now, it's going to be back how it was a moment ago, where we don't actually have the correct loaded data in. All right, so why is that? As I said, I already caught the path was wrong. There's that file. Now, if I go back into here and I rename this just so I can put another one in, I'm just going to call it old. And I bring this one in, which is what I did a moment ago off screen. So there's the new one, and hit play. And then open this up. All the scenes are there. So it's saving it, and just to demonstrate this, I'm going to hit play again. I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to remove scenes. Now I'm going to hit save. Oh, sorry, hang on. I'm going to bring this here. I'm going to move this slightly to the side. Now I'm going to hit save. And notice, it's saved. There it is. That is what the issue with the path is. All right. As I said, I caught it in his video, and I think I commented on it. So let's see when he catches it and addresses that, because he's going to reload it in a second, I bet. He's removing scenes now from his, just like I did from mine. Oh, he's now doing Control-Z and Control-Y to show it's working. I don't get the line he gets. Oh my god, my leg is really hurting. Ow. Now he's trying to save. So I can also save. And he's going to test it by adding a breakpoint in. Yeah, I know it. Sorry, when you watch a content creator enough, you tend to learn their habits. So like so you know, if you watch my videos, I have a habit of forgetting to actually call up the code we write. So I forget to actually implement functions we write. And so my new habit now, because of that, if you're watching some of the newer videos, is to make a joke. Before I forget to implement this, we'll implement this now and then define it in a moment. He has a thing for breakpoints to show that things are working in a particular way. I mean, all of us kind of have that habit. But you eventually learn like the idiosyncrasies of, you know, us content creators. I'm having a weird issue. Give me a second. Okay, sorry, I lost my ability to move some information around. So the breakpoint is working. We saw that it's working. We know that what the error is. He's now reloading it to show the load works, and then he's going to run into the error, I bet. Yep. He goes, and you can see all our scenes now. He clicks it, it opens up, and he posts a meme up of Grumpy Cat going, nope. Okay, I like that. Is that actually Grumpy Cat? It looks like Grumpy Cat. He's using a breakpoint. I already know that the issue is the full path is wrong, because I spotted that ages ago. By the way, when I say that, I'm not saying that to judge him. I make those sort of mistakes in my stuff, and I know people watching it will see the error before the person doing it, will. And that's because when you're doing this sort of stuff and you're talking to somebody about it, you are distracted. You then don't see what you wrote, you see what you meant to write. And sometimes you will miss these things generally, and not because you're distracted, just because you genuinely will miss it. And when you genuinely miss it, hey, breakpoints and other debugging methods are a great way to find where that error lies. All right, sorry, I'm going to resume this video now. Oh, the section's called Fixing Saves, actually. Cool. He just noticed the path is wrong. Yep, he just caught it. Okay. Now, I don't remember where we actually set full path. I know it's in Project, so let's just pop over to Project and wait for him to get there. Yeah, it's this part here. So, we need to put something between the... No, we need to put something here. So, just to get what I think he's going to be doing. Yep, okay, come on. You've said that part already. Oh, okay, hang on. Oh, wait, no, I have it right. I have it slightly wrong. So we're appending the name. So this here goes here. And has he put a slash in? Oh, okay, so we have to do that. And then we have to do that. Okay. So now let's test it. And I've just muted him, so while I do the test, I'm not distracted. Why did that open up in the other window? Okay. So I've opened up the same one from earlier, but the incorrectly saved one. Let's add 5 scenes in. 5 new scenes, that is. Let's then hit Control S. Sorry, I hit it multiple times, so I was paranoid I didn't hit it. Let's check that folder. I'm actually not sure if that's the... You know what? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to delete that for... No, sorry. Don't delete that. Hey, it saved correctly. It's not in this one. Sorry, I thought we were in the Primal Projects folder, not the one we were looking for. All right, let's load this back up. Thanks for loading on the correct screen, and there are all 5. Let's test this with a different one. Open up another one. Let's do test down there, and let's add in a total of 7 scenes. I don't know why I picked 7. Let's hit Control S. Let's hit Alt F4. And then we'll open up the new one. And with 7 scenes we added to test, there we are. Our save system is now updated and working. And let's see if his is working too, just in case there were other errors. Because like sometimes, you know, yeah, his is working. He hasn't shown that it's working. He's just looking at the path with the breakpoint. So just so you're aware of what he's doing, let me find the save. So here, he's put the breakpoint here and is looking at observing what full path is at runtime. Or at near enough runtime. He's now closing it, and he's going to test it to show that it works. I don't know why I'm describing to you what he's doing, but hey, I figured if you're on this thing, I should be probably saying stuff. And Visual Studio crash on him. Give me a second. I need to Google something. Because his little pop-up has me concerned. Who the heck is Adam Hughes? Adam Hughes is an American comic artist best known for comic book readers rendering pinup styles. Okay. I'm going to just do this off screen in case something bad pops up. What? I am very, very confused. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what this image he's sharing is about, because it's a bit weird. And I am definitely not sharing the screen right now. Oh, God. That would get me in a lot of trouble. Wow, even Google isn't giving me anything. I can't find this image. I'm going to assume, based on what I've seen of this artist and quickly on his Twitter, the guy was doing Indiana Jones. Or Wonder Woman killing somebody. For everyone curious, I'm actually not even going to say the words on stream. For everyone curious, look at minute 8:33, and you'll see the image I'm talking about. You'll also hear him humming the same song that Chica likes to hum on live streams. Or on the voice chat. Both Chica and this guy doing this tutorial need to go to a circus. Alright, it's back up for him. He's now testing it again. While he's doing that, I'm going to have a drink of water. It's working for him. Oh, okay, hang on. Oh, something happened different. Let me just figure out what he's done. Okay. Oh, come on, really? Open in the wrong window. Okay, so I've opened test back up. All right, I need to figure out. You can see the scenes. He's moved it. He removed all but one. he lost focus. I didn't. Huh. He's having that focus error that I mentioned that we should be having to reset focus, but I didn't get that error. I'm curious about that. Water is life. Water is love. Wait, not Shrek. So he's going to go here. I think. It's just showing this for some reason. Oh, okay. That's maybe why I didn't have the issue. So what he wants to do is after each undo action, give focus back to user. Okay, so I note if I collection changed. There we go. Project. That was not what I was looking for. Project. Dot undo redo dot undo list dot collection changed plus equals SE and then focus. Okay. There we go. He's having a lot of issues, just not him himself, but like his system's having some really weird issues. I'm sorry. I've had that happen before. That is actually really annoying. Like I sympathize with that one. But since we weren't losing focus, we can't test if we're running into the same issue, so we're just going to leave it that way. So now we're going to do the game entity classes. And I think that's what this is mainly going to be about today. So we're creating a new folder. I'm just going to wait for him to name it, called components. Okay. And where do you actually create that folder in? Oh, it's just in Primal Editor. Okay. So we do new, if I can figure out where new is. I'm blind as a bat. Add. Components. Okay. I'll just make sure I spelled that right. And then we're going to add class. And this will be called game entity. Okay. And it's going to inherit from view model base. So it's going to have a name. Oh, I need to hang on. I'm going to let him do what he's doing. He's using a code snippet I don't have. Ah, no, too far. Don't collapse that. I need to see the names you're using. Okay. So if you can hear me hitting the space bar. So first thing we're gonna have is a private string. This is gonna be our name. Okay. And then we're gonna have a public string called name, within which we will do his get name, and then we'll do set, and if name does not equal value, then we will set name to be equal to value, or value apparently. And then we'll do on property changed name of name. So remember, we use big name here because that's the public one. So we're looking for when this gets changed. Right. I'm just going to minimize this like he did. And it has a parent scene. So that is going to be public scene. And so we're going to add in there we go. And it's going to be called parent scene. It's going to have a get and a set. Oh, it's a private set. And then he's using the constructor, but the constructor is not going to be the default constructor. So it's game entity scene, and then it's scene, and we're going to do debug, which give me a second to add that in. Debug. I hate you right now, IntelliSense. There we go. Dot assert that scene. Now, also there's no underscore on this one. I don't know why I thought he did underscore there. Sorry, that scene is not equal to null. Okay. And then we're going to set parent scene to be whatever scene we're passing in when we create this game entity. So we're adding a list of components in now that he's talked about. So we're going to have an observable collection. So private read only. I'm just going to wait for him to type this out because I know I have to. I don't know how he got that to automatically do it. I always have to hit the button. So observable collection. There we go. And we're going to do component. Which is undefined on his. We'll call it components. And then it's components, which will then be equal to new observable collection component. Oh, I like you just zoomed in. Thank you. That makes your thing so much easier to read. So we need to add a class component. And I think he's adding it into components. I'm just going to wait for him to do it. Yeah, he is. Okay, so components, add class. There we go. And we're going to inherit from view model. It has an owner, which is what we were just working on. So public game entity owner get private set private. private, yo. And so he's now building the constructor. Sorry, my keyboard and mouse stopped responding. Component. All right. And how does that not create a circular dependency? I will ask that later on. And then we're going to do debug. Dot assert. I've paused this video. He hasn't even typed this part in. Entity. Actually, how did he do it here? Is not equal to null. Yeah. That entity is not equal to null. All right. I'm gonna pause this video. See actually what he's doing. Wait. Hang on. So, I'm going to take a slight break from the tutorial for a moment. All this time, I thought I was an idiot and couldn't use Visual Studio for C# correctly because he somehow is getting it to automatically put in the correct headers. Like, you know how that, so you know how I've been hitting this and then finding the thing and clicking it? I thought he was somehow getting around that. If you typed in the full name, that he had automatically doing it. And I'm like, how the heck is he doing this? He's editing out when he hits the plus button. Because just a second ago, just like literally sometime between 1339 and 1341, I'm actually pretty sure it's between 1340 and 1341. It was less than a second. He actually shows clicking the button really quickly. He's been editing it out. God damn it. I have felt like an idiot every time I have gone live and done one of these tutorials. Going, how is he doing that? How is he doing it? I can't figure this out. He's editing it out. That's how he's doing it. Oh, God. That is priceless. I love it. I am salty about it, but I love it. Oh my God. I don't know how to respond to that one. Yeah, that was, to say the least, a bit interesting, not realizing, like, I knew I know how the code snippet he has, and, it was, yeah, interesting to say the very least. Yeah. I really don't know how. Yeah, I really don't know how I messed that one up or missed that. I am just going to sit here feeling foolish. Okay, so I have to admit something completely unrelated. Speaking of salt, It just reminded me, because I forgot to close some of my tabs yesterday. So, yeah. For those of you who don't know, Mr. Frank, and because the dude is, Mr. Frank, and he will forever be known as Mr. Frank from this point forward, posted up that video. He's removed it. But he put a comment on there after I called him out for him literally saying, and I'm quoting here, "I don't give a fucking shit, but I have to make a video about it." Like, let's ignore the mental gymnastics and the cognitive, trying to reduce the that's that sentence again. Let's ignore the mental gymnastics used to reduce the cognitive dissonance, even within that sentence alone. And I posted that up, and I as a quote from his video, and the word "lol" or "lols," and he responded, "Unlike you, I'm not afraid of an argument." To which I responded, as you all saw on the live stream yesterday, "Here's a dictionary definition of irksome. It is an English word." He deleted that. I posted it again. He deleted it. Further evidence that he is, actually afraid of an argument and being called out on his lies. I don't know if he deleted the post on Twitter. I honestly don't know. I'm actually going to try to figure that out. This is just sad. Because I had it open still, like the Twitter page. And I noticed now that I have my notifications page open. And I noticed that the notification for his rambling, salty response was missing. And so I decided, while I was just having my moment of WTF, I already knew he had deleted it, but I was just wanting to take my moment of the salty WTF. Oh no, he didn't delete the post. I'm just blocked from seeing it. Cool. But this is a person, I'm not afraid of conversation. I'm not afraid of an argument. And the last tab. Dude deleted his video because he got called out. Oh my god, that is honestly hilarious. I'm actually, so you can see me, I'm actually going to close these tabs now. Oh, hang on. Actually, before I close this one, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, his original tweet was deleted. Yep. But, oh, you can't see the replies, but he replied twice to each of these. Like, he had salty, long-winded replies that required 2 full posts. Okay. "I'm not afraid of a conversation. I was never on your server." Okay, here's when you entered the server, and I showed on the live stream yesterday, because Chica found when he entered. I showed on the live stream when he left the server. "I'm not afraid of a conversation." Okay, here's where you're wrong about the word irksome not being English. By the way, for anyone who doesn't know the word irksome, again, not what I meant to do. Also, I meant to close that. For who doesn't know the word irksome, not afraid of a conversation. Okay, dude. Pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, okay, I might have been wrong. And I said I might have misunderstood what you said. And I've actually, other people have looked at it and gone, yeah, you got a bit knee-jerky there. But you don't know this person. It could very much read as them backseat coding or nitpicking what you're doing when you make free tutorials for people and you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart. That it's very, very weird that he even did it. And that, it can come across as nitpicking. Which, honestly, I was thinking the entire time that I said, maybe I misunderstood what you said. I was trying to appease him. And drop the conversation. And he wouldn't. So his entire, "I'm not afraid of a conversation." Not only is that a bold-faced lie, as we have just evidenced in via Twitter, via deleting the YouTube comments, via deleting the YouTube video. But regardless if I am wrong about the intent, one thing to remember as the person communicating, there are two things to remember, actually. One, as the person communicating, it is your job to understand that how you phrase things might not be understood the same way as a person receiving it. And it is on you, as the communicator, to correct that. Just like it's on me when I am communicating here and now, or in any of my videos, to clarify any confusion. And I have done that, because I've had people question things I've said and said, hey, can you clarify this? Yes, this is what I meant. Or, yeah, no, I misspoke. This is what I meant. And sometimes I can't edit it out, and instead I'll put comments on the pop-up text on the screen. That is part of my responsibility, not as a YouTube content creator. No, as a individual communicating. It just so happens the medium I'm using is YouTube videos. Okay. Second, as I said during my response right before I timed him out. By the way, I didn't ban him. I can't ban from OBS. I can time people out from OBS, and it's a 300-second timeout. So again, not true that I banned him. He got timed out. Big difference between those two things, by the way. What is 300 seconds? Like 10 minutes, 5 minutes? I can't do the mental math. 5 minutes. I was right with the second guess, I guess. God damn, my leg is really hurting. So, by the way, I'm really glad I have closed those tabs. Second thing, and I said this in my rant, and it's actually like a third or fourth thing I said in that thing right before I timed him out. It isn't his stream. It's my stream. I am the content creator here, right now in this moment. You are here to partake in that content as an audience member. Imagine if you were in a theater, a playhouse, and there are actors on stage, and you as an audience member stood up and went, "No, you're doing it wrong." What is going to happen? Now, but that's a bit different because you can interact with me. There's a chat and we have this conversation back and forth. So let's take a different analogy. And in fact, there's a great YouTube channel for this if you want to see this. You're at a comedy club where audience interaction is encouraged, but you take it too far. You say something offensive. You say something stupid, what have you. You heckle. The comedian whose show it is, whose content is being created in that moment, well, I mean, they've already written the scripts and they've already written the jokes, but the delivery of that content, the idiosyncratic moment delivery of that content, is going to be owned by that person on stage. That environment is their platform. Just like this is my platform. Just like the guy whose music we were listening to earlier, GKD, when he streams, it is his platform. It is his channel. When I am on his channel, I am a moderator there, but when I am on his channel, it isn't the 2 neurons time. It is the GKD time. Like I said to him, it doesn't revolve around you. Technically, while we are here, and I know this sounds really egotistical, it revolves around me because this is my content. You are here for my content. So regardless if I'm right or wrong about what he said or how he said it, when a content creator in a live stream says to drop a topic, you drop the topic. If you want to get salty AF and keep pushing, you will get timed out. In fact, actually, again, as I said yesterday, a lot of the content creators I know would have timed him out after the second time. I have been on the receiving end of that even, where in one case a content creator said to drop something and said, okay, second and final warning, but due to the lag, I had posted it on my side before they said it, but from their side they said it after, and I got timed out. I didn't get blocked, I didn't get banned, I got timed out. Just like he did. But yeah, like, dude, if you're, deleting your post and you're deleting your video and I can just walk through it. And by the way, I actually didn't attack him. I attacked how he said something, how he entered the chat. What he did, if anyone remembers the video, and you actually can see this in the video, you can see this in the live stream VOD from yesterday, because we watched part of that video. We watched half of it. We didn't watch all of it, because I was just getting mad with it. He actually attacked me. He engaged in multiple ad hominem attacks. Even his response to my comment was an ad hominem attack. I actually had a little bit of fun with that, because I use the word ad hominem in my response, even though, after you delete my thing. So since you're deleting my thing and clearly afraid of ad hominem attacks, it was an edited post. That way it's harder to delete, or harder for him to notice. I was hoping he wouldn't notice. Instead, he deletes the video, which is something you love to engage in. Here's the dictionary definition of irksome. And then I put in brackets, yes, I know ad hominem isn't in English. It's Latin. So, dude, cool on showing that, one, you lack proper etiquette in terms of netiquette, in terms of how to interact with streamers, demonstrating throughout that, rant he had, and I know I'm ranting now, that you don't know, that you don't actually live stream often, and I've actually, he doesn't, that you don't actually understand how any of this works, that you are going to try to correct someone's English, who's a native English speaker, by the way, who has a degree, 2 degrees actually, in English. I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in English, because I enjoy literature. That is not what my PhD is in, by the way. I almost did a PhD in literature instead. Kind of glad I didn't now that I'm thinking about it, because for a long time I was like, oh, I should have done that instead. And you were going to, when you are correcting his English, and I get he's not a native English speaker. He was Dutch, I think. Also, again, me missaying his name, dude, you saw how small the chat is for me. And again, the number of times I get called neutron instead of neurons because you're reading rapidly while paying attention to what you're doing on the main window. These mistakes happen. Again, clearly he is not a good streamer if he has never seen that before or never had that issue come up. It happens. In fact, I know many streamers who, even if they can read the name properly, will still ask for pronunciations just to make sure they haven't misread something. In fact, the guy who I moderate for, or did moderate for, I can never make his live streams anymore, unfortunately. The guy whose music we were listening to, he's one of the people who I know who does that, because he's done it before. He called me Neutron, the first 5 times. I went, wait, your name isn't Neutron? Even I did that yesterday, if you call it. I went, oh yeah, I'm saying Frank, it's Freak. But it is now Mr. Frank forever. Where was I going with that last bit? Yeah, so... Jesus Christ, the number, so ad hominem attacks, calling me ugly, calling me stupid, calling me toxic while swearing about me, which notice I never sweared at him, multiple lies, banned, no, you were timed out, I was never on your server, well, we've already demonstrated that one. I can't actually demonstrate that I timed him out. I don't have a way to do that, at least if there is a way, I'm not sure how to. That irksome isn't a word. Again, don't correct someone's... Oh, yeah, I was going to say, if you're going to correct someone's English, make sure there aren't typos in everything you post. I actually had someone read out loud to me that last tweet of his, and when they read it out loud, the typos in it went away, and I understood what he meant. Don't call someone out on English when your grammar and spelling are wrong. Or any language. Yeah, I speak Portuguese as well. I am not going to call someone else's Portuguese out. I might question something because I'm not sure and I'm doubting myself, but I'm not going to say, oh yeah, no, you're wrong. That isn't a word. Yeah, just not going to happen. Jeez, man. It's really kind of sad and pathetic. And it's kind of sad that I'm still ranting about this, I realize. But I just find it funny. I want to share something about this really quickly, completely unrelated to that rant. So I've been sharing with my the streamer friends of mine who are really big. Like, when I say really big, they make their entire living doing streaming. I said I finally made it. I got my first Heat video. They all enjoyed that joke. Because literally, like, within a week of each other, each of them, like, and we're talking about, like, partners on Twitch that get, like, between 80 to 150 people on 1,000 people. 80K to 150K people on their streams. Again, we're talking about people who are pulling in significant money from their streams or from their YouTube content. All thought that was hilarious, but they all also, like, within a week of each other, each had sort of videos like that. Not all of them, but a good chunk of them. So they thought it was kind of funny. Yeah, like, oh. So I was going to originally take the break after realizing that the tutorial we were watching, the guy was editing out his clicks of the thing to have another cigarette to unwind, and now I went on that rant and said I'm still really tempted to have another cigarette because I'm feeling salty that I missed the fact this guy, not the guy I was ranting about, the guy we're watching for the tutorial. Also, quickly going back to that rant, now how I said this is my platform, that is why I don't, sorry, this is my platform. The tutorial we're following, it's that guy's platform. That is why I'm not sharing his content directly here, even though I am doing it and talking about it as he does it. It is still his content, which he has created free out of the kindness of his heart to help people learn how to do something. It is why I share his link instead of his content. It is not my platform, nor his platform. We shouldn't be sharing directly, like in the videos. It's, well, yeah, I'm doing his stuff. Here's where you can find it, and I'm going to show you what he's doing with my stuff. But, I mean, I can even put the video on here. It's the sound. It's his voice. It's his likeness. It's his effort. And yes, I am giving credit to him, and I will keep giving credit to the Game Engine Programming channel. I think it's brilliant that he has done this. And yes, I have critiques about his editing styles that really bug me. Those are my personal preferences, tastes, and opinions. And this is my platform to discuss those. And just like with the dude from yesterday, he wanted to discuss my stuff, that's fine. He wants to critique it, that's fine. That's his platform to do so. Thanks to the free advertisement, by the way. And again, I'm advertising him, but dude, he picked up 1 follower. I lost 1 follower yesterday. Guess who? Yeah. Okay. Remember, by the way, if you haven't gone to Game Engine Programming, links in the description, links in the chat, please go to him. At least go to video number 6006. I like how it's 006. I want to see the double next. I'm going to do 007 and him do a joke about that. And hit like. If you haven't, hit subscribe. He doesn't have that many subscribers. He has less subscribers than me. He has half the amount. I don't think people understand how important likes are and subscriptions are and comments are. By the way, if you don't like a video, don't comment on the video, just downvote. If you don't think the video should be shown. If you like the content creator but don't like the video or think the video can be approved upon and you want to do a downvote, fair enough. But at that point, comment, because we don't know why we're getting downvotes. Like, I know why my 1 downvote from yesterday exists, because it happened while that event was happening, while he was threatening me. So yeah, I know where that one came from, and I don't give a about that one. But as a content creator, if you are watching a series through and you're upvoting and downvoting, when you downvote, let the content creator know why. It does help us. If you enjoy the content, hit that like button. Seriously, it helps so much. Like, I can't express how much that helps. The subscribe thing also helps. The notify bell also helps. Commenting also helps. And they all help in different ways. So subscribing and notify bell, clicking the notify bell, helps promote the channel in the algorithm for YouTube, right? The liking of a video and the commenting on a video shows interaction and engagement with the video, which helps promote the video. And those things massively influence a video. Now, it affects a channel like mine in a different way than it does, say, some of the bigger streamers who do reaction videos or who do gaming videos. We do tutorials here. So I don't need them in the first 48 hours like a lot of people do, because my channel isn't about the takeoff. It's the slow growth. And you'll see that in my videos. And you'll also notice there's also a decline. You go to any tutorial series on programming, you'll notice the first video can have millions of views, and by the time you get to the third video, you're down to hundreds. And if you don't believe me, Epic has an example of this, where one of their first videos, I think, has like 150,000 views, and the third video has 300. And it's a series. It's like, really? Really? Okay. So we don't, as a tutorial channel, I don't need to worry about that first 48 hours. But what matters for my stuff, what YouTube looks at for my stuff, what it uses for promoting my stuff, is that engagement aspect. And how many people are talking in the chat in a live stream, as an example, at the same time. It looks at, how many people have watched my video overall and for how long, and are they hitting the like. I am not looking for that first 48 where people are trying to go viral. That isn't what these sort of channels are about. So we get promoted differently in the algorithm. So a lot of stuff you'll see about the algorithm, people are thinking about that takeoff point, that first 48 hours. That doesn't apply to a channel like this. And that's fine. I don't care about taking off. I don't want to. I don't want the extra work that's involved with that. Oh my god. I really don't. But do make sure to visit tutorial channels that you like. And when you're there, if you're not subscribed, subscribe. You don't have to hit the notify bell, but at least subscribe. And yeah, we can see how many of you get notified, have notification bells. We can even see how many of you click on the notify bell once you get the alert. It comes up after 3 days of a video being live. So in 4 days from now from this video, because it takes 24 hours for this video to be fully processed once the VOD is up, then we can see that data. But, for tutorials, I don't give a crap. I just look at it to see what's going on. Because, my first Saturday stream, the reason why we started doing Saturday streams, we actually started doing them because I got 3,000 views within the first day, which is weird for my channel. I usually get 3,000 within like a week or a month, depending on the topic. And we worked out, actually, the streamer who I mentioned earlier, me and him were looking at my analytics, and we worked out that somebody paid for bots on their own channel. And the bots, after they finished watching the video on that guy's channel, all came here. Because my watch time didn't line up. Whereas, like, the next Saturday stream, where I got a third of the number of viewers in the first 24 hours, that third, the watch time actually matches. So, like, yeah, we can tell that's real. Another reason we know the guy was botting, besides that, and besides how long the bots were here, is that person who botted their own channel has 63 followers. And I got 1/3 of my overall views in the first, in my first day from his channel. We can see where people come from too. See, I didn't actually file any complaint against this video. I know one of you, I think Noxy, it wasn't you, Noxy. I think it might have been Sam who said he was going to file a complaint about it, or was it K-Beard? Yeah, and again, Zach, I saw your post. Sorry, I didn't respond directly to it. I did, but I didn't say this was my response. Again, I could have been wrong. Like I said, I don't know him from Adam. You come into a chat where there is a history within a community. I don't mean my community, I mean the development community, for toxic backseat coding and criticism and nitpicking. And you don't say, hey, can I offer a bit of information? Can I offer a bit of advice? Also, he doesn't know why I said it's better in BP than C++. Sorry, better in C++ than BP. There's an actual reason. And it is something so subtle that people don't know typically. Anyone want to take a guess? I realize no one's going to know. I'm just going to quickly show you because it's kind of funny. Right, let me open something that I know is going to be simple to open. That one should be fine. I'm also going to have the cigarette while I do this. So I'm still here. I'm still talking. I'm going to show you what that tick thing to be aware of is. And this is actually something to be legitimately aware of. Sorry, this opened in the wrong window. Right. So Epic actually says, Epic actually advises that you turn off tick in your project settings by default. So tick isn't enabled by default. Did my lighter really actually finally go out? Nope. Okay. I don't like doing that. I'm just going to go up to here for a second. And again, it was a bit knee-jerky. Like, even I will admit it was knee-jerky. In fact, I did admit it was knee-jerky. And I didn't even mention, the things I've said today about, responsibility of clarity. All right, so the thing with tick, just to be aware of, I'm going to create an empty actor here. Empty actor, right? Actually, I'm going to create, I'm going to name this, we're going to rename this empty 1. We're going to create another actor. I'm going to call this one empty 2. Right. I'm going to bring them both onto screen. I hit play. They're not doing anything. I can put, hang on. Let me actually then create something else really quickly. Also, let me get my FPS up here. Okay, so I'm already getting a little bit of things with that millisecond stuff. I'm going to create another actor. This actor is going to be called empty spawner. So, let's open up empty spawner. We're going to start with tick not enabled for this one. I'm intentionally doing that. We're going to delete everything except for the begin play. And on begin play, what it's going to do, it's going to do a loop. For loop. Sorry, I didn't want with break. I went too far. For loop. And we're going to spawn in 10,000 of those empty actors. We're going to spawn in 10,000 of the first one. Okay. Actually, we're going to spawn in, we're going to do this twice. We're actually going to spawn in both. So spawn actor from class. We're going to spawn in our empties. Empty 1. And empty, sorry, it's Control D now. Empty 2. I hit Control W for anyone who wasn't sure. And we're going to spawn in again 10,000 of each of these. So we're going to have 20,000 empty actors on my thing, right? Now again, before we do this, and notice that it isn't on the screen. The actors are gone. I'm going to hit play. Yes. Notice that I have 60 FPS right now for some reason, and I have a lag, 15 to 16 on my my little thing there. And now what we're going to do is we're going to spawn these in. We're always going to spawn them, ignore collision. We're going to spawn in an empty transformation. Okay. Now, watch that number there increase, so we know that this is working. So, it's 43 now. I hit play. Notice I have 20,000 actors there now. Notice there isn't much of a change there, right? Okay. Let's go to empty 2. Hang on. I'm just going to create a custom event really quickly. Call it Bob. And we're going to call Bob here, right? Cool. We're going to delete Bob. We're going to delete the custom node called Bob. We're going to compile. We're going to hit play. What do you notice different now? I now have less than 30 FPS, and my lag has more than doubled. That only happens in Blueprint. That does not happen in C++. And again, Epic has flat out said, for optimization reasons, you want to go into your project settings and to set that to you want to set by default, let me just close this out. You want to set by default that actors do not start with tick enabled. Now, on my spawner, I'm going to get rid of this for a moment. I'm going to duplicate this again, and I'm going to spawn in empty class 1 again. So we're going to have 20,000 once again. I want you to watch my frame rate again. Notice we have 20,000 actors. I'm back at 62 FPS. My latency is at 15 milliseconds. I hit stop. I go back here. I'm going to plug this back into actor 2. And again, notice we have nothing on the tick. I just want to stress we have nothing on the tick. Less than 30 FPS. My latency is above 30. I have lost more than 30 FPS, and I have more than doubled. That's only like 40. That's going up to 37, by the way. I have nearly doubled my latency. That is the... Sorry, I stopped smoking. I actually didn't send the window this time. I didn't even open the window. Shit. That is what I was talking about in that comment. So when you come into somebody's stream and you're just wrong, and you get told to drop something, you probably should drop it, because the streamer might then turn around and do something like that and show that you're an idiot. Also call you out on every single lie you told. So, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know what is happening here and why that's happening, we're going to go to empty actor 1 just for a moment. Let's go to the event graph. And we're going to zoom in. Oh, it doesn't get bigger. Crap. This node is disabled and will not be called. Drag off this pin to build functionality. Notice that isn't there anymore. The second you drag something off this pin, it activates this node. And because this node is active, it is being queued up in an array that goes through every actor that has to tick. Which is why when we spawn in an empty one where nothing is happening on this tick, we have that massive issue. Whereas when we only spawn in this one, where this node is not active, despite me just highlighting it, and we spawn in the same amount of actors, we don't get that effect. That only happens in Blueprint. That does not happen in C++. If there is no thing in the... Hang on. This is not a C++ file. Let me open up the project from yesterday really quickly. Beginner prep. There we go. So if we go into here, and we go into our... Oh, I was in the right folder already. Whoops. And we go into our player cube. Our player cube is going to be queued up on... I can show you in a moment how to deactivate it, yes. Our player queue is running on tick. This is going to be queued up in that array I just mentioned. But if I take all of this code and delete it, I don't have to come up here and set this to false. I can just delete this, and it will not run on, it won't be queued up on the tick, because there's nothing in there. That's the difference I was talking about. Like I said in the thing, you don't know what I'm talking about. You came in with an assumption. Oh my god. Like, seriously, dude. Also, again, epic documentation. Like, I don't always know where to find the documentation. I just remember what it said. And there's an entire Reddit post about this, and also misunderstandings around it. Like, there are a lot of misunderstandings around tick. There really are. And you can see these on Reddit. You can see these in Slackers. You can see these in tutorials all over. So the way to address this issue, let me just quickly go to the spawner, make sure we're spawning in this one, and let's make sure that we're still getting the latency issues that I mentioned. So we're having the latency issues, we're spawning in MT2. Sorry, yeah, you can see that's MT2 type there, that's an MT2 type there, right? All right, so we're having that latency still. I come in here to get rid of this. There's two options. One, I go to class defaults. I click that. And it should operate over. I'm not actually, yeah, it does. That's option one. Let me just turn that back on. Show you that we have the latency issue again. There's that latency issue back. Option two is that. I believe that's option two. And notice the latency issue is gone again. Yeah. By the way, Mr. Frank, if you are watching this, congratulations on giving me more fodder to use against you. It's just honestly hilarious. Not only did you not know what you were talking about and making assumptions, and also didn't understand your role as a communicator or your role as an audience member on a platform that isn't yours, you were just flat out wrong and made assumptions. As I said, the saying goes, even though you said no in your video, which is just hilarious, because like you're saying no, that isn't a saying. As the saying goes, assumptions make an ass out of you and me. And for any non-native English speaker who doesn't get that saying, assumption or assume is spelled A-U-S-S-U-M-E. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me. Ass, A-S-S, U-M-E. That's where that saying comes from. I love that little like kind of play on words. Oh, like honestly, don't correct somebody when you don't know what they're doing, or why they're doing it, or what they're talking about. If you don't know why the person has said something, ask. It's that simple. Heading on, what do you mean by this? I thought there wasn't much of a difference. I would have responded so much differently. If you had gone, hey, can I give a bit of advice? I know this thing is something you should be aware of. Or sorry, can I give a bit of advice? And I said yes, and it was, this. Again, different response. All right. That was fun. Oh. By the way, I actually didn't find that out from the Epic documentation originally. I found that out the hard way because I had put things on that node, unpinned it when I had worked out the logic I wanted to use and where I wanted to place it. There's actually a really, really good Twitter post about it. And if you follow the RTS Remaster series, I'm actually adhering to that. There are very few things you really want to call tick on. And one of them is a custom movement controller, which is the only time I really call tick in part 1, and I actually talk about this, and we do it for adjusting the camera height because we need the information. Basically anything where you are persisting from the start of play to the end of play, you are persistently moving your pawn. So custom movement controller running on tick makes sense. We do that twice, once for adjustment and once for edge scroll. Everything else is event driven or has a custom tick function like the input axis bindings, which are optimized in engine already. The other time we do it is and that's in section 2 is of the new series, and it's also in section 2 of the original series, is when we are looking at game time, which again progresses the entire time. Now, there is an argument to be made that because I have a check at the start, which is typically bad for him to do on a tick, and on some of those checks it won't run, that I shouldn't be doing it, but I should be using a timer instead. Now, because of how that's actually set up, that is probably one of the exceptions to that rule, to be fair. And when you get to section 3 of the remaster, when we do the build and construction, that doesn't run on a tick because it isn't persistent from the beginning of play to the end of play. Yes, you might consistently be building things throughout the entire gameplay, but you will not be constructing every single frame during gameplay. So instead, I use a timer that I disable, and when we are not using it, when there is nothing queued up for construction, so that we aren't pulling off the timer. But yeah, as I said, there's a really good Twitter post where the guy does that first part and then lists the examples of it, and the first one on the list is the custom movement controller. Let me see if I can find it really quickly, because I really think people should see that post. It's honestly really good. Let's just Google this together. You go to Reddit to find this. Reddit, tick reverse timer. Did I really spell Reddit wrong? Thank you, Noxy. This is not the one. This is not the one either. Reddit UE4. I mean, dude, it's fine. Thank you for reporting it. Nope, not the right one. This is also the problem with trying to, like, when I said I was going to find the documentation on live streaming, he said, oh, I never saw it. Like, dude, trying to find documentation while you're streaming is a nightmare. This isn't it either. Give me a second. I'm going to have an easier time probably finding it on my phone. Let me just do it this way. I'm going to search what I searched earlier. By the way, this is a really good video to watch. I mean, there's some misleading things in there, but it's actually overall really good. It's actually his post. Yeah, it's his post we're looking for. There we go. Oh, yeah, it's not his post. I still need to figure out how this thing the guy's talking about there works, because I didn't know that was even an option. Is this it? I even have used that word in my tick tutorial I did for the survival series, FUD, fear of, I can't remember what actually FUD stands for. Oh yeah, no, there's like a 15 to 30 second delay. I've read this post before. This is not the post I'm looking for. This is it, I think. I think it's this one. Yep, this is it. I was looking for this particular picture. So there's actually this guy I agree with. I don't always agree with what he's saying throughout this post, by the way. But in here, you can find the Twitter post. And I'm going to just post this into the chat really quickly. Give me a second. Oops, that's the wrong window. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I used the acronym in the tutorial, and I forgot what it was. I'm just going to search for... wrong window. Custom. There we go. So here's the tweet excerpt. Custom character movement, dynamic camera admins, dynamic character audio changes, procedural animations, and feeding actor positions to post-processing material all probably need to be tick. Is this... oh, that's something else. That's them discussing something else. This is the tweet I'm talking about. So I'm also going to post this in the chat. There you go. Yeah, now you have comments about that. So, you know, he talks about it through here. He talks about event-based things, which, by the way, yes, you should be thinking about things in event basis, why understanding OOP procedures really matters. Sorry, I was just looking at that post over there, and I was like, what the heck? He talks about using a looped timer instead. He talks about when you want to do things like, a lot of tutorials, and one of the reasons why I did the survival tutorial series, and why I actually bring up Tick in the survival tutorial series, is the person who I saw doing a survival tutorial series used Tick for this sort of stuff. This is that caveat I was talking about. If you do something like this on Tick, you probably shouldn't be doing it. Again, for the RTS series, it actually does make sense. What probably is one of the exceptions to the rule. And in fact, there's a bit in here. That's why you shouldn't be doing bindings and should instead be doing event implementation, unless you know every frame it needs to be called up. By the way, I'm going to follow this person because I don't think I'm following him. There we go. All right. And there was something else in here that was really, really good. Yeah, I honestly recommend reading through those both. I'm honestly forgetting what the other thing was. That's what that is. No, that's not what I'm looking for. By the way, I actually prefer this approach. I know in the original RTS I don't do it. I actually use this guy's approach up here, which he calls out as potentially problematic. That's true. Welcome in, Reverse Gutenberg Press. I love that name for some reason. I don't know what about that name just makes me giddy. Excuse me. His show is a nice guy. He has a really cool London Dare project. Yeah, I'll be honest. I actually didn't. I read his thing ages ago when I first started working on in Unreal, and I only recently came back to him. I mean, I love how he talks about things in here. Like, he is clear. It's a really good tweet. By the way, welcome in. How are you doing today, man? Let's take a look. Oh, he's in England, like me. Cool. Is that ArcViz? Oh, that was bad. Aw, congratulations, dude. Like, oh, he had more question marks. Thanks, Chad. Oh, okay. Sorry. My brain, I am still like stuck in the 2000s when Chad is like a hanging Chad. Or like a frat bro. Let's take a look at this. Oh, he has a portfolio. Probably should be doing... Ooh, that's pretty. I like the lighting in that. I like the name of that one. Oh, wow. Ooh, that is cool. I'm going to take a look at that later. Let's go to his itch.io just to see what he has there. Oh, I want to try that. Oh my god, I really want to try that. Oh, it's the same thing. Oh, that looks really cool, actually. I don't know, like, anything space-wise always looks cool to me, but, like, just the look of the planet down there, the space elevator. I'm assuming that's a space elevator. Oh, wow. That is really nice. Hang on, I just had to bookmark this for... hang on, we'll go back to the itch page itself and bookmark it. No, that is not CCP. We're putting this other for now. And do the same for his website. Yo, bro, I'm good. Working on my backroom indie take. I keep trying to understand the new input action system. By the way, it's meant to be at Histro's project. I meant at Histro's project. Oh, yeah, I figured you meant at Histro's project when you were talking about the... Oh, do you mean a different Twitter page when you say at Histros project. That is cool looking. I like the concept art. If that's game art, that's a good stylized game art too. So do you mean, when you say the new input system, do you mean the advanced input system? I've worked a bit with the advanced input system, but I don't know too much about like how to change input bindings dynamically with that system as compared to the traditional system. But yeah, if you want some help with that system, I've worked with it. I can give you some background on it, but if you're actually actively working with it, you probably have a bit more experience with it than me. I only used it in somebody else's project when I was being paid to work on that project. And I just had to figure out how to use it there because they already had it in, and it's a cool idea. Yeah, it's a interesting system they have. Like, I kind of like that you get a little bit more options with the advanced input system as compared to the traditional input system. Speaking of which, for those of you who don't know, let me just open up an Unreal 4 project because I've done it in Unreal 4. We'll use the prep tutorial video or series. So yeah, when I say prep file, if you see the word prep at the end of something, that's the file that I have off on this screen, the one that has a chat on it right now. And when I'm recording, the file that you're seeing is on that screen. But I always prep out whatever I'm doing before I do it. Let me just get rid of my VR stuff because I don't have my VR headset plugged in. If you see behind me, the VR actually, one of the VR headsets is on the bookshelf behind me. The other one's sitting right over here. I'm not sure if they actually made it onto camera. All right, so for those of you who don't know about this system yet, by the way, enhanced, sorry, not advanced, enhanced input. And I'll restart the engine. By the way, for anyone who's coming in, because Reverse, first time I'm seeing you here, just remind me to say this. If you're not aware, we have a Discord community. The link is in the description. Feel free to join, hang out, share projects, ask for advice, all that fun, fine stuff. I'm just going to do this up here. And if we go to... I always forget where the heck things are, by the way. Oh, input, duh. So we have these two things. We need both of these. So we're going to start with, hey, I think there's actually a to-do in there. Oh, well, I guess that answers my question, that to-do. Store predefined controller mappings, allow switching between controller config variants. To-do, build a system allowing redirects. Oh, okay. So let's just create input context really quickly. For those, again, I'm assuming Reverse, you know about this stuff already. I haven't worked with it much, so if I get anything wrong, please call me out on it. By the way, Frank, Mr. Frank, if you're watching this, when a streamer says, yes, you can call me out on it, that is another point at which you can actually call a streamer out. Again, try not to be wrong, though. Again, Reverse, that isn't to you. That is something that happened yesterday. And then we'll call this input action. You shouldn't name the action this. You should actually name what it is, like walk forward, for example. So we want to make sure it's when it's consumed, when we hit the button. That, you know, if you want to be able to trigger it when it's paused, yes. By the way, you can also do this directly in the blueprint. So let me just go to character really quickly and grab our first person character. And let me find our input lookup. You know, execute when pause. If I hit pause on the in the console, or set pause on console, this will now allow me to look up. If I don't, I can't look up. Yeah, the enhanced system in UE5, I'm trying to understand how to use it since it keeps continuously triggering when you start it. I haven't run into that issue before. I will look into that. I will do it in UE5, see if I can trigger that issue and feedback any information on that I can. So you can also say what it does. Is this active or not? Is it passing in a float? So this would be like move forward. What is our trigger? Well, our trigger is when we pressed the button. Is there a modifier we need? Do we need to, have some modifier? We don't, by the way, so I'm just going to delete that. So, when you look at this thing, for example, when it's pressed, you might not need a trigger. Depends on what you're doing with it. The next thing, that's actually the button. This is what the action is. So to think about it in parity with the original system, and again, if I'm getting anything wrong, Reverse, please let me know, because I've only worked with this thing once in passing. If we go here, that is just this bit right here. And how do we actually activate that system? If we go to our input context, we can add a new mapping. And we then have this. And now I can give the W key as my input action for it. Again, we can add triggers in here as well. So it just replaces this system. And you can also add in more, and it becomes a little bit more object kind of focused. I'm not entirely sure of what the benefit of using this system over the built-in system is yet. I haven't looked into that. But it is a system that is there as an option. Now, I'm going to delete these because I'm still actively using this prep file. Probably should delete the walk forward first. And I will delete the plugin in a second. By the way, for anyone who's curious about the survival game, we have the compass added in. Ignore the rain over there. And we have swimming. I don't know why it just lagged a bit. Also, ignore that you can see the collision capsule. That's from me testing stuff. So this is where we're at in the recording. This is up to video 77 of the series. And ignore the fact that there's a little bit of a glitch there. That is something I've worked out in the actual recording file. The prep file, I'm doing different things. All right, let me turn off that plugin. My movement system works fine. Normal actions as jump, sprint, etc. work well. What's it triggering? Also, depending on how you have it set up, it could be that it's running on a tick and it's treating it like an axis binding instead of an action binding. You can have multiple inputs that are reconfigurable and swap input systems on the fly. Oh, that actually makes sense. So yeah, that is actually, okay, I didn't think about that. That honestly makes sense. So yeah, it does allow you to redefine it. Okay, good. I mean, you can redefine it with the old system too, but if you have multiple input modes, like, say, what was that, what game am I thinking about? Like Red Dead Redemption, where they have like a horse mode, a walking mode, and some other modes. Yeah, that would make sense to have a system like that, so you don't have to redefine everything all the time. You can have that extendability. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I didn't think of that. Good to know. That is honestly good to know. See, by the way, Mr. Frank, I gotta figure out why it's doing that. That is how you do something like that. And notice my response. Sorry, Reverse, if you don't get why I'm saying that again, there was an incident yesterday with a very rude individual. And I am going to continue to make jokes about it because it tickles me on so many deep levels. Oh, I am opening the window because it is 26 degrees in this room. And for anyone who does not do Celsius, that is 78 degrees in this room next to an RTX 3070. I am baking Literally baking in this chair right now. Oh, wow. This water was freezing cold when I started this stream. It is now lukewarm. I swear, Reverse, I feel like I've also seen your name somewhere else, too. I almost feel like on Twitter, actually. I could be wrong about that. Oh. 'Tis the boil. 'Tis the boil. Ooh, that was the wrong button. Let me close that out, actually. Also, let me... Oh, I can't change that any further. Okay. That is weird. Can I minimize that but keep that? Nope. Can I... I can do this. Oh, that makes my life so much easier as a streamer. Oh my god. That makes my life so much easier. I love it. Sorry, I literally found a different way to get the chat to pop out so I can actually... Oh, okay. You're in the community to some... Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I was gonna say, like, I swear I saw your name before at one point or something. Oh, dumb questions. Dude, how many times have I asked dumb questions? I think dumb questions are, like, mandatory, and we all need to ask them at some point. I mean, there are some dumb questions we shouldn't be asking. And my mods know what those questions are. And there's also one question, by the way. If you really want to piss me off, there is one question to ask me. Just one. I have a read none error. What does that mean? And the reason why that question bothers me so much is I've literally done 4 videos on that topic alone. And usually, like, if you're doing the survival series and you're asking me that question, by the time that's going to happen, I've already done that video. I've created the content. It's there. Now, if you come to me and go, I have a read none error. I know what it means, but I can't figure out where I'm losing a thing. Can you help me? That's a very different question to me. That shows me that you know what you're doing a little bit, and that you've given it some thought. A random question. Do you have, like, message lag when you're working with UE5? Massive. Yes, I actually do have massive lag when I'm working with UE5. Sometimes. Sometimes it's smooth as butter, but very rarely. I do, for some reason, have significant lag with UE5. Like, it drives me up the wall. Like, honestly, it really drives me up the wall. I personally don't, but it's not optimized, and a lot of people have this view. See, I mean, it's still, like, you have to remember something about Unreal in general. And I mentioned this earlier. Unreal is modular. So is Unity. Just how that setup is a bit different. Literally everything in Unreal that's there, you can replace. Unreal comes with, at least in Unreal 4, I haven't looked at 5 closely enough to actually know, Unreal 4 has 2 renderers built in. The module for it is set to one of them over the other, so you have 2 modules for it. The EQS system for AI is a module. Hell, the entire AI system is a module. The replication system is a module. You can remove modules. You can put in replacement modules. I know somebody who working on an RTS because they couldn't get around the renderer issue, and they, at the time they were doing it, wanted to have a lot of characters on the map, actually wrote a custom renderer that allowed them to have several hundred characters on the map at one time. So why I'm bringing this up is, like, with Unreal 5, and even Matthew, Tomatoes guy, I love that man, in his official videos for Epic has said some of these pieces are still works in process. Lumen, for example, is the one he was talking about that I'm quoting him from on that, or paraphrasing him. some modules, like the core modules, the renderer, things like that, are set up and ready. The physics module mostly is set up and ready. I've been working on that since like 4.25, and it was implemented really fully in 4.27, and now we're in its own standalone thing in 5. But some of the modules are still works in progress, being optimized and updated, and some of them are always going to be works in progress. And that isn't because they aren't going to finish them ever. It says there's always room for improvement. And so you're going to find that some parts of the engine are going to be faster. Some parts are going to be slower. Some parts are going to work correctly. Some parts are going to give you weirdness. Now that you mention it, when I get a project up, it's very... Yeah, So, like, I opened a project in Unreal 5 just before you came in, I think, Reverse, and it was running at under 30. Yeah, no, it was running at 30. That was the one we used on Unreal 5 project for my tick example, why the blueprint tick is problematic as compared to the C++ tick. But when I open that same project, and this is probably due to OBS, so when I open that same project, typically I'm at 60 FPS. When I open an Unreal project, I'm at 90 if I'm streaming, and about 120 if I'm not. I have 8 FPS with just a cube. I've gotten that to happen too. Actually, Sam, I think you were there for one of the Discord streams I did where I literally opened it up and it was at like 2 FPS and it was an empty map. I honestly, like, don't get me wrong, I think Unreal 5 is really cool. I really like working with it. But right now, and despite what is in the current video that's coming out next week, or sorry, the video coming out on Monday for the Survival series, and I actually have posts that come up during this because I've changed my tune since recording that video. 4.26 is still my favorite. I find it to be more stable than any other version. My second favorite is 4.22. We're changing the lumen settings from detail to global, because global is more efficient, more performant than... Give me 1 second. I just had a moment where something just bugged me. I need to double check something. Also, by the way, if you are going to use... if you're going to correct somebody's English, also... and you're going to point out, oh, I said differend. Not me, that Frank did. Now that I actually know what his name is, make sure that the word you're using is actually the correct word. A differend is an injustice. All right, sorry about the little bit of really off-topic rambling there. Let's I'm gonna be able to see this chat now while I do the guy's tutorial. I'm just gonna make sure that the audio is still muted. Sorry, I'm trying not to cough. So I'm swallowing coughs and it actually really hurt. Okay, so he is checking the component. Dude, please don't change screen so quickly. And he's actually renamed, I think this is owner? Yeah. So, owner. And then we set owner, capital O, to owner, lowercase o. And change this out to owner as well, lowercase o. There we go. And then we're going to go back over to our gameplay entity, or game entity. And he's going to do public read only, observable collection, and it is component. And this will be called capital C components, because... don't like that sometimes he uses the underscore for private and sometimes he uses capital versus lowercase. It gets me. With only a getter. Also, why are you judging my name thing? Okay. Oh. Sorry, this should be read-only observable collection. There we go. At 2 neurons, I noticed that the new enhanced input system... Sorry, I'm going to turn towards the mic so I can actually be heard. Noticed that the new enhanced input system does not have a press stroke release setup in the same way in UE5. It has triggered, started, ongoing, completed. I figured it out eventually, sorry. But it is just a bit weird. Wanted to do zoom in, zoom out function, but it does not stop zooming in. Okay, I will take a look into that, and I will try. I'll see if I can figure out how to fix that. Oh, dude, no, don't worry about interrupting. Feel free to interrupt, dude. That's why this is here. You know, this platform, you know, I'm here to create content. As an audience member, you're involved in that content to some extent, especially during a live stream. Feel free to ask any questions, say anything you want to say. Don't be rude. And remember, if the streamer asks you to drop a topic, drop the topic. But don't worry about, you know, that in general. Just if you want to communicate, communicate. If I can't respond at the time, I'll wait a few minutes before I can respond. It's not a huge. Don't worry too much. Sorry, I'm just gonna reorganize my screen so I can see things slightly better. Ooh, I totally hit the wrong button there. Okay, now I can read the chat and actually look at this video. All right, so what are we doing now? So we need a list of game entities in the scene. So we're going to the scene class. Oh yeah, by the way, if anyone wants to clip my demonstration of the BP tick thing, please do so. Also, feel free to tag him. Okay, that's petty. Don't do that. I am actually not encouraging that one. So we're going to add a list of game entities to this. And, okay. I'm not sure why he... Sorry, I actually misread what he was doing. So say, he does have a habit of copying and pasting code where he only saves like 3 words out of 16. Now that I learned that he does it that way. Honestly, now I can see the edits now that I know what I'm looking for. Okay. Now I wanted the underscore because that's what this dude is doing. We're following exactly as he is doing it. Also because, you know, his naming conventions are terrifying to me. And if I mess up one of them, I'm not going to be able to track what he has. Okay, there we go. And then we're going to do a public. Again, this is read-only observable collection. And it will be of type game entity. And this will be called game entities. And that will be with just a getter, if I think. Man, I wish I had the patience. This is C# right now, and I honestly hate C#. Like, it's hard for me to read C#. I know C#. I know C. I know C++. C++ is honestly the easiest one for me to read. It makes more sense to me. Forward declarations make so much more sense to me than anything else. Like, I honestly prefer it. I get the benefit in C# that you don't have to have them ordered for procedural because it's object-based, and you don't have to do forward declarations. Sorry, I'm having another monster. Monster, my first of the day. But, man, for some reason, it gets me in C#. It just drives me up the wall. But if you were here for the earlier part of the stream, we were doing some fairly advanced stuff in C++. Okay, so we skipped something here. I think we need to make this public. Yep. And then we need to go to components and do that here as well. Okay. Okay, that works. And we're done with the undo. I think we're done with the relay command bit. We're done with the undo again. I'm not sure if we're done with this. I don't think we are. Okay, there we are. I mainly work with C. My main confusion with C++ was trying to wrap my head around template programming. Sorry, I'm laughing because when I try to explain template programming once to somebody, I honestly just said, blank sheet of paper, and walked away. Because I couldn't figure out a good way to explain it. And I have a tutorial. So that Udemy course that I'm writing, the one that I keep bringing up, this one here. I use template. Hang on, let me get the code for that, the actual code from that up, so you can see it. It's actually the same code that I used for our math utils in the first part of the live stream today. Oh, that's the wrong folder. Let's go to the prep code version. Math utils. So I mean, I use template T a lot in this. I mean, template. I did that a lot. I'm like, I don't remember what I said, how to explain this in the Udemy course. I'm like, I'm assuming you all know what this is at this point because you're doing C++ programming for a neural network. If you don't, Google it, I think is what I said, because I don't like trying to explain how that works. Oh, God. But yes, this is the same code that is in the utils, minus the, I didn't put the MT randomizer in. Oh, I definitely have updated that clearly, as you saw. The course is about developing a neural, so it's about understanding how neural networks are developed. So let's go through this. I actually haven't recorded this bit yet. This is just for people who are coming from, say, Python or Java, or who haven't done C++ in a while. So it's very short. It's like 40 minutes for across all the videos total. It's 40 minutes. So we'll ignore those bits. So we're learning, this course is about teaching. It's right now at 4 hours, 44 minutes. It's going to be like triple that when we're done. So what I want to do is take someone who's never done a neural network, who maybe knows the word neural network or knows NLP or MLP. For those of you who don't know the difference between NLP and MLP, NLP is a type of MLP. So MLP, Mike Lima Papa, stands for multi-layer perceptron. NLP stands for natural linguistic pathway or something like that, which is actually how it's a psychological or neuroscience term for how we learn and process language, and how we make our linguistic choices that we make, and how we can understand fuzzy or incomplete linguistic data. Like when you fill in sounds that you can't hear someone totally, but you can work out what they're saying, that kind of stuff. And in neural networks, it's done by using multi-layered perceptrons. So I go through like this section. Each of these videos is like under 5 minutes. I think noise is like the longest of them at 5 minutes 41 seconds. This is that noise lecture, by the way, I was talking about earlier, for anyone who was there for that. And I just go over like what these things are. You know, what's the difference between AI, machine learning, neural networks, and deep learning? You know, the Russian nesting doll explanation. You know, what is a neural network? How is it designed? What is that input layer that I mentioned in this video? What is the hidden layer? Like, these are all really brief. Don't go to any of the underpinning concepts, just the like sort of definitions. Same with weights and training. Go into a bit more detail about training, because I talk about supervised versus unsupervised. Talk about noise, memory, and then we get a little bit more detailed when we talk about network design. Actually, I think this is the longest video. Yeah, this is 10 minutes. Because in this one, we actually, it's the first time I say, all right, you're doing math. Here's the math you need to do. So this is the first main section. This bit is just to introduce the concepts. Then we get into actually understanding what fuzzy logic is, because most of us work in crisp or Boolean logic or bipolar logic. So crisp can either be Boolean or bipolar. Yes or no. 1 or -1. 1 or 0. You know, and how fuzzy systems work, what fuzzy data is used for, how to do math with fuzzy data. Because technically the math for like union and intersection of fuzzy data sets doesn't make sense to do. Same with the complement of a fuzzy data set. Actually, the complement makes more sense than union and intersections, but you still have to do it. Because from a philosophical point of view, how can something that doesn't belong to something be part of something? That is literally a fuzzy data set. The rule of it is, as compared to a regular data set, you either are a member or you're not. Like, you don't even count. You don't exist, kind of thing. So when you do a union or an intersection, you're bringing data sets together or looking at the differences. I mean, the difference between two data sets is, of two fuzzy data sets, is the entire data sets for each side. And the union's impossible. But mathematically, you still have to be able to do it. So, yeah. That was kind of, like, if you don't understand what I've just said, like, right now, if you don't understand what I've just said, I say the same thing in that video. That's why it's only so short. We actually do, I think, the math in one of these videos. That does not seem like the right length. Hang on one second. So I'm just reloading this because I'm now panicking that I've uploaded the wrong video. Give me a second. We're actually going to watch this video just to make sure. Oh, so hang on. I'm going to turn the sound down so you can hear it. Fuzzy data sets. All right, let's make a start. The smaller value. Yeah, I've uploaded the wrong video here. Shit, before I do this. Fuzzy operators handout. Okay. Select video. G. Oh, crap. This is section 4. Final. Okay. Okay. I'm panicking. Hi everyone, Zach here. In this lesson, we will discuss the merging of two... Okay. We're gonna open up Premiere Pro and make sure I've actually edited this video. Oh god. Sorry, I noted I use a lot more, dude, that's dope. I've done some Python-related ML in 2019, used a bit of TensorFlow. So remember, TensorFlow is actually not Python. It is C++. When you work with TensorFlow, you are working in Python because TensorFlow is C++ with a Python wrapper. I'm going to be doing something very similar. I'm going to be doing, for the first part of this stream, when we're doing the neural network, we're going to put a C# wrapper on it to get a GUI, and then I don't know what wrapper I'm going to use for the being able to implement certain parts. I'm also attempted to do a YouTube course, to run a YouTube course on using TensorFlow or PyTorch. I like TensorFlow. I haven't used Keras much. I have access to it. I've just never used it. But I know it's way above my base level knowledge. I love some voice cloning and such. Voice cloning is a nightmare. I actually know a company that is hiring people for it, and they've been working on it for 4 or 5 years now, and they've made very little progress. I noted it used a lot now in movie industry. They use ML. So yeah, they used it in not Mandalorian, The Book of Fett with Luke Skywalker. That's why his voice sounds weird. There is some things off with it. Like, when I say they haven't made progress, they haven't gotten to be naturalistic sounding, that company I'm talking about. They use ML to change language in a movie now, using ML to change limp sync to align the secondary voice tracks. Super. That is nice, actually. I like that idea. That is going to be cool. I'll probably buy it when the course is done. If you're on the server, you'll be getting a discount. I'll be putting out that, because it's my first Udemy course, and the way Udemy works is, one, if you want to support the person on Udemy, do not buy the course directly through Udemy. Find a link from the person who wrote the course and buy it. Because if you buy it through Udemy directly, something like 75% of the money goes to Udemy. If you buy it from the link from the person who wrote the course, something like 60 to 70% goes to the person who wrote the course, instead of, between 10 to 20%. But I'll be also putting it on a discount because I'm pricing this course up there pretty high, because it's going to be like a 20 to 30 hour course. It's going to be a full-on, like, if you were taking it at university, a full-on course style setup. The most I've done with it is simple text generation based on a sample of a text to create a story. I have actually never done that with a neural network for some reason. Like, I've been really tempted to see what creepy things a neural network can come up with, but I have not done that yet. 40, 41. Oh, I'm way too far down. Yeah, there is a video 36. Oh, that's not the video. So that's what I said earlier when I said it's either part of the set or it's not. Only values listed exist. All other elements are called a universal set and don't have a membership. All right, let me just export. Oh, there it is. I am glad you asked that question now, by the way, because I did not realize I uploaded the wrong video. That is the survival series folder. That is one of my external drives. Section 4. And, yep, 36 is the one that's missing. Export. So yeah, it's meant to just slowly build somebody up by giving the very base. This is what you need to know about the topic. Here's the key term. And I do say throughout this, for anyone who actually has a background in this, yes, I know I am glossing over a lot. We will get to that. A lot of the things I'm glossing over when we get further into the series. And that's actually the part I'm at currently in the recording for that series. There we go. I'm just going to upload that in there. And by the end of this, that's when we do the math utility bit. So we code out the math utilities, which you've seen in the first half of this live stream. We create a fuzzifier. So this is actually an input layer. I don't say this in the video. I do hint at it repeatedly, however. But it is... I will deal with that later. I've also got 2 more requests suddenly. It is a very different approach. Oh, sod off. Sorry, that's to the site. And then as we move from there, we then do the simple network. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said we construct a network without using object orientation. And that I do that just so I can explain 2D vector math and the logic involved with how that vector math works. The second you add in the objects and you actually have multiple neurons, you are going to have that 2D vector math. That's what we were doing today, and what you saw me struggling with today in the first half when I was calling up the wrong thing for it. So yeah. And as you can tell, I haven't actually edited these videos yet. I've recorded them, and I've actually recorded section 6 as well. I just haven't edited them yet. Oh, it's still processing the video. Okay.
Hi, everyone.
That's actually the first video over,
In this tutorial,
longest
we're
one.
gonna code our fuzzifier. So we're saying, hey, we're ready for the data. And that's because...
What the heck? I'm kind of curious what that is now. That's what got me into ML and text story generation. Tried to use 10 pages of a song of ice and fire, and it was surprisingly funny to read. You should try it. I mean, I've used other people's ones. I've never written my own to do it, is what I meant. Sorry to not be clear on that.
Yes, you
I do at some point want to code my own to see if I can actually design an NLP program that can do that well. I don't think I will be able to be fair, but I would like to do the challenge at some point.
Always will bracket single line commands just in case, because, hey, that's how me brain works. So,
Oh god, this chair is breaking still.
Rest of this if statement in terms of...
So I just want to see what this error that I talked about was.
not equal to 0. What happens if it is equal to 0? We'll do else, and then we are going to do std cout, and this means the data isn't range. So we're just going to yell at the person and go data out of range, and then we'll do a new line. There we go. Let's go ahead, compile, make sure it builds correctly, and as you can see, it did build.
Hopefully you can hear this.
Right. So let's go ahead and test it. So go hit play here. Oh, hey, I skipped something really.
Oh, hang on. That's where the error is.
So let's go ahead and test it. So go hit play here. Oh, hey, I skipped something really important, and I'll probably do this a lot.
Sorry, I'm laughing because that is the exact thing I said earlier today when I was talking about idiosyncrasies between content creators. Like when I said, oh, I know he's going to put a breakpoint in before he put the breakpoint in and where he was going to put it. And I mentioned we all do these little things and we can kind of pick up on them after time. My big one is I forget to actually implement code we have just written. Oh my god. Oh, that always makes me laugh.
I forgot to call the function.
I think the first like 10 times I did it, I got really angry.
There we go. Now build it. Also, build it then to see if there's errors. We're going to enter in 4 categories. So we can either type in done. I'm just going to test that real quick. We're going to do test. We'll do 1, 1.5, 2, and done. See? That done also works. Okay, let's test this for real though. So we're going to enter 4 categories. The first one will be called freezing. So for freezing, we'll enter the values of -20, -10, 0. For our next value, we'll do cold.
So to explain what this is, we're looking at fuzzifying an air conditioner data based on the temperature in the room. and where there might be overlap between
And
things.
you're going to actually just add a new line in. I realize that won't affect what's running right now, but hey. So for cold, we'll do -10, 0, 10. So you can already see there's overlap. And then we'll do warm. For warm, we will do 5, 15, and 25. And then for hot, or the last one is hot, we will do 20, 30, 40. See, it knows that we've entered in all the things we needed. We jumped on to the next step, and it goes, hey, the fuzzifier is ready for data. So let's enter a value together. We're going to enter the value -1. All right, so it says it belongs to cold. It has a 0.1 membership in freezing.
Why is the
and a
tab really
0.9
large on that
membership
one?
in cold. Let's then type in -1 again. And notice now that it's in freezing, and the membership is 0.05 and 0.45. Right.
Oh,
So part of this
I'm showing a
switch,
bug. That's
as
why.
said
I know what I'm
earlier,
doing now.
All right, you're not always going to get the same input. With fuzzy
Yeah,
data,
this is a
and
very,
orange
very
data,
important
our first
bug
bit
to be
code,
aware
you're
of.
not gonna get the
It
same
is one I
input.
talked about
However,
earlier today,
what we are
actually.
looking at on the
It is when
screen
you're doing
is
summative
wrong.
math
And I'm gonna
or
demonstrate that.
any,
We're gonna pick out another value. Pick
not even
this
summative
here.
math, anything where you're doing
Membership is freezing.
math
Notice how I'm
operator
getting anything to
equal
freezing now. It's gonna
operator,
get to cold at a third
this
of it.
error can
Let's
come up.
try
And this is why
some.
I talked about
And,
it.
hey, we've run into an error. I'm actually not sure why we've run into that error, to be fair. I'm not sure if that... Because I don't think I got that with my stuff earlier. But what we're going to do is...
I
ignore
did,
that
but
for
I got the
now
error
and
later
just
on.
close this out. Because, hey, there was a problem. And eventually you're going to start getting addresses that aren't in memory. You're going to have it say default or null. And some other random things. Whatever we named it actually inside the fuzzifier. I think we named it null inside the default inside the fuzzifier. And that's because on this one line where
The default aspect of the bug will show up if you use done and if you have more. Okay. Oh, I want tacos. Give me tacos. Give me tacos now. I demand tacos. And I'm just going to make sure this video is working, and then we'll go back to the actual thing we were doing. Sorry, I am really concerned that I have screwed some things up.
Hi everyone, Zach here. However, in fuzzy logic, we need to find the complement of a dataset in a different manner than we would with a traditional dataset. Rather, the complement of a dataset is the difference between the degrees of membership and 1. For example, we have this dataset from last time, 0.3, 0.9, 0.8, 0.4 of a fuzzy dataset. Okay? Hi everyone, Zach here. On at all times. You have 3 8-hour fuzzy logic and factors to network for this.
Okay, yeah, it's all set up. All right, I only screwed up one of those videos. I am really, really glad you asked that question, because I don't think I would have noticed that mistake for quite some time. Sorry, I'm just reorganizing my screens again so I can easily read stuff. Also, why do I have an alert on Reddit? Okay, I don't care. I don't use Reddit much, by the way. By the way, enjoy your tacos. I still am demanding some, by the
We
way.
save the project as well. So again, we have to use an attribute, a data member attribute.
So we're saving this?
Give this a name other than which is here, underscore game entity.
Oh, sorry. I know you can hear it. Sorry about that. Yeah, I caught that. I caught it really quick, like right as I did it. So we're going to go to game entity. And we're just going to make sure it's serialized. So data, contract. Again, I don't like the fact he edits that out. 1, because it confused me, and 2, because it means that I can't keep up. All right, so this is a data member. And this is a, oh, hang on. Oh, no, I guess we're not using the extra spaces. Oh, he did. We're gonna follow him. Data member, okay. We're also gonna be with a custom name. Give me 1 second before we continue this. Sorry, I just realized I missed a bracket there. I forgot to do name equals a name to be capitalized too. We're writing another class for a transform component, which is named transform. Oh, not common. All right, so transform. And it's gonna be public, and then here it's from component, and there's no default component in here. Is he pointing? But oh no, sorry, there is a constructor. He doesn't have a default constructor. Okay. Okay, so in here we're gonna do public transform game entity owner and lowercase out, and we're gonna call up the equivalent to super. And that is okay. There we go. That gets rid of that error. He's defining what a vector is. Sorry, not what a vector is, what a transform is. We all know what they are. We're not going to cover that. I'm just going to wait for him to finish up what he's doing because he's using a code snippet I don't have. And, yeah. Okay. So I'm pausing his video because I know what he's doing. And it's going to be the same 3 codes over and over again. Vector 3. Which we need to add in numerics for. No, numerics, thank you. And we'll call this position. Then we're going to have public vector 3, which we'll call position with a capital P and no underscore, with a get underscore position and a set. So one other thing I hate about C#, that it does spaces instead of tabs. And in our set, we're going to do if position does not equal value, then we want to update position to value. We do this when we have a missing semicolon. We do this when we have a missing semicolon. We do this on property changed name of position. Cool. Right. And then we're going to take all of this. We're going to paste it twice. and I'm just gonna see what order he's doing them in. If he's gonna do rotation or scale. Rotation. Okay. So this one becomes rotation, and this one becomes capital rotation. Right. So let me just paste these into the correct spot. And I'm assuming this final one, I'm going to check what he does, is scale versus scale. See, that's when you copy and paste, and he's still using his code snippet. All right, he's doing it now. It was scale. He didn't name it anything different. Whoa, what the heck is he doing? The amount of Control Z there, it looked like it was one of my videos instead of one of his. Yes, I'm mocking myself, not him. And so we're going to use data. We're going to save this information, of course, because we know where things are stored in the world. And that's data contract. Really don't like the fact he edits those things out, because that means I have to pause the video. I'm going to make sure that that doesn't happen with Sparky. Otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare to do. Because this is already kind of stressful to do on a live stream. Because I have to pause to actually catch up, because I don't have to, he's editing out when he clicks that thing. Oh, sorry, that should be data member. And I don't know why. I'm just going to copy this and paste it in each time I need it. Okay. Cool. So that is our transform. And now he's gone into game entity without saying what he's doing here. Now he's saying it. So we're going to add a button that allows us to add a game entity to our scene. Just adding another button down here. Okay, so this is going to be button, content, plus sign. So we're going to scene to define what the button does. Oh, okay. So line 94. There we are. I'm very confused by what's going on in the video. I'm just going to go back here for now. So we're taking all of this. Oh, no, okay. He's changed it. We're taking all of this. Actually, I'm going to wait to see how far down he goes. Okay. So, all of this. Okay. Waiting for his to figure out like mine did. So we're going to switch out scene underscore for game entities and non underscore for capital game entities. So just really quickly. I'm actually going to do the ones he's doing in case he changes his mind on how he's doing things. Ah. Okay. He got rid of this one. Like how he doesn't explain that. That really is, like, doesn't say what he's doing, not explain why he's doing it. Like, he really wish he would just say, and I'm going to delete this because we don't need it. I mean, that does explain why we don't need it, but... and then this is going to be add game entity command. Okay, apparently we're deleting this. And we're going back up here to do a private void. Add game entity. Game entity. Entity. Okay, we're going back to projects for a moment to do some changes. We can remove the internal now, apparently. Okay. Because we're using command. I like how we explained that one. Okay. Okay. Oh. There we go. Okay. He's explaining why the add scene is different than the add game entity. Basically, there's only one type of scene, but there's multiple types of game entities, and we don't know what type of game entity the person will be adding. And there'll be different types, of course. He just said the first thing I said there. Sorry if you can hear the dog outside. It's not mine. Alright, so, well, because I know he doesn't pause. Really? You're gonna... Oh, I do have it. Okay. Give me 1 second. Yeah, you're gonna just see me stretch look at something. I just thought one of my fences fell over again, but it didn't. Sorry about that. Oh, I did this wrong, actually. He does something completely different. So this, we're going to assert that game entities dot contains entity. So we're avoiding duplication. And then if it isn't, we're going to do game entities dot add entity. All right, he then takes all of this, pastes it down here. I'm sure that this has to be true this time. That it is already listed. And of course, this will become remove instead. Oh, I was right. I didn't even see him do the deleting of that. We're dealing with this bit now. And all we're doing is passing x here instead. Also, that should be a lowercase x. Likewise, he's copied this in from... Where did we do this originally? You know what the easiest way to tell? Pretty sure that is in here. I'm wrong. Very wrong. Projects and projects. Yeah, that should be a lowercase x. I think. No, not that one. What am I looking for? Give me 1 second. I'm just going to rewind his video just a moment. There, new scene index last. Yeah, no, that should be lowercase x. I know there's going to be errors. I'm just building really quickly. Just want to make sure there are no errors in project. There aren't. Okay. All right. Oh, crap. The chat minimized on me. I am so sorry. I just noticed the chat minimized. There we go. All right. So we're removing this bit. Okay. This is going to be entity index instead for our undo list. And it's going to be game entities. And I'm just going to let him finish up the part he's doing there. All right, so we have undo and redo we have to do with this. So first we have to call it project to get there. And not sure why that is giving me weirdness, or that. Variable, let me just put the space back in. Variable entity index is equal to underscore game entities dot count. Oh, there we go. Okay. This is undo redo action. Yeah, I'm not getting the error. He's not getting the error. Whatever. We'll see what happens in a moment. Remove game entity. And we'll pass in X. And then this becomes game entities. And it's entity index instead. And it's X for new scene. Sorry, on deserialization, private on deserialized context. Game entity is not null. Game entities equals new read only observable collection. Game entities underscore. On property change name of game entities. Add game entity command equals a new relay command game entity X, which is add game entity X variable entity index equals game entity underscore index or game entities underscore dot count -1. Project undo redo dot add new undo redo action. Let's just go over here for a second. Okay. Just in case. There we go. It didn't actually show up. Okay. There we go. And This is add x.name to project. And the second name is project, by the way. So this is the entity name, and this is project. He's not saying the same thing I'm just saying. Read-only collection game entries. Okay, so he's adding the command here. Just going to wait for him to do it because it looks like he's... Oh, no. Okay. So public I command get set. Oh, private set. And then we'll copy this one, paste it down here, grab that bit, paste it there. And notice now the errors are gone. Well, except for this bit where we haven't actually filled it out yet, which he's now going down to do. Hang on one second. He is doing things without talking, and it's really kind of hard to keep up. So I'm just going to wait for him to get back to where I was just a moment ago. All right, so he also missed one thing, which is that. This is remove game entity. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Oh my god. He's just scrolling through code. Okay, that's all he was doing there. So we're just going to replace these two lines, but reverse what we're doing with it. I think he just caught the entity index problem. Yep, he just caught it. Oh, yeah, this I missed one, and he missed it too. This should be game entity. There we go. Can you address the is active part? Also, these explanations should come before you do the coding. Yeah, there's no predicate, so we can get rid of that. And we need to call this function. So okay. There we go. Again, those explanations would be better before the coding part. Also, if you're editing out, like, when you're clicking the things, why are you not editing out, like, the 5 minutes where you're not, 5 minutes, 5 seconds where you're not scrolling and not talking? Again, I did the same thing when I started out, and this is fairly early in this channel's history. I'm not sure if this is his first channel or not. Again, he's doing this out of the kindness of his heart. Please take my criticisms as me thinking about my content and seeing issues I've seen in my content paralleled in his. It is more a critique of myself than it is of him. And it's also something I'm going to be mindful of as I move forward with my tutorial series. Okay, so I'm going to see the components for our project. All right, so now we're going to add the command in. Sorry, give me a second. I hit the wrong thing. Item source equals binding game entities is enabled. Binding is active. Is active. Okay. And we only want to be able to add entities when the scene is active. All right, so once we're able to select multiple, so we're using extended. And then we're going to define how they are listed. Give me a second. Okay, there we go with that. And that's going to be horizontal. All right. Horizontal. And then we have text block, text, and that is bound to the name. Okay. And then we're going to have a button. I read that as Stargate for that person who just started playing a game, Spellgate. The guy who started playing the game Spellgate, I read that as Stargate. I was like, there's a Stargate game called Stargate? That's recent? And I'm getting ahead of where he's at, but I'm assuming it is... I didn't seem to be right. Okay, let's see what he does. Oh. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, that's not right. Okay, why am I getting an error? Oh. That's why. I skipped something. There we go. All right. That now should work. Oh, I can't comment there, can I? Ah. Sorry again if you can hear my neighbor's dog. So we're going to do click, and that's on add game entity. Oh, okay. On add game entity button click. He's finally saying how to do it. Thank you, F12. I've been waiting to know that for a while. So we're now going to call up the add entity command. So var btn sender as button, and then var vm btn.data context as scene, vm.add game entity. Remember, VM is view model, he's just saying. Hang on one second. Okay. And for this, what we need to continue to do, let's go back into here. Sorry, I was trying to see what type of brackets those were. Name is equal to okay, we're creating an empty one. All right, so let's just test this now, see how that looks. And let's just open up one of the projects. And look, we had this add button. Nothing's being added. Oh God. Hang on, let's see if he has this. No, he had the same error. Okay. Sorry, he's just doing his own debugging now. All right, so we forgot to include this in the actual .primal file. Give me 1 second. I need to just stand and stretch my legs. While I do, we'll put some music on. Yeah, I'm going to be muted for just a couple of moments while I stretch my legs. Sorry, I also use that time to use the gents. All right, let me mute the audio. And apparently almost burp. Sorry about that. I see I've been tagged in something on Discord really quickly. So let me just go ahead and... Oh, what's going on in admin? Okay. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Is it that a no-no call the call because it would be a lot easier working with this screen share? Yeah, okay, Chica handled that. Noxy, you responded. I had an issue with this before. The only way I was able to do it was to resolve it is 1, try checking if anything else is accessing the EU asset file of the BP. Second, editor window, file copy, import anything. 2, check if subversion has a locked the file. This is a problem more often than not. New submit, unload, and recommits helped sometimes. 3, it helped if nothing helped, I had to restart the engine. As UE5 is newly released, this is a problem 2 to 3 times a week for me. Good to know. Something that takes a file and writes access away and hogs the US at file. I haven't found the other way to resolve that either. That is why I'm still on 4.26. Yeah, I agree with that. All of the SMS back is going back years. I agree. Just got a new error. I can't import a JPEG. Okay. So it looks like that's been taken care of. And sorry, I'm just clearing out the messages because I don't like having extra message alerts on my thing. All right, that is done. All right, back to the tutorial. Oh shit. Let me figure out where he's at. So we're on DC. I'm gonna just close this window. It is way too windy. And the noises from outside are actually distracting me. So I'd rather boil than not be able to do this. So we are looking for the on deserialized. So we have the if it's null. We're going to do an else statement here to make sure it actually adds it in. Okay. So did he just add that and delete it? Okay, so he adds the else. And then he deletes the else. So we're going to check if the list of entities is null. So check if there is a game entity. And we're going to do if game entities equals null. I see why I got rid of the else now. And what we're going to do... Oh, no, he doesn't do it this way. Okay. Sorry, I should probably not pause and guess at what he's doing. And we're going to do new game entity. Oh, sorry. No, that's not right. We're going to do new observable collection game entity. Now we'll get rid of that temporarily. Okay. Oh, okay, that's what he's doing. He's going to just update it and then copy it over. And then we're going to put it back in. Okay. Fair enough. So we're going to create it at runtime. Oh, crap. Don't open in the wrong window. Seriously. Okay, so here we are. All right, I got the same error he did. All right, so we need to go to project layout view. Whoops, wrong one. We need to go to the class file. I'm just gonna let him do what he's doing to figure out what's going on. So he's debugging, he's walking through it, he's looking for what's null. And ooh. All good? Good to hear, Noxy. Thank you for answering that question. On Discord, that is. Ow, my back just popped. So he's literally just walking through his code as he's doing a breakpoint. I'm not going to follow it along because it would take me too long to follow while he's doing it. Sorry, there's not much I can say because he's literally just jumping through all the steps in that breakpoint. And I'm not sure what he exactly is looking for to find out why it's null. And I'm not going to guess either. I'd rather not be wrong and give you guys incorrect information. He can't find it. Oh, it's being executed twice. Okay. That's one of them is null, one isn't. So he's trying to figure out why they're being called twice. Okay. There we go. Now we know what's going on at least. Okay. So now we're on to figuring out why it's being called twice. He's doing it one more time. Here's an empty scene. He's hitting add. His breakpoint has been triggered. He just found the issue, and I'm not seeing it. Okay, so what's apparently is wrong. Hang on. Sorry, let me get to where he's at. He's at project layout view. This one. And apparently the issue is this bit here. Or this bit. Oh, okay, I apologize. I know what's going on. So you're calling the binding here. That is what's happening. And then you're calling it again here. That's what he's going to say. Yep. Yep. Oh, hang on. Whoa, what did you just do? Which one did you delete? He didn't do anything. Oh, he unpaused. Okay. So it's this bit. I like that response. I found the fault, which is entirely mine. My bad. He sounds like me. I like this. I really like the fact that we had that very similar style. All right. So now let's do it. Oh, hang on. I need to move this to the other window. Okay, so we're now doing this. And there we go. What's us remove button? Nope. Yeah. Okay. I have to go. Hope you have a wonderful evening. You as well, Noxy. I will talk to you later, and I hope that you have a wonderful day or evening, given it's like nighttime there. All right, let's also test out the... Now we're going to save the project, and we're going to open the project, the thingamajigger. So I'm going to do it a little bit different than Lily because I still haven't installed Notepad++ because I'm weird like that. Let's go here. We were in test. I think we were in test. I'm just going to double check by hitting this one more time. We were indeed in test. Okay. So let's open this up. And I'm just going to copy this. I know you can't see it. Don't worry. I'm going to just create a new text file here and paste it in. Okay. So I'm just going to follow his design of doing this. Okay. There are game entities. Okay, hang on. All right, so he's moving this here. So we have project name. We have a list of our scenes. Okay, apparently this is part of that scene. That actually makes sense. Okay. All right, so I'm just waiting for him to open up a template really quickly, see what he's doing with it. Okay, so I'm just going to pop over to where we're doing this at, which is here. There we go. Primal editor, project templates, and we're just going to open up one of these. I guess I don't need the other one open anymore. Also, I don't need that open anymore. That's my notes on the learning algorithm. So let's open this. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this over to here as well. We've already formatted this one on a previous stream. There we go. All right. I'm going to leave this over here so I don't have to come back to it. And in here, what we're doing is I'm pausing the microphone so I can call. Pausing the microphone. I'm muting the microphone. Sorry, I was trying to say it really rapidly so I could, get that sentence out before I coughed. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I missed what he did because I was coughing. Okay, so here we are. And he is pasting in just this bit here. So we're going to take this bit ourselves and paste that there. And then we're going to see what he does. Oh, no, he removed it. It should be alphabetical, he's reminding us. Be here. Okay. And it's just an empty list, so we put a closing command there. And then I'm going to take all of this. I'm also going to close this out. No, I don't want to save it. So we're going to take this. We're going to go back here. We're going to paste this in. We are going to save it. And then we're going to copy this into the other projects. So let me just get rid of that. Let me just go to the right window. And we're going to take this project and we're going to paste it into here. We're going to replace. I went too far. We're going to do the same here. And finally, we're going to do the same for our top down. Okay. There we go. Oh, he's actually doing them one. Oh, shit. Is there a difference between them? No, there isn't. Why are you doing it that way? Not just copying. Oh, hang on. Let me just go back here. We're going to do that. We're going to go to our scenes, and we're going to undo what we did a moment ago. So we don't need this bit anymore. I'm actually just going to comment this out. And then we can make that read-only again. What did he just do? Hang on, what the heck is he doing? Okay, he deleted that bit. So that's still there. That's there. That's there. Okay. What the heck is he doing? He deletes it? Oh, he deleted too many lines, and then he went back and put it back in for a moment. Deleted it again. Okay. Okay. Actually, I want to do something different. I'm just going to go and create a new project really quickly. We're doing it as an empty project called entity test. We're going to create it. We're going to add in a entity there. Okay, there we go. We're going to add in a scene and add in another entity. I'm going to save. I'm going to close this. I am going to open it again. And I am going to go to entity test. It's there. We're good. Now here's the question I have, and I don't know if he's going to test this, but I just want to see. I'm going to open this up, and I want to see if no, we can't do it with the old ones. Cool. All right. So because he's doing it that way, and I've just seen the problem with that in terms of we can't use the old ones, we're going to go in. We're going to find the primal projects. We know that entity test and test, let me just double check. Yeah, entity test and test both work. So we're going to go back here and keep entity test, get rid of this one, and we're going to get rid of that one. So we just have those two there. And if we hit play now, we can then open that up and we can add that in. We can save it. So we now have 3. We can close that. We can open it back up. And again, we will have 3 in entity test. Let's close that out. Let's go back to the other one just to make sure that still works in test. We're going to remove all of these. We're going to save. We're going to close this out. We're going to start it again. And then we're going to add 1 in. We're going to save. We're going to close it out. And we're going to open it again. And then we're going to check that there is 1 there. Okay, so we're back up to speed where he's at. Okay, so that's all working now. Oh, hang on. I forgot to test something. He just did something I didn't do. Let me just open this up, and I'm going to add a few entities in. Okay, I can't marquee select, but I can control select, and I can shift select. What happens if I do remove? It only removes 1. Okay. So he wants to display the components contained in the entity down here. So we're going to go to the class for game entities, which is over here for me. It's going to have at least 1 component, and it's going to be the transform. And yeah, every game entity is going to have that, so he's right. components. Give me a second. Sorry. Components. Why am I getting an error there? The heat isn't. All right, we'll come back to that in a moment. Dot add new transform. And we're gonna just pass in this. Because this should be underscore components. So we're going to create a method whenever deserialization is complete. So on deserialization, and then we will have, sorry, that my mustache was itching for some reason. So now my nose is itching. On deserialize, you know what? We're just going to cheat. There we go. Streaming context, and then context is the argument we're passing in. Okay. So we're assigning the components to be assigned to the read-only collection. Oh, sorry, that's not right. We're gonna have to do the if it's null. So I'm not sure why I even put that in there. If components is not null, I mean. Okay. That's another thing I prefer about C++ and Visual Studio. It automatically puts the spaces in. Component. Components is equal to new read-only observable collection component, and then we're actually passing in an argument this time of components. There we go. And then on property changed name of, and yes, I have the same error that he has the same error I have. So that's perfectly fine that we expect that to be there. And then we need a private set. Oh, I called it before he got it. Yes, I'm getting better at this. I'm getting better at knowing what he's going to do. I'm trying to get this. I'm grokking it. I don't fully, I understand everything I'm doing. I just wouldn't have, I don't know if I would structure it the same way. Okay, so let's test it. We're going to open up the test project. Okay. We're adding new ones in. Still works. We'll try to save it. I'm just going to put 3 in really quickly so I know how many there are. So there's 3. I'm going to save again. Okay, so there's a bit of an error here. Yep. He's forgotten to serialize it. So we'll go to transform. No, the heck did I just, hang on. Oh, okay. Visual Assist was updating, so we need to go to, let me just close this out. We need to go to game entity, and in the list of components is where we're gonna make our update, he's saying. Hey, polymorphism. Okay. So we have to tell the serializer that we're using different types. Oh, he's using Google on the thing. I like that. So he's just Googling data contract serialization for collections. And he's just showing the API from Microsoft, which again, you know, good on him for actually showing that. I really appreciate people who do that. That shows a lot of, just shows a lot of insight and a lot of awareness. You know, if you're going to comment on a YouTube video of something that's already known, like, seriously? Sorry, I'm just adjusting some quick comments here. Oh, hey, Zach Manford, if you're still here, I just saw your comment. Oh, I just did that wrong. Just randomly sublet call, so I'm trying to define my own network, but I haven't moved this. I'm going to be going once I resume that video for about another 10 to 15 minutes. Let's say 15-ish minutes. Probably a bit longer, but to be on the safe side. I'm actually responding to your comment right now, by the way. Oh my god, I keep spelling server wrong. All right, I'm just telling you if you haven't already joined the server, you should, so we can talk about neural network designs. The live streams of ooh, I keep goddamn E error. Yeah, I've been listening while working on stuff, on, on some embedded stuff. Fair enough. Fair enough. Is that my brother that commented? Sorry, I actually am double checking that one. That actually might be my brother that commented. I honestly think that might be my brother. I can't tell. Like, I legitimately can't tell if that's my brother or not. Sorry, I missed a whole bunch of comments on YouTube that I'm quickly responding to. I'll be done in just 1 second. All right. This is the last comment I'm responding to. Then I'm done. Well, I'm done with the responding to the comments. I'll be back here. I had this happen in UE5, but I... Okay. All right. Sorry, I was just fixing the typo in that post, and now it's done. Okay. Sorry about that. I just figured since I was checking something, I would quickly take care of that. Radio, and let's resume just knocking out this last little bit that we're working on. He's just going over the documentation still, showing the Microsoft doc for it. I'm now showing that there's a template way of how to, a template on this thing for how to save polymorphic members. So, God, he's scrolling too fast for me to actually read it. Dude, you were on the section you were looking for, I think? Oh, no, you're looking for the other example. Okay. So he's showing how they're creating a list of objects, what the objects could be in the list, and then creating that list. Oh, please tell me you put the link for that in the... he did. Okay. He's actually just directly copying off of this thing. Let me go back to find where he's at. He is... I'm looking for... known type polymorphism issues. Okay, so he is taken all the way... Wait... So he's taken this bit down to here. Literally, well, actually, technically, he has taken this bit. Okay, I'm just going to watch what he's doing now. Oh, no, he isn't. Okay. So we are in game entity. Under the data contract, we're going to do known type. And, okay, there we go. And type of, and then transform. Okay, so now it knows the component can be a transform or whenever the transform is being used and all that fun stuff. And we'll add the more, when we add other component types, we'll include them there. So we're going to hit play. Sorry if I'm speaking really fast. I'm trying to keep up with... Okay, so he had the same issue. Yeah, project file is corrupted, he's saying. So we'll start a new one. Sorry, let me move this over to the correct window. Let me pause what he's... Oh my god, pause. Thank you. Entity test part do. Create. There we go. Sorry, it's over in the other window. All right, we're going to add in... Gotta click the right spot. 1, 2, 3, 4. He has more than 4. I'm just counting what it is. And hang on. So cannot be serialized. Okay, he's having the same issue. And he's saying we have to do 2 things. He only did 1 of them. Fair enough. But before we do that, I'm just gonna go back here and delete these, because we're gonna have to add them in. So we need to make everything that's in this hierarchy to be serialized as well. So we have to go to components. And in here, we're going to do data contract. Okay, I'm just going to see which one he's saving. So he's saving game entity. Okay, so... Sorry, I'm having a moment where I can't see the screen because the microphone is literally blocking that part of the screen for me. Data member. And now he's running it again. Okay, so we're going to test it as well. Oh, no, he stopped running it. Oh, he started running it again. All right. So we're going to create a new project. We'll do empty, entity test. All right. He actually added a 4 in. We're going to do 4 as well, and we'll save. Okay, it looks like it worked. I have no idea if it actually worked, because my output is different than his. Okay. Add in a couple more scenes, remove one, Control Y, Control Z, Control Y, Control Z, Control Y. Okay. And then he closed it out. We're going to open it back up, make sure everything is still in there. So we have our 4 and our 2 scenes. Sorry, I'm just getting rid of this window. So now he wants to display it down here, I bet. Yeah, he's creating an entity viewer. So if you think about this is the world outliner, and instead of having the world outliner be only the scene we're currently in or the map we're currently in, think of the scene as the maps. They're all going to be listed here in this version, and where this is the world outliner that we have typically right here. So these 4 entities. When I say typically, I'm talking about on my channel using Unreal. And down here, what he's talking about is creating the details panel that we would have in Unreal. Now, I just want to toy with this for a moment. Okay, I probably have it set up like this, to be fair. Content browser, details panel, world outliner, editor. That's if you're thinking about it that way. And that's why I reorganize it so it has a little bit more of that layout that Unreal has, just to give you a rough idea of what I meant. So let's close this out, and let's get back to that tutorial. And we're going to add a game entity viewer in the world editor. Oh, it's a user control. So user control, and he's calling this game entity view. Game entity view. Okay, so game entity view. I'm just double checking game entity view. Yep. Okay. It's all loading in. Let me switch over to that mode. And, you know, I really need to just make that massive. And we can zoom out on this. That doesn't need to be big. Okay. There we go. So we're setting the display to the context of the first game entity that we select from the scene view. Okay, so we're going to create a public property that we can access, which will be game entity view instance. Okay, and we're going to have a get, and this is static. Okay. And then we do data context. Hang on one second. Data context is set to null. And then we'll do instance is equal to itself. I like how I said that right as he said it without realizing he was going to say the same thing. Okay. Sorry, he just made another change. What did I miss? Oh, no, he just moved the mouse, saw that he had a typo, and went back and fixed it. Okay. Whew, give me a heart attack. I missed something there, buddy. All right. Can someone tell me if I do that in my tutorials where I fix... Like, I try to cut those out when I do that sort of stuff so you don't have to see it. And you don't have to be bogged down by me very quickly fixing things like that. But can someone tell me if I do that so I know to edit those out or to say what I'm doing and why? Okay, so we need to go to project layout. We need to go to the project layout XML or XAML. We have this list box here. Oh my god, my foot is itching. Ooh, hello foot. Okay, so, dude, I need you to go back like 5. Okay. Ah, okay, that's what he does. All right, I wasn't sure if he deleted anything before he did it. Sorry. Okay, so whenever the selection changes, Oop. So we set the context of that new user control. So on game entities list. Dude. I hate that. I hope I don't do that on my stuff. I think I do, which is why I'm like harping on it. Okay. That F12 and oh my god. Thank you for finally saying it's F12. I know I do things like that myself. Like I've been doing things for ages and then go, oh yeah, just in case you don't know, like after like 5 videos of doing it. So we're going to take the E added items. Those are the currently selected items. Actually, he'll want to do something else. Sorry for that coughing. So we're going to do sender as list box and then use its selected item. And then we want to get the first of them. And we're going to make this a variable. Oh my god. This is one thing I really hate about C# and this IDE. I so prefer C++ in this IDE. Why doesn't he have that error? Okay, so just give me 1 second. I'm going to redo that line. Var entity equals sender as listbox. Okay. Dot selected items. Oh, it selected items. And that B should be capital. Okay, there we go. And then that goes back down there. And then I get rid of these extra spaces. That, I kind of like where it says where the spaces are on that side, on the right-hand side. And then we're going to do game entity view. There we go. Excuse me. I'm just really quickly, I think he didn't edit that one out either. Yeah, no, he didn't. Okay. Okay, so we're going to fix the namespace. So we're going into game entity view. That one. Okay. So he wants to get rid of this world editor bit. Okay, he did it up here. I like how he highlights this one and then deletes that one first. And then comes back and does this one. Like, that honestly, he did that before and I knew to watch for that. And then he is in this. And, okay, so we need to remove that bit. Okay. And then we need to go to project layout view. Or not. Wrong project layout view. We need to go to this one. Okay. And then we need the instance. And data context. And we need to set that equal to entity. And then we're going to go back to the game entity view. And we're going to actually display that here. So this will be a stack panel instead. So we're going to get the name. So that is text blocks binding name. Or text block, I mean. Text binding name. And then add that in. Okay. Then we're going to do the list of components. So item control, or items control, item source, and that it will be, sorry, I'm just pausing to, because you moved past this point, binding components. He has a closing thing there. And within this, we're going to do item control dot item panel. And we're going to just close that out. Okay. And this is going to be the stack panel. So items panel template. Okay, items panel template. There we go. I was like, I didn't get the second one, so I wanted to see if I did something wrong with it quickly. And in here, we're going to have our stack panel. Okay. And then go down here. So we need to include this in our, I honestly don't know why he would just put a space there randomly. So we need to include this in the world editor. So let's pop over there. Let's actually save everything really quickly. And there is our world editor. So we're going to add it down here. So if we go to that one, there is our lower left. Or sorry, lower right. Even he did the same thing I did. Jesus. I've been commenting on videos. I know my left and my right. It just, yeah. So we're going to go back into here. And we're going to do local. And I believe that's game entity view. And then we do grid row of 1. All right, what? Game entity view. Game entity view. I think I just missed that. Let's go back to a world view. Oh, that's the wrong one. Nope, I want to have editors in there. Okay, I'm just going to build really quickly. I know I have the error still. Okay. So I'm just going to go back here for a moment. And we're just going to listen to this last little bit again. So we have... Oh, we're not here. Okay. So I'm just watching to figure out what I've missed. So public static game entity instance. You do get. It's static. We only have one. Yep. He knows out the data context. Instance is null. What is this? I mean. And then he has to do a private setup here where he has that typo. Puts an ln. You know, catches it. This is where I thought he did something else down here that I missed. And then we're going back here. He wants to, oh, sorry, project layout. I'm going to head out, get some food. You'll probably, yeah, I'm going to be done very shortly. We're literally, this is the last thing we're debugging, and then I'll be done. I hope you enjoy your food, man, and I will see you on the Discord. We can talk about neural nets there and all that fine jazz. I got to find new sayings, by the way. Clearly. Yeah. So game entities binding is active. Selection mode extended on game body. Horizontal binding name. Remove command parent. God damn it. Parent scene. Remove entity command binding. Okay. And then he does this bit. So selection change. This is where I said, dude, really? Which will be on games entity list box selection change. Okay, we're now over in our project layout here. So he's just doing this bit right here. And the first entry, so 0. And then he declares this as entity. And then he does sets the game entity view instance. Ah, okay. This is where I think we had the issue. All right, so we're going to go over to our game entity view. So primal editors, game entity view, bingo. And then CLR. So I'm just remembering those little infomercials for the limescale rust, and I can't remember what C stands for. Remover. Namespace, primal editor, editors. Okay, and then we go over here. And he did the same thing here. Sorry, let me see, rewind that a little bit. Primal editor editors. Yep. Have the same number of usings. And now he is in project layout view. Ah. Whoa, hang on. See, this is why you say what you're doing. So primal editors editor. And he is down to 16. Sorry, I'm just gonna cheat a tiny bit here. All right. So he's currently on 16. I'm on 17. Okay, that's what he did. This is why you say everything you're doing in a tutorial. Otherwise, you get someone like me sitting here going, what the heck are you doing? Okay, there we go. Now we can skip to the end. I went too far. I can already see there's probably a potential issue here, or maybe not. So we hit play. He's doing the same thing. He's opening up the project. Okay, it's the same as his. That spacing is awful. There should be a padding. There's a transform component. Ha! There's an error he hasn't dealt with if you try to remove an active one. But hey, that takes us through what we were going to do with this. So let me go ahead and save this up. And again, given all my criticism, it isn't criticism of him. It's things I notice in my own tutorials that I'm seeing in his. And it's just my sort of, okay, I need to be mindful of this in my work. Also, he's talking about renaming the game entities. We're going to do the next video and all that fun stuff. I am now going to commit this to the GitHub for the thing. Oh, I'm on the right screen. I was very confused why my thing wasn't showing me. And this is Primal Editor. I think I put live streams 5 in the last one by accident. It's 06. Added game entity and entity viewer. Okay. There we go. It is now committed. You should now be able to access it on GitHub. Again, the link is in the description. And again, despite my criticisms, again, it's more about me than it is about him, minus that last one. That one is something that he does. I do it too sometimes. I used to do it, so I recognize people doing it. I had to work on not doing it. But despite all that, remember, please head over to his channel. Give him a like, subscribe. You don't know how much that helps the channels out. I did put the right live stream number for the Delta rule. Cool. It really, really is important. It is a massive thing that can really help us. Just be aware of that. All right. Okay, so he's very similar. He wants to do a thing similar to Unreal where we can look at multiple entities at once. So entities, for those who aren't as comfortable with the terms being used, is the same as a U object. Yeah. Alrighty, so that covers what we were going to do today. Our next live stream will be Friday at 5 o'clock British Summer Time. So that, remember, that's 1 hour difference than GMT. And it will be another community hangout. We will probably be doing some little bit more prep. I might work on that between then and now, but I have a lot of videos to edit. If you don't realize, I have something like 30 videos I've recorded for YouTube that I have to edit, and like 10 more for that Udemy course I've done and have to edit. And I'm slowly working my way through that. My goal is to get Section 2 of the RTS Remaster out to Patreon. That way I can get Section 1 out to you guys here on YouTube. Are there any final thoughts, questions, concerns, and or delusions of grandeur? You should always have multiple delusions of grandeur. It's very useful. By the way, Zach, if you're moderately spicy C++, I will laugh my backside off. Yeah, you are. I love your name. I just have to comment that really quickly in the Discord. Welcome to the server. And also, welcome to the server. And I'm going to mispronounce that if I say it out loud, so I apologize. Sam, I still think it's No Man's Sky too. Yeah, by the way, whoever is, I just messaged on Discord. I don't know how to say the name. I apologize for not saying it on the stream. I don't want to butcher it and sound like even more of an idiot. Hey, Frank. And yes, I'm intentionally saying Frank in case you're actually watching this. There's some more cannon fodder for you to use. Stay toxic. Sorry, I am gonna let that go now. I am having way too much fun with it, which is actually becoming toxic on my part. Sam, you're welcome. Thank you for being here. Everyone else, also thank you for being here. I enjoyed working on this. I enjoyed this video a lot more than the last one where he was doing a lot more rapid edits. I am really glad he told me about that F12 trick. And I'm also glad I've now worked out, because I saw him miss 2 of the edits, that he is pressing a button to do that one thing, because I was like, how is he doing that? I think he is actually recording his videos and then voicing over, which I've been tempted to do, because then you get rid of the noises. Yes, the silly face I was making was just because yeah. All right, as usual, I look forward to seeing you either in the next live stream, which is again Friday at 5 BST, or the one after that, which is next Saturday at 12:30 BST. And remember, every Monday I release a new tutorial, and we will be moving into our dynamic weather system in the survival series. And as always, I look forward to seeing you then, and I hope that you have a wonderful day.